outside our scope, of course, but definitely something to bring forward as council to probably work with city manager.
Sure.
Thank you. That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Councilman Browse. So we're going to go to Councilman Bross.
Thank you. Just a question for clarification in regards to slide regarding proposed changes on the dates. Proposed change number 3. So just clarification. You have here arts and culture from January 2nd to July 1st. Civil service, February 18th. You're moving that back to January 1st or moving it forward to the following January 1st?
Correct. We'd have to work with legal to make sure that we don't step on any toes on the Arts and Culture Commission was created by you all. But for civil service, I want to make sure that we have the legal parameters. So whether that has to be, I believe the RCW says it's a 6-year term. I don't know that we can go backwards, so it might have to go forwards.
Okay, so that was just the clarification,
okay.
Not in regards to any of the commissions in particular. It's the dates. I see some are going back into January 1st from the dates that they have the current term start. So I'm assuming it'll be moving forward to January 1st or July 1st instead of going back.
If that's council's preference and there's no legal requirements behind it, that's what we would be looking to do.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. With that, I'm not seeing any other lights. So do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Well, with that, let's move on to 5D, which is the introduction to water conservation efforts. And again, we are going to go with Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
All right, so good evening again, Mayor and Council. So tonight's presentation's purpose is to provide an introduction to the to Pasco's water conservation efforts. Water conservation is not defined by a single program or initiative. It's a multifaceted strategy. So tonight we'll provide a quick snapshot of where we're at, what initiatives are underway, and highlight opportunities for council discussion. So as Pasco continues to grow, we are placed under great pressure with our water supply, as I know all of you know. Water is a shared resource, so our residents, our businesses, institutions, and the city must work together. Conservation depends on awareness and education. So for example, many may not realize the role of curb and gutters, which conserve water indirectly by preventing waste and protecting landscapes, or that a silent toilet leak can waste up to 300 gallons a day. So if you do that over a course of a year, it can fill up a backyard pool. So if you just think about that, and if you have 3 toilets in your home, how impactful that is. Additionally, tools and incentives, which we'll discuss some tonight, policies, and then intentional behavior change. So simply shutting off the faucet when you brush your teeth, or having an automatic shut-off nozzle on your lawn hose, all make a big difference. So over the past several years, Pasco's potable and irrigation water use has remained very stable, even with population growth. This reflects the success of current programs and community awareness. Looking ahead, sustaining this balance will require proactive investment and policy updates. So some current efforts underway. We've got Boulevard Standards, which we are looking to update. This is a collaborative effort between Community and Economic Development, Parks and Recreation, Public Works, and the City Manager's Office to talk about the standards for boulevards, gateways, and corridors. Currently, the city maintains approximately 26 lineal miles, which require about $780,000 annually to maintain. So a lot of grass, a lot of cutting, weeding, and edging. This effort will be brought to council this fall to support current issues with standards and long-term maintenance, including the safety and costs, as well as discuss opportunities to reduce water consumption necessary to maintain current standards. So we're currently under contract with McKay Spacito, and as I said, this is planned to come to council this fall for an introduction. The comprehensive water system plan, the city takes a comprehensive approach to the water use efficiency by combining water system design, engineering, operations, and community outreach and education. An update to this plan is underway and is anticipated to come to council for action in 2026. Within this plan, there's a 6-year water use efficiency program, and the program will provide updates for establishing water saving goals through a public process. So that'll be part of that update through Public Works. So Boulevard median conversion to xeriscaping. We are in the process of creating a bid to go out for certain areas of the city. And it's Burden Boulevard, Oregon Avenue, Convention, and Rodeo. These are those landscaping strips in the middle of the roadway. I have not seen our staff have to do this, but they have to ride the lawnmowers up there and then right in the middle of traffic, make sure that they edge and mow. So big safety concern, but also water. It takes a lot of water to maintain those. And then additionally, Parks and Recreation is working on the smart irrigation clock installation. So these are clocks that are controlled through like a central command. These clocks provide the ability to adjust the water percentage based on seasonal scheduling. So can program that in. With remaining funding after these are installed, we're looking to also add some flow sensors where they're applicable. So it'll be dependent on each place, but that would recognize different zones and be able to either do an auto shut off or give some kind of alert when something isn't quite right. And then additionally, the city is really focused on new facilities that we're working on being xeriscaped. So I'm showing our 3 new fire stations here, and instead of having grass, making sure that we have that hardscaping has really been supportive of water conservation. Additionally, showing off some public works stuff here, our roundabouts have been hardscaped as well. So opportunities for expansion. We've all seen programs in other cities, and some of those include community watering scheduling. So Moses Lake has seen a lot of support for implementing a watering schedule. They started off with a voluntary, and then they kind of rolled out education as well. So they bring on a seasonal staff to be able to provide that education where people may be watering on days that they're not supposed to. Spokane has a residential efficiency checkup program, so they have staff who will come to your home, and whether that's check your irrigation, see if it's on the correct timers or they're set correctly. They can also check your interior home to see if and identify if there's leaks happening. But again, that is staff supported, so it's funded through city funds. We've talked about lawn conversion incentives before. And then one of the areas that we see repeatedly that makes a very large difference in water conservation efforts is irrigation metering. And so we have approximately 10,000 customers in our irrigation, and those are not currently metered. I put up the approximate dollar amount. We believe that with staff time and installing of the meter itself, it's about $2,000 per account, which would equate to $20 million to retrofit. Very big price tag there. But when it comes to changing behavior, knowledge is power. And right now, we know how much we're outputting for irrigation, but we don't know who's using what. And there's no incentive for them necessarily to change what they're currently doing. We can expand current efforts. So in our city facilities and infrastructure, we can do more water use audits and retrofitting. We can continue the boulevard conversion to xeriscaping beyond those center medians. That will take funding as well. And then continuation of the smart water solutions in our parks. And sorry, going back to that irrigation metering, we need to first meter, we need to, if council wants to consider this, it would be an opportunity to change current standards so that as new homes are put in, that we can be caught up and not have to retrofit those. So a phased approach is what's recommended there.
Okay.
Summary, Pasco has a strong foundation for water conservation. Continued growth requires intentional action and investment. Council input is critical to shaping the policies, programs, and funding strategies. So staff seeks council discussion and direction on near-term and long-term strategies, guidance on new policies you would like us to consider, and an appetite for a phased irrigation metering investment. And this is multifaceted, so if you ask a question, I may have to pitch it to Deputy City Manager or Public Works Director, and then if it's Parks and Recreation, I may have to come back to you if I don't have that information tonight.
All right. Well, thank you for that good presentation. Let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Pashon. That was, I guess, thank you. And I'd like to thank Councilman Perales, too, because his relentless advocacy of xeriscaping and water conservation, and for you and the rest of the staff for really bringing this back to us. And I know sometimes we feel once in a while that, some of our goals and objectives aren't being prioritized in the way we necessarily would like, but I think this is a really good example of something that, and it's worth noting, being brought back to us, something we've requested. So I'm really grateful for this. And, and it's easy for us to think, being in the Pacific Northwest and having the Columbia River just flow right on by, that water's not an issue, but oh boy, especially with our conversation we had last year as far as water rights and just how much, more this is becoming a precious resource all the time. And so there is a lot to digest there and a lot to comprehend. I guess some of the things right off the bat that stood out to me were the residential efficiency checkups. And would those be by their request, or are we just going to mosey our way onto their property and tell them it's time to audit? What was the dream there?
Definitely not to mosey onto their property. No, how Spokane does it is you actually schedule time. So you go to their website and you can schedule a time that works for you as well as staff. And generally, I think it's like a 30-minute check. But no, we would not be just knocking on doors.
It's good to clarify. Thank you. And I think that would be a really good way, because I think there are some people who would be interested in, especially if we were to go to some kind of irrigation metering, to make sure that they aren't just dumping water down the drain or their money down the drain, for, please pardon the pun. But, and I think just the irrigation metering, a couple of my early thoughts would be, how many other jurisdictions do this? Being metered for not only just the potable water, but the irrigation and just the flow rate. And obviously it's a huge upfront investment, but what's our return on the investment for the community? How long is it going to take us to make that back? Is it, I imagine it would. People get socked with a big bill. People are going to react to that in one way or the other, but I think at some point people do have to pay for what they use rather than a flat rate. So I totally understand this kind of idea coming up, and just kind of curious to see as we flesh this out where all this goes. But thank you again for bringing this back to us.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's head on over to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, no, it was a great presentation. It was great. It was a great read. I appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. I think if you're looking for direction, for me, my suggestion would be finalize and present the Boulevard landscaping standards, which is kind of on its way. Then I would say bring forward a proposal for new irrigation accounts to require meters. I think that would be more of a short-term goal. And then perhaps look into developing draft incentives for lawn conversions. I know a lot of people, especially in my district, are already doing it. I see a lot of
lawns that just have a little strip in the middle and then just all kind of drought resistant stuff. So, we have a lot of individuals who are being considerate of our environments. I did see lots of people watering their lawns yesterday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 100 degrees, and then I don't get it. So I think education should obviously be a really big piece of this. I can send an email, kind of my thoughts. I don't know how much more in depth you want us to give you, if you guys want us to give you direct direction with everything you talked about tonight, or just kind of do it in piecemeal. But since I am talking, I'll go ahead and just say, maybe in 2026, start looking at the costs and funding options for irrigation metering in regards to the retrofits, to kind of space out your guys' focus and stuff. And maybe talk about education and community watering and schedule outreach kind of campaign to talk about something like I just talked about. And then looking at lastly, looking at the conservation upgrades for our current facilities, and then that would kind of segue into the water conservation elements and our CWSP update that we're looking to do. So those would be my suggestions. I'll kind of follow up with the email, but this is a big topic. It's only going to become bigger, and I'm glad you looked at places like Moses Lake. Moses Lake they have a lot of water issues down there, so I'm glad you're kind of looking at different places who are needing to implement stuff, because the water is becoming really scarce. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. We're going to go to Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. Couple questions. I know former
Test. Test.
Think we're ready, or we doing the music, or? Well, good evening or late afternoon, one of the two. And welcome to the City of Pasco special meeting. The council thanks you for being part of our city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal actions on specific items and may hold public hearings and conduct other business of the city. Agenda packets are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. The meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And with that, if we can get the roll call.
Thank you. Council members Barajas,
Present.
Cotta,
Here.
Hernandez.
I think Hernandez is running a couple minutes late.
Thank you. Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
And Mayor Milne.
I am here.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I can get everybody to rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. So we're going to roll on to number 4, which is public comments. The public may comment the topic scheduled for the final action identified in the agenda for the special meeting. Citizens' comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And I know we do have somebody online, so let's go with them. We have Kyle Simmons, so if we could get you to make your comment.
I'm sorry, what was the person's name there?
Kyle Simmons.
Yeah, I don't see a Kyle Simmons online. See a Daniel P. Kenny, and that is it at this time.
Anybody out? Is Daniel, does he want to make a comment or?
No. He's no.
Okay. All right. Well, do we have any member of the audience that wanted to make a public comment before we roll in?
So you can have another Simmons. My name is Shirley Simmons, and I live in the city of Kennewick. I'm here in support of Melissa Blaisdell for the council seat at large. To disclose, I've known Melissa for about 20 years, and it's been mainly through hospitality and that kind of community involvement. Melissa is exactly the kind of leader Pasco needs. She has proven this by giving her service on the council. Even though she lost her seat in the recent race, she has shown she will not give up. She is honest, hardworking, and deeply committed to this community. With her strong background in hospitality, she understands the heart of Pasco, a fast-growing city built on service, connection, and welcoming people from all walks of life. She is also the only woman currently running for this role. If she is not appointed, there will be no woman on the Pasco City Council. Representation matters. Having a woman's voice at the table brings balance, perspective, and lived experience that strengthens every decision made for this community. Pasco is expanding quickly, and you need someone who knows how to work with people, build relationships, and keep this community moving forward. Melissa brings professionalism, integrity, and a kind of real-world experience that truly matters. She listens, she shows up, and she follows through. Pasco would be incredibly fortunate to have her serving at this at-large position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have any other member of the audience that would like to make a public comment? I think the guy in the back jumped up first, but I'll make sure that you're third.
All right. Well, excuse me. I don't speak very much. So, good evening. My name's Stephen Scheidel. I recently moved into the downtown business district as a co-owner of Buckets Bar and Grill. Since coming downtown, I've seen both sides: the impact of the businesses, but also the real potential for growth that Pasco has when local businesses pull together and support one another. When we first started clearing out property in May, we faced some serious challenges, as we did in Kennewick at our prior location. We had ongoing issues with homelessness in our parking lot, and in one instance we even experienced an overdose on our patio. Those are tough realities for the city of Pasco. But with the support and communication of nearby business owners, those issues have drastically improved. Today we only see occasional transients passing through, not constant disruptions. One of the most meaningful moments for me was meeting Melissa Blaisdell. Not in an office, but in the back alley behind our business, helping clean up downtown. She introduced me to the community, shared her knowledge of Pasco, and talked about growing up here. That moment mattered to me because it showed who she is when no one is watching her. Melissa has deep passion for the city, and she has constantly shown that she will stand up for local businesses and for responsible growth. We need leadership that is willing to take a stand, to keep covered storefronts from lining our streets, to prevent Pasco from becoming a coast town, and to bring people back downtown through community events, partnerships, and support for small businesses. So today, when you cast your vote, I sincerely ask that you think about what's best for downtown Pasco. As a business owner that is greatly investing in the city of Pasco, I strongly believe that Melissa Blaisdell is the right person for that at-large position. Appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you for those comments.
Thank you.
Miss in the front row, if you'd like to.
My name is Laura Smith. I reside in Kennewick, Washington. I proudly am here to support Melissa for the at-large position on the Pasco City Council. Melissa is a dedicated, confident, and thoughtful leader who truly puts the community first. One of the things that I really respect about her is she listens to all sides and comes to a conclusion after getting all the facts. Melissa's commitment in Pasco is unmatched. She approaches every challenge with honesty and integrity. Excuse my voice. Melissa is especially remarkable for her ability to bring people together. She fosters collaboration, encourages open dialogue, and ensures that every voice is valued. Her leadership style is inclusive, professional, and consistent, which is exactly what Pasco needs in a time of rapid growth. She also is the only woman currently running for this role. Her presence ensures that women's voices are represented on the council. If she were not appointed, there would be no woman serving at all. And that perspective is essential for balance, fairness, and long-term success in Pasco. Pasco is moving forward quickly, and we need leaders who can guide us wisely and with care. Melissa is that leader. She is committed, knowledgeable, and fully capable of making decisions that benefit the entire community. I proudly support her and strongly encourage everyone to support her in the at-large position. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Do you have any other members of the audience that would like to make a comment? Going once, going twice. All right, going 3 times. All right. Well, let's jump on to item 5, which is new business. We got 5A, resolution number 4691, legal counsel services agreement, and we're going to start it off with Harold Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. As you're aware, Mr. Ferguson will not be serving as city attorney after the first of the year. So we've been going through a process. Well, we've actually been going through 2 processes. One is, as the council previously approved, the budget process was to hire inside counsel. We've been working on an interview process to hire an actual city attorney's position internally, but also with not having a lot of confidence in getting a lot of applicants because it's a tough position to fill and recruit. We simultaneously also moved forward with doing an RFP, request for proposals for any law firm interested in serving as the city attorney for the city of Pasco until we were able to fill the city attorney's position. So we had 2 law firms that applied for that. We had a panel that made up of 2 council members and staff to do that. The recommendation is before you to move forward with Ogden Murphy Wallace for the city attorney until we complete the transition. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, and I believe we have a representative from their law firm online as well if you have any questions from them.
All right, does any member of the dais have any questions about this legal representation?
Being a part of the committee, they were by far the most reputable. They've worked with the city before, and so I look forward to engaging with them. So I think it's a good fit for the city.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Ferguson, did you want to comment? Or?
Yeah, the only thing I just wanted to bring to your attention is we worked quite a bit with Dr. Murphy Wallace to get the contract before you today, and so you'll see in Section 8 that it's intentionally left blank, and that was the provision that we normally have in contracts related to indemnification. And so in going back and forth, we don't have indemnification in our agreements with any of our cities, and there's a specific reason for that, and Mr. Kenny's online and can answer any of those other questions about that. But essentially what it comes down to is that law firms, when they give advice and counsel, they don't actually have the final action. They don't make the decision. So unlike, say, an engineering firm that drafts plans that the city then utilizes for a particular facility or a public works project. So that is the distinction there. I did want to just make sure that you're aware of that. Because that's something that is normally in our personal services agreements, and it's not in these. And so, anyway, just want to make sure that you're aware of that before we proceed.
All right. Well, thank you for that clarification. I did want to say thank you for all your hard work on the council and all the years. It's always been the lead group. Again, just wanted to say thank you for your dedication to the city and for everything you do. It's going to be odd not seeing you here, but you understand you have other business to attend to. So thank you for everything. Well, with that, we want to get a motion. Mr. Grimm.
Yes, sir. I move to approve resolution number 4691, approving the agreement for legal services between the City of Pasco, Washington, and Ogden Murphy Wallace PLLC.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we got a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Passes unanimously. Thank you. So now we are going to jump to number 6, which is the heart of our meeting. And so basically, give you kind of the program, how it's going to be. The council will interview 6 finalists for City Council position number 7, serving all of Pasco. After the interviews are concluded, City Council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 7 to serve until the next election is certified in 2027. So you have 2 years. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, as in an open public meeting, the council asks that all candidates remain outside of the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After the interview is finished, the candidate may remain in the council chambers. At this time, with all council candidates, please step outside of the council chambers while the council finalizes the interview questions. So we could have all 6 members step outside, and then you'll be called in one by city staff. And we do appreciate you being here. All right. So with that, we have a whole group of questions, and let's start with the right, and start with Councilwoman Councilwoman Barajas, and you can just select which one you would like to read, and we'll go from there. Okay, and Councilman Cotter. Deputy Mayor Grimm. Councilman Perales.
No.
And Councilman Hernandez. And I'll do number 7.
Mayor, just clarification, so we're going to ask these questions to everyone, same ones, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So we ask that you not deviate. All 6 applicants get the same question, so it's fair for all. Correct. So, yep. And do you have any questions with the council? Or is the process?
Just your last 3.
We don't have to do all. Okay. Do we know, I know we have, I think, what is, for each one we have, 20 minutes, around there, 15, 20 minutes? 8 minutes? All right, so I don't think we're gonna have time for extra questions. So with that, and again, we'll start off, I'll get the process rolling, and then again, we'll go right to left. So when we get to Grimm, then I'll go, and then Hernandez will finish up with the questions. So we'll basically go from as far as the order of the questions. Okay? All right, we are ready. Hello, Brad Gregory. Look we're glad that you're available to be here and that you're wanting to be a candidate. So
Thanks for
with
having
that, thank you. So we're going to get this ball rolling, and we're going to start from the right, working to the left. Each one will give you a question, and then again, if you need to repeat, just let us know. And with that, let's go.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
Good. And first of all, I just want to say thank you for throwing your hat in and wanting to participate and represent the city. So I do have a question for you. This is in regards to equity, representation, and community engagement. The question is, Pasco transition to district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences? And then added, can you give me an example?
I realize that there's going to be, with the police department, we've got certain districts, the west end and the east end. And I think the most important portion is to go and find out what the people's needs are and see what we can do to take care of those. The samples in the past were the downtown area with the homelessness and drug use and other things. And, you know, those are things that are really important to our business people, and we need to work on moving those people along. We understand that homelessness is a big problem, but that's not the underlying problem. I think we have to work on those underlying problems, drug abuse and alcohol abuse, and try to get people off of the streets in a good way, as opposed to just putting them somewhere.
All right, now we'll go to Councilman Cotter.
Good afternoon. My question is regarding policy, priorities, and decision-making. What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
I am a financial conservative. I believe that we have a budget that we have to live on, and we have to take a look at items on the budget, and we may have to pull things off or move things around in order to take care of those. People's lives are probably most important, and that would be probably where I want to start, just making sure that we are taking care of those problems. But we also have to look at a budget. We have a certain amount of money, and we have to budget for what we can. But life is most important. And what are we going to do for quality of life for the people that we pass on?
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Let's move on to Deputy Mayor Griff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gregory, for applying, and I appreciate your decades of service to the Pasco Police Department and the community at large.
Thank you.
My question revolves around public safety and community well-being. How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
I think the project that we had a few years ago where we had a mental health professional that worked with the city, I think we need to reach out to people that have mental health problems that we can help them with. I like the idea of talking to people where they live, and even if it is on the street, and getting them and helping them get into places that can help them, whether it's drug addiction, mental health, or just housing. I think we have to be out on the street, and we have to be talking to those people, and have the facilities and the programs to help them.
All right, thank you, sir.
Good. Thank you. With that, I'll answer my questions here. Describe a time when you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests. What was your approach? I assume you probably dealt with this on an everyday, but how would you answer?
You know, as a detective sergeant, I mean, that was a regular basis where we would have several problems that were happening at the same time, and the problem has always been life and safety first. So in case of a major incident, first thing we want to do is take care of the people and get the people where they are safe, and take care of the people that are injured and get to the people that are injured. As a supervisor on patrol, that was one of my first responsibilities, is when I get to the scene, I got to make sure that that scene is safe. If it's a collision, do we have people standing in the road? Do we have power pole lines down? So you've got to prioritize those things first, and then move on to eventually enforcement, but first taking care of what people.
Okay. And then the second part of the question is, what do you see as the role of an at-large city councilor in maintaining a unified city council?
I think the amazing thing about the at-large position is that person covers the whole city. So you have to be able to reach out and talk to each district, which includes each one of you as well, and find out what the problems are in that area.
I think it is really important to know as much, if not everything you possibly can about your city. That way, when when somebody in a different one of the districts comes up and say, "I've got this problem," my job is to have knowledge of that going in. So I think the at-large position is probably one of the more important positions because you got to know it all.
True. All right. Well, with that, we're going to go on to Councilman Rouse.
How's it going, Brandon? And also thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you.
My question is, why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council member?
Well, I moved to the Tri-Cities in 1978. I was a kid from a small town. I don't know, you may have heard of Omet. I moved to Kennewick. I moved to Richland. I never felt at home. In 1992, I was hired by the city of Pasco. And since then, I have totally fallen in love with this city. There is nothing about this city that I haven't enjoyed. Yes, I have had a hard job, but I've been able to get to know everybody from, the mayor, the city manager, everybody that works for the city. I've been into businesses. I've been into the courthouses and other offices, and I've been down on the street talking to people that are just out on the street, homeless, or just happen to be out having a good time, or just happen to be where I just happen to be. So I feel like I've got a pulse on just about everything. Back a long time ago, they assigned us all community-oriented policing areas, which community-oriented policing, for those who don't know it, is when you get out and contact the community. It's something I just enjoyed and loved. My first assignment was Kirchman Park, and I just loved getting out there and talking to the people and seeing what their problems were and seeing what we can do to help them. So I believe I've been in touch with just about everything in this city, and I think that helps.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's go on to Councilman Hernandez.
Hello, Mr. Gregory. Thanks for being here tonight. Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth presents?
Say that again.
Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
Oh, I think we have a lot of huge things that we need to work on. I know that Road 100 corridor that's being worked on. I know that we've been working hard on getting that together. Just rapid growth in this city. Are we getting all the services we can to them? I know the city has done an awesome job about getting fire stations in each area. It helps cover that. And the same thing with the police department. We've done an amazing job on getting the police there, but there is more to do. We have to get out there and get businesses to move into this community. We've done a great job with Amazon. We've done a great job with Dairy Gold and a few other facilities out there. And I think we're just scratching the surface. We're going to grow more, so we just have to be involved completely.
All right. Thank you for that. In closing, was there any questions you had for us?
Not really. I think you guys, I've been around long enough. I know a lot of things, so
All right.
I guess I don't.
Okay. I guess we're good. So thank you.
Back to the hallway or back in the...
So wherever you want. All right.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Abel Campos. We've known each other for a long time. I know you also know everybody on the council, but thank you for taking time out of your afternoon, and thank you for being here, and thank you for wanting to serve.
Absolutely.
So with that, we are going to start it off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Good evening. How are you doing today?
Doing fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm glad to hear that, and please don't be nervous. But first of all, I just want to say thank you for participating, throwing your hat in, and representing the city. My question to you is in regards to equity representation and community engagement. Pasco transitioned to district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences, and can you give me an example?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it is a great thing that the city did that. I think it's very important as a city council member that we understand that there is district representation. I think the example that we would have, especially with this position at large, is understanding that even though the district can give us some great insight and some understanding with that, understanding that the district information is what I would consider the data and the information that we need. But I think it's important that we have a citywide lens. And so the way that I would process it would be that the information that I get from the district, they're giving it from their perspective, and it's valuable and it's informational, and I got to listen to that. But always making sure that I have a citywide lens and going with what is important for the whole city instead of just one district. Because I know that every district, even though it's important, they're going to have their own perspective that really is going to be beneficial for their district. However, this position has to be a full-wide citywide lens. So that's what I would always focus on.
Thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Cotto.
Hello, Abel. Thanks for being here.
Thanks again.
What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is a very heavy responsibility that a city council member has, and I think that one of the first ones is also fiscal responsibility. It's understanding that making sure that our decisions that we have based on our budget is something that stays balanced, making sure that it's sustainable, and I think that we should make decisions that really reflect and making sure that we don't make decisions that are really going to impact the city to where we can't sustain it at all. And so fiscal responsibility would be a big one. I think we already have a strategic kind of plans in place with the comprehensive plan and the goals, and so it would be important that we stay in alignment with that. And so when we're looking at budgets, making sure that that stays true. But I also believe that we also need to have community impacts and look at it like, I know there's a lot of great ideas and good ideas, but would it be truly beneficial? And so looking at the impacts and making sure that it really goes for that. And I think one that we really need to focus on is making sure that we are trying to be fair and equitable to all areas of the city, not just putting in one certain place, but rather investing in all parts.
Thank you.
All right, let's go with our Deputy Mayor, Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hello, Mr. Campos. Congratulations on being a finalist yet again, huh?
Thank you.
Appreciate your continued investment in the city. My question revolves around public safety and community well-being. How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
And mental health, you said?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think I would be a proponent and really advocate for obviously prevention and intervention programs, making sure that we emphasize, youth programs, at-risk programs, those that are struggling with addiction, homelessness, and all that stuff. I think that we would also should focus on strengthening partnerships with those that are already doing it. In the community, there's already churches, nonprofits, there's community groups that are already doing fantastic jobs in certain areas. And I think that we don't necessarily have to create a program or find funding for it. We just could partner with them and really empower them to continue to do that. So I'd be an advocate to really do that and being that part of that engagement with them. And I think that, we would really focus on community partnerships with police community partnerships, making sure that we are providing that and we're really helping the community take ownership. I think that ownership is a big deal. And I'm not talking about ownership on property. I'm talking when the neighborhoods really take ownership of their community, then we see great things. And so pushing for that, really involving with that. And then finally, I think that we got to look at our crime. Really not necessarily what's happening with it, but what's causing it. What is the root causes of the crime? And then really address those issues and really help programs that will help with that.
Thank you, sir.
All right, again, thanks for being here. So my question to you is, describe a time you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests. What was your approach?
Yeah, that's always difficult because I think in every single capacity where you're at, you're always going to have that. Whether it was in my classroom with students, whether it was in churches trying to choose on two different sides, or whether it was a community and planning commission when you have two different options with that. I think that the biggest approach that we should do is understanding to be a good listener and making sure that we're fully understanding what people are trying to say. I think that's a good representation of a council member, is making sure that we always have that ear to listen to people, but also more than just listening, try to understand perspective. Taking off necessarily the lens that I have, but also trying to understand theirs and why they came up with that and understanding the perspective behind that. I think that's the powerful thing that we need to do. Understand why they say it and what is the need behind it, and I think that would help us with that. And so in the situations that I've been with those, that's what I had to do. I can't go in thinking that I know all the answers. can't go with just based off of my experiences and what I believe. I have to listen to their perspective and really understand where they got there so I can have a better judgment and making sure that I do that. What that does is it allows people to understand that I understand and that I'm caring. I'm trying to make the best decision that's best for the community.
All right. Well, thank you for that. My second part of the question was, what do you see the role? What do you see as the role of an at-large city council member in maintaining a unified city council?
I think the role is very important to just be a listener and making sure that the decisions that you're made are not necessarily that are backed up by some type of personal agenda, but really making sure that the people understand that we're doing it for what would be better for the city. And I think that's really the heart of what we need to do.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's turn it over to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council?
Well, first I would tell you that this is not a political move for me to go take a step higher. This is not something for me to gain some type of title. The truth of the matter is I'm doing this because I have the heart for Pasco. I literally was born here, born and raised here. I was born at Lady of Lords. I've always had the heart for Pasco, and I think that my resume shows that. I really, really, really love the city of Pasco, love this community. And, you know, I look back at everything of what I've just lived out in this city. I am an Emerson Eagle, a Stevens Tiger, Pasco Bulldog. That's who I am. I live by the Port of Pasco. I live by Edgar Brown Stadium, and now I'm in District 4. And I think that when you select me as city council member, you're going to find that it's somebody that's passionate for this city, somebody that has literally been in the community, somebody that's been in the streets working, whether it's homeless people or at risk or people who are affiliated with gangs or people who just need some help in food pantries. You're also going to know that it's going to be a person that has worked with families and parents and how to help the family model. And through all of the different stuff, I just really have invested time and energy of getting to know really the people of this community. I know that we all talk about having the heart of Pasco, but I've lived it. And I think that if you look at that, you would understand that that's what it does. And one of the biggest achievements that I've ever had was not accolades or achievement and award that somebody's given me. It was being inducted to the Hall of Fame at Pasco High. And they did it because of the community involvement that I've done. And so really, it's really why you should pick me. It's because I have the heart. You're going to pick somebody that is really going to choose what is really best for this community. And that's what you're going to get with me.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's jump on to Councilman Hernandez.
Hello.
Okay.
Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth presents?
Yeah, with every time we get growth in a community, I think there's just the obvious stuff, right? Infrastructure strain. We're going to see obviously strain on our roads and our water systems, our sewer, our utilities, all that different stuff is going to be impacted with that. You're also going to see, you know, obviously housing. Housing is a big deal in our city. We know that we have a problem there. We're going to be having to figure that out. With that, also, we're going to see a higher demand for public services, right? Policing and fire departments and schools and libraries and all that different stuff is going to be impacted when we have growth. But we're also going to see, and I think it's something that we need to talk about, we're also going to see the widening of the gap of the gap that we have with higher and lower income groups. Every time growth grows in a city, we see that. That is common. But it doesn't mean that that's something that Pasco has to really hit through. We need to address it. We need to figure it out within us. So I think that's one of the opportunities that we have here. And it's one of the reasons why we should really just focus on some of that and all the other things. The other opportunity that we have is with growth, although it brings these challenges, it also helps us to build a stronger economy. It allows us to be engaging with other people and say, you know, we get more businesses, we get more investors, we get more people to come, so we could have an opportunity to build a stronger economy that would be beneficial to us. Another good thing, let's just call it what it is, with more residents that come in, we get a higher tax base. And so that allows us for more revenue, but making sure that we have the sustainability and have the fiscal responsibility to follow with that. And I think the biggest opportunity that we have is the color and the heart of our city. When we get growth in the city, we have cultural diversity. And so we need to celebrate that. We need to embrace our challenges and our differences, and we need to continue to grow as a community that Pasco is.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Looks like we're done. Do you have any questions for us?
No, thank you so much. I appreciate it again for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
I thank you.
Yeah, Charlie, if you want to just at the podium there, and we'll get the show going.
Gotcha.
So I do appreciate your time and for coming down here. Again, it's a big honor to be in the finalist. So with that, we're going to start it with Councilwoman. Boy, I should be shot for that one. Barajas.
Thank you, Mayor. Charlie, thank you for being here today. Just want to say thank you for participating, putting your hat in to represent the city of Pasco. My first question to you is in regards to equity, representation, and community engagement. Pasco transitioned into district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences, and can you give me an example?
That's a good question. I don't look, I look at Pasco as one city. I serve everybody with our business, so I'm out to help everybody. I want Pasco to have the same kind, I want Pasco to be the same kind of Pasco that I had when I was a kid. I think that I can help with that.
All right, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Cotta.
Thanks for coming. What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Again, it comes back to my business background. I'm used to having to do that type of thing. Again, it's on a different scale, but I mean, we're adding zeros to what I do, but I think that I'm able to prioritize, see things that might be able to be trimmed down, and I don't want to spend any more money than we absolutely have to spend.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Mr. Grigg. My question revolves around public safety and community well-being. How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
Well, I'm an originating member of the Pasco Police Foundation. I have put a lot of money behind that to try and come up with things to help our police officers and their mental health, and to be able to make our city safer. As far as the mental health portion of it and the facility that's going in Kennewick, I don't know a lot about that, but I would dig into it.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. So my question to you is, describe a time you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests. What was your approach to that?
Again, it's in business. I've got to do the same thing all the time. I mean, there's things that I want to do. There's things that customers would rather have, and I have to balance those things because I'm trying to serve the community. Some things that we end up doing are not necessarily things that I had in my mind when I started, but in listening to people, we try to follow what they're after.
All right, well, thank you for that. And the second part of the question is, what do you see as the role of an at-large council member in maintaining a unified city council?
Well, being at large, to me, it's just one position on the council. I think that I can work with everybody that is in the council. Everybody has different opinions of things. I think that I'm pretty good at asking people questions as to why they feel a certain way, letting them know why I feel a certain way, and then be able to come to some sort of a conclusion with them.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer. Let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Appreciate you being here. Why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council member?
Again, I've been here my whole life. My family has been here with the business since 1939. I'm 63 years old and have lived here my entire life. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly of Pasco, and I know what the good is. We're on a lot of the right tracks, but I want this to be the town that I want this to be the best town in the Tri-Cities. I want people to say, I live in Pasco, and they're proud of it. I want people to live in Richland, Kennewick to say, I want to live in Pasco. That's what I'm after.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Hernandez.
Hello.
Hello.
Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth presents?
It's the rivers and the boundaries that we have and keeping the traffic. I mean, we only have so many places that we can go across the river. The traffic that, if I said when I was a kid, Road 68 was gonna look like it looks now, I had no idea. We're gonna have those same things, Road 100, and it's gonna be the same thing happening north of town. So having that plan, or at least a vision as to what it's gonna be up there to relieve that traffic, I think is important.
All right, well, it looks like you made it through all the questions. I appreciate that. Do you have any questions for us?
No, I don't.
All right, well, again, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Look forward to it. So yeah, just sit anywhere or wherever you like to do. Well, Patrick Jones, thanks for coming out. Do
Good evening.
appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right. Well, again, we know you somewhat well, but we'd love to hear more about it. And again, we got a new set of questions, so we will start right in with Councilwoman Bras.
Very good.
Good evening.
Good
Good
evening.
to see you here again, and thank you for participating and wanting to represent City of Pasco. My first question to you is in regards to equity, representation, and community engagement. What principles would guide, sorry, wrong question. I was almost taking COTAs. Pasco transitioned to district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences, and can you give me an example?
Sure. I think one of the unique roles about an at-large position is you are looking at things from the big picture rather than representing one geographical area or one group of people. So I think that the unique challenge would be to have a big picture view of things, talk to a variety of people from around the entire community, businesses, residents, large and small, to see how decisions would impact the community, how it would impact spending, how it could impact taxes and all of those things, and then share those thoughts with the fellow councilmen and the people that it could impact, and really do the work needed to find out how this type of thing, whatever the issue is, could impact how we move forward. Because that role, I've been, as a former city council member in 2 roles in South Dakota, those have been to represent certain areas. This role, the exciting part of it is the fact that it's at large and allows a bigger view and new excitement to look at it rather than just from a geographical area.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to Councilman Cotto.
Good to see you again, Patrick.
Thank you. Good to be here.
What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Well, the main thing is that we have to be fiscally sound to the taxpayers. We have to be accountable for the dollars that we spend, and we cannot place future children, future residents in debt and put that noose around their necks called debt. We have to make sure we make wise decisions that will allow the city to grow and prosper and meet the needs without putting ourselves in tremendous debt. So that would be the first thing, and that's what I've always done when working on budgets, is make sure that we do that. The next part is we need to make sure, would you mind repeating the question, please? Because I want to make sure I get the whole thing.
No problem. What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Okay, thank you. So I addressed the first part. Then looking at the investments, I think we need to make sure we work with a firm that gives us good, valid advice, a firm that has no financial financial interest in the city per se, but would work with us to help us grow and place our money in places that would be safe and sound and grow, but not place the city's funds at risk. Now, that's awfully easy to say, but we would need to make sure and work carefully to do that and not just invest or put money over here that we think, oh, this would be a good thing to throw our money in. We need to invest wisely, whether it's money that we get from grants, whether it's tax money. We need to invest wisely, get good advice before we make those decisions.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. So let's jump to Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here, and congratulations on being a finalist again.
Thank you.
My question revolves around public safety and community well-being. How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
Well, public safety is one of the things that I've always spoke highly on, that I've taken an active role in previous roles that I've had. Mental health is kind of a buzzword right now in a lot of different areas, but we know that if we take care of the mental health of our community, we can prevent a lot of things from happening. And if we invest in the mental health of our citizens, we can prevent a lot of crimes from happening, we can prevent a lot of family violence from happening, and we can create better, safer places for our children to be. So investments in mental health facilities, mental health care for people will pay dividends. We don't see the dividend right away, but it's the kind of dividend that we would see in the long haul. And I believe we as a community are better off if we do invest in mental health from a public safety standpoint, because it will pay great benefits to us in the long run.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So you get to my questions now. So describe a time when you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests. What was your approach to that?
Well, one of the best ones I can go to is during COVID, when I was on the city council in Rapid City, and we had to make the decision of whether or not to institute a mask mandate in Rapid City. Rapid City is a city very similar size to Pasco. It's about 80,000 people. And we had people coming to the council meeting who were experts on both sides of the fence, demanding that we do this, demanding that we do that. And what I decided that I would do personally is listen to everybody, listen to the experts, both in session when they were here, listen to the public when they had to say, but also sit down with people privately, out of the view of everybody, and really be able to have heartfelt conversations with people on both sides of the issue without all the fervor of the public sessions, because you can imagine, well, I know you can, many of you were on council at that time, of what those were like, and then make a rational, data-based decision on what I felt was right and best in my heart and in my head.
All right, well, thank you for that. The second part of my question is, what do you see as the role of an at-large council member in maintaining a unified city council?
The at-large person should be the one who kind of fills in the gaps. Maybe if an area of town is maybe feeling a little bit underrepresented, maybe that person spends a little time in that area, or learns more about that area, or spends a little time learning about projects maybe in that area, spends time meeting with community groups, or wherever that need might be, supports a council member from that area, wherever they might need help, and really brings those missing elements to the forefront. It's a fantastic opportunity to make sure that we have good representation for everybody, and that if there's a need for more at one place or the other, be flexible enough to be able to fill in that gap.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council member?
I have a tremendous amount of experience in the role as a city councilman, 14 years total in South Dakota. And I have a background in education and administration. I was a school teacher for 16 years, a school administrator for 17 years after that. Master's degree in education, administration, doctorate degree as well. A great amount of experience in working in policy, in budgeting, in all of the things that a city does in running government. I love the work. I love the passion that goes into it. I have that passion. and I believe I can bring that to the city council. We've lived here a little over 2 years now, my wife and I, and we've made it home. And I would like to give back to my new community that we live in and call home my skills to help serve the community by being a member of the city council, bringing that skill set to the table and helping the community become better because of the skills that I bring to the table.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Hernandez.
Good evening. Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
Say again, please.
Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
Well, I believe it allows us to look at our need to look at retail for our area. I've heard this council talk about that several times. I've talked with council members individually about that. Everyone knows there's a need for that, and I think that gives us an opportunity to look at that. I think it also reminds us that we need to study our infrastructure carefully, water, streets. We need to make sure that we're meeting the needs for those for the short term and the long term, and make sure that there are never any gaps in those. As growth comes, the need to make sure that those things are well in place really matter. And so we have to make sure that we always have our eye on how we're taking care of those things, for not just for now, but for the future. So that plays a big role in it as well.
All right, well, thank you. That's the end of the interview process. Do you have any questions for us?
No. Thank you again for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming. I was going to say Councilwoman Blaisdell, but can't say that at the moment. But we do know you, and we do appreciate everything you've done. And
is the mic on?
The mic is on.
It
must seem weird to see us from this side, but we'd love to give you some interview questions. So with that, we are going to start off with Councilwoman Bras.
How are you doing, Melissa?
Good.
Good. Good to see you, and thank you for putting your hat in to represent City of Pasco. First question to you is in regard to equity representation and community engagement. Pasco transitioned to district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences, and can you give me an example?
I would say I respect everyone's position that they're in, so I would never step on anyone's toes within their district, especially if they're very actively involved. If someone were to reach out to me with a concern, I would definitely bring it to that council member's attention and discuss it with them. Make sure that they are also aware, so then collaboratively we can get the solution figured out. And two heads are usually better than one, so.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's jump to Councilman Cotta.
Good to see you, Melissa. What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Well, it's not a secret. We're in a serious deficit right now. So I think going forward, we definitely need to look at the budget and cut costs. If it's true that we have 100 extra employees that we added, we need to evaluate those and cut the fat off of in the budget and really dig in and see where we can cut and save money, because if not, it's just going to keep getting bigger. Sorry, there's an echo that's thrown me off. But we do need to really stop spending. From whatever, and don't get me wrong, I love all of the events that we put on in the city. I was under the impression that this year we weren't going to have Winterfest or we weren't going to have some of the events. And we're still spending money where we probably could cut down a little bit on some costs. Because every dollar counts. We have $10 million that we need to cut, but we need to look at everything, and we really need to. I understand some people want more taxes. I don't want more taxes, but we need to like really dig deep into this, where we're spending and the extra employees that we have.
Thank you.
All right, let's jump to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Hello, Ms. Blaisdell. Good evening. My question revolves around public safety and community well-being. How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
It's no secret. My number one thing on my campaign was public safety, and it always continues to be that. I want to make sure that every single person in Pasco feels safe, that our kids are safe. I support the police and fire, making sure that we have enough officers and first responders to be able to go on those calls in a timely manner. Now, as far as mental health, with the new mental health coalition opening up, hopefully that will help get some of those people assistance, and that we can collaborate as a community, help everyone get off the streets or with addiction or the homeless, get them the help that they need.
All right, thank you.
All right, well, again, thank you for being here. So mine is describe a time you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests, and how did you approach that?
Well, fluoride is the hot topic that we've all had to face. That was one of the hardest decisions I've had to face. And I will tell you this is how I voted. I voted on how fluoride was going to affect my district. And I needed to make sure that because I live in a lower income district, the fluoride was going to the people that could not afford dental, that if the studies were true, that fluoride in the water would help. And then I needed to make sure that the people in my district were taken care of. Whether I had a personal opinion of having fluoride or not, that's how I voted. So that was, I outweighed, and it was weighing very heavy on my heart. I went back and forth to decide, what was the best yes or no answer, and I decided to vote not to take fluoride out of our water.
All right, well, again, I appreciate that. Side comment, I did face the same dilemma, and I had voted in my district because I had heard the most comments about taking fluoride out, so it wasn't just, I agree with you on that one, it wasn't a haphazard just choice, it was something that weighs on you very heavily, so. Again,
But I want to say one other thing. No matter what the decision, big or small, I truly outweigh what's best for, in that case, what's best for my district. So, there's some hard decisions that I had to face. Now, going into the at-large position, it's what's best for all of Pasco. And I've always expressed how much I love Pasco. Pasco is my passion. I want to see everyone thrive, no matter if it's residents or business owners, if it's downtown or if it's the west side. That is still very important to me, and I don't take that lightly.
All right, well, thank you. Well, you get another question from me as well. What do you see as the role of an at-large council member in maintaining a unified city council?
I personally believe that I have a very good relationship with everyone on council that I could reach out and have a conversation. I think the only person that I did not have a conversation with I reached out was Kata, but even when I was kind of having a difficult time, we had a moment, and that we can even have those hard conversations and get past those hard conversations and still have a good working relationship. I also believe that Cal and I can have a really good working relationship going forward. He does have downtown. And, you know, it said in my campaign that no matter if I win or he won, that at the end of the day, someone was going to represent the other. And I wanted to have an open dialogue with Cal. So, my number one thing has always been building relationships with staff, with council, with business owners, and residents. So I'm going to continue to do that.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council member?
Well, let's see, the last 2 years, I'm not going to say that it was easy. There was growth in the last 2 years. You guys witnessed the last 2 years and how I was kind of honestly struggling in the beginning because I didn't know what I was getting myself into. So I also think that we've made a lot of headway in the last 2 years, and I want to continue to make that difference and keep the momentum going. You know, we have a lot going on with Broadmoor. We have a lot going on with the budget. We have a lot going on with the Aquatic Center, Hapo Center. I mean, I could go on and on. The 76 overpass. So, I mean, there's a lot of things that we've worked so hard to get to. And for me to not continue in the next 2 years, because the at-large is almost for the next 2 years, I want to be a part of that and I want to make a difference. Now, if I am not chosen tonight, then I'll find ways to continue to be a part. I'll be in your ear, probably more so than if I was on council. So, just put a little tidbit out there. No, but I really want to be involved and make sure that we're steering our city in the right direction.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to Councilman Hernandez.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
And thank you for your kind words. And yes, I think we can work together. That's not an issue. Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
It is growing rapidly. It's grown rapidly since I was a kid. And we've seen so many different things. Like, I'll say one of my biggest, I guess, hard complaints has been Road 68. And the traffic is huge when we're developing Broadmoor, Burns Road, making sure that it's safe for the people that are living there or shopping. So, repeat the question one more time. Sorry.
Pasco is growing rapidly. Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
So I think if we need to make sure, it goes back to the traffic, that we do it correctly, and opportunities like Broadmoor, that we're bringing revenue-based businesses into Broadmoor, to make sure that it's appealing for Pasco. We're keeping our residents shopping in Pasco, and also that we're pulling Richland and Kennewick, or even further than that, to come and shop at Pasco, go to the Aquatic Center, whatever. But I think it's all plays a huge part in the opportunities, but we know what happened with 68, that we don't make the same mistake twice.
All right, well, you got through all the questions, got through the interview process, so thank you for that. Do you have any questions for us?
I do not.
All right, again,
Thank you.
thank you.
Just a reminder to council, we have about 20 minutes before we start our next meeting, and you still need to deliberate, and we have a couple swearing-ins to do before then, too.
Okay. All right, Jerry Cochran, thank you. You get to be the
Good
last
evening.
guy. Yes. So let's, we're running a little bit behind schedule, but we'll give you all the time you need. This
I
is
can
important.
confirm there's nobody else out in line. So you're
All right. Well, again, thank you for that. Thank you for spending your time with us. And thank you for throwing your hat in the ring, as they say. So with that, let's start it off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you for putting your hat to participate and continue helping City of Pasco. My question to you is in regard to equity, representation, and community engagement. Pasco transitioned to district-based representation with at-large positions. How will you represent the entire city while recognizing district-level differences, and give me an example?
Yeah, I think part of it is, I'm a District 5 person, but an at-large position requires that I get out beyond my district and start getting to know others in the community, trying to get around to the districts, learn about the different issues that happen in different districts. Because I know that, for example, in District 5, where I'm at, is very different than other parts of Pasco. And I think the best thing for me to do is just get to know the folks and actually spend time with them. I don't know what mechanisms, but I think that the things I can think about are opportunities for, hey, have an office hours, at large Jerry office hours at Starbucks where anybody can come in and spend an hour with me or whatever and just get to know the community. So an invite, I don't know if that would work, but that's an idea that I might think about, is like not something where I get out of my district and just say, hey, the at-large councilman is having office hours at a Starbucks near you. So.
Thank you.
All right, let's jump to Councilman Cotter.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
What principles would guide your decisions when evaluating the city's budget and prioritizing investments?
Yeah, I think, Pasco's growth is, just unprecedented. And I think, as we grow, there's all these equities involved in terms of, citizens, property owners, developers. And so trying to strike that balance of, what do we do to balance the different things that we want to have more housing, but who should bear the burden of infrastructure? We want to do more of this, but how do we actually fund that? I mean, with the budget challenges we have, being able to say, what is the right and fair and balanced thing across? Like if I have a developer that's investing in a development, how does the developer invest in what is needed for infrastructure with, for example, not burdening 100% burdening that on taxpayers, and actually what's the developer's skin in the game to invest in infrastructure? So there's lots of balancing acts that need to happen, because I'm a big believer in property rights, but I also am a capitalist and want developers to build businesses and to be successful. And I want Pasco to have the balance of housing. I'm just using housing as an example, but I think that's a way that, you have to balance across those different equities. So that's kind of how those are the principles I kind of conduct myself. The last thing I'll say is that one of the things I really believe in that I am passionate about is we have city councils and county councils because one of the great things about the American experiment is we have local control. And I feel like in recent years, local control has been taken away from us by the state and even the federal government. And so also balancing, how do we push back local control and make more decisions as a city? Because I think that's one of the tremendous differentiators about the American experiment.
All right, thank you for that. Let's jump to the Deputy Mayor Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cochran, for throwing your hat in the ring. My question revolves around public safety and community well-being.
Mm-hmm.
How would you support community-based approaches to public safety and mental health?
Yeah, there's a number of great examples that are working in the local community in those areas. For example, I chair the Domestic Violence Services of Benton Franklin County Board, and those are great nonprofits that get involved with things like homeless or drugs or domestic violence or different kinds of issues in the community. The other one that I'm really passionate about that has made a big foothold in Pasco is the Grace Collective, used to be called Grace Kitchen. That's an area where they're downtown Pasco, right in the center of the areas that are where the, they're down the street from the Union Gospel Mission. They're in the old Union Gospel Mission building. And those are kind of nonprofit things that you can actually invest in, support nonprofits to try to help meet the needs of the different, whether it's homeless population or whether it's just underemployed or whether it's mental health or drug habits or whatever. There's lots of great nonprofits that the city can support and partner with to kind of address some of those issues we have in the community.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so now you get my questions.
All right.
And thank you, Mr. Cochran, for being here. So, describe a time you faced a difficult decision that required balancing competing interests, and what was your approach to that?
Wow, okay. So one of the things, I can't remember, I think we've submitted our resumes. I serve at the Pacific Northwest National Laboratory on the executive team. I'm the Chief Information Officer, Chief Digital Officer. We went through recently some serious budget reductions at the laboratory. And those are, the competing interests are, we had to make some challenging decisions about how to live within a new federal budget construct. I ended up having to lay off over 50 people from my organization of 380. Those are some tough decisions, and what we did is we balanced the approach of where do we need to cut based on the business functions we're trying to provide, and then how can we actually, the human element is every time you reduce a staff member and either do whether it's a voluntary or involuntary reduction, you have to realize that there's the human side of that. There's somebody's livelihood that you're messing with, right? And so one of the things that we tried to do in that is we take, at the laboratory and in my team, my organization, we tried to take a very balanced approach to how are we impacting people across the spectrum of different demographics and things like that, and what is the impact on their families, and making cuts in the areas based on business drivers, but also factoring in the human kind of side of that, of those reductions. And I can tell you, for me and my leadership team, it's probably the toughest year we've ever had to go through some of those deep budget cuts.
All right, well, thank you for the answer. Let's jump to the second part of my question. So, what do you see as the role of an at-large council member in maintaining a unified city council?
Well, I think, not being beholden to all of Pasco and not a particular district, trying to think across the differences in different equities and different districts and be the voice of, one of the things I always think about is whether it's across political differences or any sort of differences, is we don't spend enough time just talking to each other and hearing each other out. And so spending more time trying to encourage conversations. I had a conversation recently with one of my direct reports who is not the same side of the political spectrum as I am. And he and I sat down, went out to a happy hour, and what we talked about is, what I found is my biases about where I thought he would be on certain positions were completely wrong. And when we sat down and talked about it, we actually found more things that we had in common than differences. And I think at the city or county or state or federal level, when we talk about the differences and how to unify ourselves, it's just taking the time to say, wow, I thought you'd have this position and I just learned that you don't, and why. And I think that's important to us because I think we don't, with social media and the polarization that's going on in our country, I just don't think we take enough time to just talk to each other and hear each other anymore.
All right, well, thank you for that answer. I appreciate it. Let's jump to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. Why are you the right choice? Why are you the right choice to serve the residents of Pasco as an at-large city council member?
So I think part of it's all about service to me. I think I retired from 27 years in the Air Force, service to my country. I think that I served the last 5 or 6 years on the Planning Commission just because I want to serve my city. And I was a transplant in 2017. Got a part of some different great organizations like Leadership Tri-Cities. Craig Mahoney, former councilman, talked me into joining the Planning Commission or applying to the Planning Commission. And it was just a way of, when you have been given much, there's a responsibility to serve and give back. As an executive at one of the largest employers in Washington, Eastern Washington, and the largest employer in Tri-Cities, I have an obligation and a responsibility to give back to the community and to support the community. And so I see this as just an extension. I see this as, you know, kind of a transition or next step from my service on the Planning Commission and just more overall. I think it makes me a better, well-rounded person, that I'm not just, it's not just Jerry, the job at PNNL, it's Jerry who has more facets to him in terms of service. So that's the way I look at it.
All right, well, thank you for that. So let's jump to Councilman Hernandez.
Hello, good night. Good evening. Pasco is growing rapidly. What opportunities and challenges do you believe this growth represents?
So I think I alluded to some of there earlier, is that, you know, we have a lot of demands and pressures on us to like provide the right mix of affordable housing, provide the right mix of commercial zoning and businesses. We have citizens that want things. We have developers that want things. We have to be responsible to our budget. A lot of that growth requires investments in infrastructure. And so how do we fund those investments in infrastructure without either burdening, you know, it's that balance I talked about in an earlier question is, you know, how do we make sure that the balance across the burden that we put on taxpayers and citizens versus developers, you know, how do we balance that out? And because I don't believe, you know, that growth is going to creates a lot of budget challenges. It creates a lot of other challenges. How do we actually make sure everybody has their equities and they're supporting? I think one of the biggest problems with our growth is the infrastructure demands it's putting on the city, with whether it's water, sewer, power, whatever. Being able to build out that infrastructure to bring it to where those developers need to grow for the housing. And how much should the developers take on that burden versus the homeowners that buy the homes versus the taxpayers? And I think our taxpayers are taking on a good enough burden as it is. And so it's how do you balance that out with making sure that other folks have that responsibility to invest in that? So that's one element of the growth that I think is probably the most contentious and challenging area of our growth, is just that, you know, building infrastructure, housing, affordable housing, all that. So.
All right, well, thank you for that. You are done with the interview questions.
Okay, thank you.
Much appreciated. Before we adjourn, did you have any questions for us?
No, I just appreciate the opportunity and the time you've taken to go through this process. I think you have a great slate of candidates, so I'm happy with whatever choice you make. So.
All right, well, thank you for that. Yes, I think there's some amazing answers. It was definitely unique hearing it from all different points of view. Again, phenomenal answers. I don't know if we're going to jump to an exec session. I don't know how we're going to get this done, but we're all a smart group of people, and I can't wait to hear the discussions. So 7A is to evaluate the qualifications of a candidate for appointment to executive office per RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H. I think we need 20 minutes. I'll probably have to do an extension. I know we are up against the next meeting, but we do want to get this right. So I do want to hear every councilman. And again, we'll definitely decide as a council who is the next person. It's not just me, it's the whole council. And I appreciate everybody's advice. And again, I very much appreciate everybody coming here. Again, phenomenal answers. By far, I think the best I've ever heard in my life. So thank you. And with that, it is 5:51, and we'll be back at 6:11 if everything goes right. We are almost done. We're going to need about 5 more minutes, so it should be at 6. Let's do it 6:17. I don't know. Our clocks and that clock are different, so let's do 6:17. All right, as I said, the clock back there, I think it's about a minute different. It's been a clock back here, but we'll get that squared away. We are back from exec session, and I'd definitely say a lot of lively conversation. Definitely, this is not an easy choice. It definitely, again, everybody phenomenally qualified, phenomenally great questions, great answers. Yes, again, very hard choice. Definitely say the council, it was not easy. We definitely want to do what's best for the city of Pasco. And with that, I'm going to ask Councilman Perales to make a motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to appoint Abel Campos for the at-large position for the city of Pasco.
Second.
We got a motion by Councilman Perales. We got a second by Councilwoman Barajas. So let's do a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta.
No.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
No.
And Mayor Milne.
I'd say yes.
And it passes 4-2.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. Thank you. All right. So we now have the oath of office for our council member and Pasco Municipal Court Judge.
Mayor, if we could get Councilmember Perales down as well.
Okay.
Campos, if you'll raise your right hand, please. And then repeat after me. I, Abel Campos.
I, Abel Campos,
Do solemnly swear.
do solemnly swear
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
The Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
And all local ordinances.
and all local ordinances,
And that I will faithfully.
and that I will faithfully
And impartially.
and impartially
Perform and discharge.
and discharge
The duties of the office.
the duties of the office
Of council member at large, position 7.
of Councilman at Large, Position 7,
For the city of Pasco.
for the state of Pasco,
According to the law.
according to the law,
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability,
So help me God.
so help me God.
I, Leo Perales.
I, Leo Perales.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America.
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America,
The Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington,
And all local ordinances.
and all local ordinances,
And that I will faithfully and impartially.
and that I will faithfully and impartially
Perform and discharge.
perform and discharge
The duties of the office.
the duties of the office
Of council member.
of council member,
Tell me what position.
District 3.
District 3 for the city of Pasco. According to the law.
According to the law,
To the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability,
So help me God.
so help me God.
Do you want to get a quick picture with the two councilmen and myself? Want to get up here, Greg? Sure.
Can we stand behind you?
Yeah. You have the rest of the council behind
Can I join you?
Morales and Nicholas will get you one on each side here. And on the opposite side here, and then we'll have the council behind us.
Oh, sorry.
Perfect. 3, 2, 1.
Those are the most important ones.
Thank you. You come take your seat, would be appreciated. All right, you got municipal judge.
I'm gonna make you stand here, but I want to say something. You know, I came to Pasco 36 years ago, and Pasco's been very near to my heart. I've been the judge for the last 8 years. It's been an honor to serve in that position, and it's an honor to pass this to you, Carlos. So, I, Carlos D. Viral, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution and the laws of the state of Washington, and all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Judge of the Municipal Court of the City of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
All right, well, with that, we are going to adjourn the special meeting, and we're going to roll into, what's that? We're going right here. All right, so with that, let you guys do your signing and everything, and we're going to adjourn the special meeting. And with that, I'm going to open another special workshop meeting, and we've already done a roll call and everything, so. You want a 5-minute break? Okay, well, I guess we're gonna take a 5-minute break. Didn't see that coming. Right now it's 6:27, and we'll be back at 6:32.
They're gonna come from upstairs and we'll reset up down here.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I was saying. I don't even know what's happening here. So. Oh.
Hey man, how's it going?
Yeah, once I saw that.
existing building, we don't put money for the operations of it, but the city has largely funded.
So are we ready to get this started? No, Hernandez is a minute late, but let's start off. So, let's start off with the introductions.
Sounds good. Yes, we'll do introductions. Brianna Murray, the city's contract lobbyist.
Curtis King, State Senator out of the 14th Legislative District. Glad to be here.
Thank you.
Stephanie Barnard from Pasco, representing the 8th in the House of Representatives.
The man with no name tag. It's supposed to be Senator Dozier, but I'm filling in for him. Represent Mark.
April Connors from the 8th.
Matt Finke from the 8th. Thanks for hosting us.
Oh, me too. Blanche Barajas, District 1.
Joe Cotta, District 4.
Oh, we don't need to press a button.
Yeah.
Charles Griff, District 2.
David Milne, District 5.
Calista Hernandez, District 6.
Abel Campos at large.
Leo Morales, District 3.
All right. So, this is on our agenda. We're going to talk about Regional Police Training Academy. Is that how we're starting off first?
We do have our city manager to take forward from everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks everyone for being here. That's sorry for the curveball. Council had an important decision here, filling a seat, and they wanted to take the time to make sure they got that right. So, welcome Mr. Abel to the council. First and foremost, I just wanted to, again, thank you for taking the time. We know that you're gearing up and you're probably in high demand, getting ready for a legislative session here for the next few months, starting next week. So thank you for taking the time to come listen to us. And particularly thank you to those that came to the tour here a couple months ago and getting settled in. I've been here almost 4 months now at this point, so we're getting there. Maybe I take the new name tag off. Again, thank you for investing your time and representing Pasco. We do have a series of issues that we want to talk about this evening. And first and foremost, though, is we want to make sure that we have an open line of communication and partnership through the legislative session so that you know who you can call and contact and use us as a subject matter experts on issues and what those impacts may be for Pasco, positive or negative, as you're working through the legislative session. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Brianna, and we will resume going through the topics that we have, including starting with the Police Academy, and then we'll talk about some of our other items that are on the agenda as well. So.
All right. Thank you for that. Did you want to talk first? I know I had some things up there.
No, I think if you want to kick us off with the Regional Police Training Academy, that would be great. We'll just work through the top 4 items on the agenda, and then the legislators in your guys' extended time received a staff briefing on the other items. So we'll just focus on those 4.
Well, again, I do appreciate everybody being here, taking time out of their busy schedule to attend our Pasco City Council meeting. So, yeah, we'd like to upgrade the basic law enforcement academy to meet the growing regional training needs and modern policing standards. A number of proposed improvements have been put forward, including security fencing, restroom renovations, and a new portable classroom with space for 35 students, all of which will enhance the quality of instruction. With contribution from the state, these upgrades will allow the campus to host additional CJTC classes and support mandated training programs. And with that, I need to turn it over to Deputy Police Chief Cook.
Thank you.
A little more detail there, so thank you.
Okay, so Pasco Academy has had 6 classes run through. It has been absolutely a game changer for our communities in southeastern Washington. We have been able to graduate 167 students from that academy. It is the first regional academy that has been put together in the state. Out of the 167, Pasco itself has had 21 students graduate to become police officers. The communities
who are partnered with us, Richland, Kennewick, West Richland, Benton County, Franklin County, all have assisted us in pulling off this instruction. They are also benefiting from the students that are graduating out of this academy. The building itself is in need of some help. The classroom size is right at the minimum. We would like to increase that up a little bit. The restroom facilities need remodeling to make it much more sanitary and cleaner for the students that we have down there, which will help their learning environment. And the fencing that needs to happen will help them utilize the outside area that they already are using to train reality-based training. And so that ask is for the capital funding is for $972,000. Do you have any questions? Yes.
The partners that you talked about, how do they contribute to the operation and to the building and so forth?
The instruction that happens down there is done by all of the agencies that are partnered with us. So they are out doing police work and then bringing their expertise into that classroom, new people to learn from the people who are actually doing that job. They are all the instructors are brought in to do that.
Do they contribute anything to the building and the maintenance of that building, or?
So the state is doing the maintenance and the contract part of that piece.
Very good.
And then the instruction is also reimbursed.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, my son's a police officer, and he went through the Spokane Academy, which is a really nice large facility. And I was really excited when this one was put together. But I was looking at it at the time, where's the growth? Where could we, and is this something, I'm seeing the number here, which would help remodel, which add on, but for even future growth, for 20 years down the road, is there a plan for that? Because I foresee that, it's such a popular academy here.
It is a very popular
Is there something
academy.
we need to look even further?
I think Chief Roski has his mind and view.
He's got
upwards.
some- he does. Yep.
Absolutely, for the growth that needs to happen in this region. I think right now our focus is to get us through the next 10 with a larger classroom and adding that classroom space, and then obviously improving the conditions.
Rep Clicker, what I just heard you ask is whether we could add a couple zeros to our request.
Maybe not this year. I don't know what's going on in the house.
You're
but
really
not
strategic on that.
In all seriousness, I know that, and what I've advised the city is, I know that it's a supplemental capital budget year, and this is a rather large request for it being a supplemental capital budget year. But my hope is that because it benefits and touches on so many different legislative districts, that it can really be a regional investment.
Yes.
And I will just note that at this meeting each year, when Representative Rood has attended, he's really asked for us to identify a regional request. And so this year we listened to his advice.
Perfect.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
I don't have a question, but I want to make an additional comment if I can.
Yep.
You were talking about your son going all the way to Spokane,
Yes.
to the academy. And that's the same for many, either Marysville or Spokane. Having to travel, having to stay away from families. And when we brought this one here in Pasco, it brought a lot of people here, closer to home or within at least travel distance,
Oh, in a
right?
big way. It
And so
was wonderful bringing
the
this in.
additional funding, or if you want to add more zeros, would actually make it to where we can invite more people and stay local and bring those local candidates that want to be a police officer. But again, bringing that feasibility to more local. We got Walla Walla, as far as Yakima. Anyone that doesn't want to travel so far can come here. So we do need to fix our building. I'm sure you've seen it, to where we can accommodate more candidates.
Are there more candidates? I mean, would there be more
Yes.
interested, and what does the waiting list look like? Is it long?
I don't know what the waiting list looks like.
But what I do know is that the classes are filling up. And I do know that at least a couple of students had to go to Spokane at the last time. So we still have some room to grow. We are really limited right now by the classroom size.
Are we, how is your recruitment now? Where is Pasco at? Are you full? Are you down 20 officers?
We're up where we need to be right
You
now.
are, okay.
We have some openings, but our candidate pool seems to be good, which is, I also see regionally. So I think we're doing okay. We're still asking our people and advertising and doing all that and trying to get the best of our communities to represent their community. But I think we're doing okay.
So I could share, statewide, we're not.
Yeah, we're not
We still have some holes. A lot of big cities still need some help. So we want to put out that infrastructure, and this is a big piece of that statewide effort. And then you guys leading and showing a model for the rest of the state definitely helps us out. So
Absolutely, and keeping our people, our community that
Yeah.
is here, being students here, that has been a game changer. I know that we have employees that are working for us who would not go into this line of work if they had to leave their family for that training period.
Those numbers would really help too.
Well, and especially with FIFA coming up, and that's what we have in place, because we have a big surge getting ready to come at us, and they're looking for the Tri-Cities to help out with a lot of that on the global stage, so.
And it's on our radar.
Okay.
And we won't forget the future. Our eyes are up on that.
Well, I see those zeros adding up, so.
There you go.
Maybe not.
We're a fan zone, so.
Yeah.
So if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out to me.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Now I'm going to turn over to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm to discuss the next request.
Well, good evening, senators and representatives. Speaking of a lot of zeros, while we're on that discussion, that I've met with many of you in your own offices, in buses.
This is odd, it's coming from you, because we've never heard from you before.
Exactly. So I'm back to talk about the Road 76 overpass, and I want to keep this in front of you. Pasco, we pulled some data off of smartassets.com, and they're saying we're the 8th fastest growing city in the entire United States, not just the left coast, but the entire United States. And so, you know, we need help here, you guys. This is the 3rd largest metropolitan area in the entire state, and at Burden and Road 68 right off of there, just basically the first stoplight off the interchange, that is the busiest intersection in the 3rd largest metropolitan area in the state. It's jammed, it's crammed, people don't even want to go there, and so this project would alleviate a lot of that congestion. You know, it would put the neighborhood traffic onto Road 76. It's our Dupertail Bridge that you so graciously allocated for Richland a couple of years ago, that takes the neighborhood traffic off of the interchange and connects the commerce area and the residential area. This project has been ranked in the top 6 by the Walla Walla Tri-Cities Good Roads Association. It's also on the Ben Franklin Council of Governments, top 6, and we have fought really hard. Thank you, Senator Binky, for telling me to go get them, and we've done it. It's there, and because of, you know, some of your advocacy and talking to the rest, or I guess your advocacy and pointing me in the right direction, you know, and just about everybody's hard work, we're able to, you know, get that $3.76 million block community grant that April Connors just happened to hear about at the very last minute. Thank you, Senator, for coming by for the big check presentation last year and was a part of that also. But that means we still need $30 million. So, you know, that $3.76 million is going to go to right-of-way acquisition. It's going to go to the planning of it, but it's still $30 million for the interchange. And I know tomorrow, look, you guys, we're going to turn around and do this tomorrow. I don't want to take any of the thunder away from, you know, what's going to happen at the Hapo Center tomorrow. But this is really a part of the same discussion. And I think the Tri-City Herald editorial board got it right this weekend when they said the community has watched a local road transform into a high-speed industrial freight corridor whose safety and infrastructure is stuck in the past century. And so, you know, that's where a lot of this is. Pasco's, we're one of those cities. I was born and raised in the Olympia area. I-5 came through and split Tumwater, where I went to high school, right in two. I mean, you guys are there. It's the same thing here. It has split. And so this would really help reconnect Pasco, that Road 76 interchange. So would really, really appreciate your help in continuing to support this. I know it's a off-budget year. I mean, I see the looks down there, but you know what? The citizens have, challenged me to keep it in front of you, so
Yes.
that's my job.
I think you're preaching to the choir.
Yes.
Here, we all want it. It's just a matter of, there's the dollars. Are they there? Are they available?
Our transportation guru down
Don't count on it in '26.
Well, that's good. The construction funds will be ready to spend in '28.
I saw that. We anticipate, knock on wood, that there will be substantial funding available. Not that we don't have a lot of needs, but in 27, we anticipate that if the 1/10 of 1% sales tax stays in, that they don't back out of that deal. If they pay us the $600 million that we loaned the operating budget, but we anticipate with the taxes that we passed in our transportation budget that 2027 should give us a chance to do some of the things that we've been putting off. So.
Appreciate that. That's great news. Yep, can't happen fast enough for those of us here, but thank you so much.
And the procedures and format it's changed now, so it's going to be a lot more like the capital budget where you submit a request for a project. So that will be, and I don't know how that will go, but I think it'll, you tell us, Senator, but it will follow the same procedure as asking for a capital budget request. So it will, you can prepare and we can get you the information, a packet, you just fill it out, it's kind of a questionnaire, couple of pages, and you just you kind of sell us on that. Not us, we already want it.
Right.
So that will be a little bit different than it has been in the past.
Appreciate that. And just like the police academy there, as it touches multiple districts, I-82 also, splits, and because of it splitting the city, touches multiple districts. So hoping to get, just as much advocacy and support across.
Do you believe you'd be ready to start construction in '28?
She's nodding yes. If she's nodding yes, we can do it.
She would make it happen.
We do have really our public works department. We have the design and right-of-way funding, so we appreciate that money very much, and so that gets us off the ground. We'll be working on that and spending those funds to essentially outline what exactly the construction cost will be and all of the design elements of the overpass itself. So we'll be ready to spend the money by 2028.
And I would say, don't forget to bug a West Richland mayor who's also the AWC president. Because they're giving us their legislative priorities as part of the city's county's champion caucus. And so we just had a meeting this afternoon with them, and it wasn't on the list. So I asked them.
I will do
That's
just
a
that,
hint.
sir.
You will have a meeting. When you come up to Olympia, meet with them, not with us. We'd love to see you guys, of course. But spend your time going after that targeted audience, and that would definitely help.
And you had mentioned the 395 situation. And understandable, but the thing is even though there's a lot of things that are related to those, we have to look at things. What you're looking at is short-term, long-term issues, but you're already ahead on looking at the long-term advantage. Right now, with 395 and those intersections there, in our meeting on Wednesday is going to address. We need to deal with long-term issues. How do we get there? We don't even have the planning, acquisition, or anything else. So we're going to really concentrate on short term. We have to. So even though they kind of work back and forth together and understandable, I think it's something we, as you were saying, we'd like to break ground on, in 28. We just can't let this deter us from doing that.
Representative Clicker, I could not have made a better segue myself to the next thing I want to bring up is the US 12 and A Street, because it is that type of intersection like Foster Wells and 395 that begins that's still within the city of Pasco, and I like how this was put here. It's a $3 million request to analyze that interchange. And this comprehensive study will identify safety hazards, including recent serious injury and fatal crashes, develop conceptual alternatives, reconfigure the corridor, complete planning level cost estimates, and conduct stakeholder engagement with freight carriers, nearby industries, and residents. Couple good things going on already. You have helped us already, Representative Clicker, with your, just support for it, seeing the need, driving through that corridor yourself, knowing that we have fatalities there, knowing we have serious injury accidents. And the good news, Amazon, though when I met with them when they first opened up, they weren't ready to write a check. They're, obviously willing to add their signature in, support of whatever, and maybe, that does turn around into, some kind of monies or whatever, but I know there's a lot of support for that also, and just like those intersections going up north out of Pasco, that one is in serious need.
So what's unfortunate about that is last 3 years ago, when I put the request in for that one, is $1.5 million. It's doubled since then. And that's what's frustrating, because it went all the way through transportation, through both houses, and the governor pulled that one out. Line item vetoed that one.
I wasn't aware of that. Well, thank
So,
you.
Which is illegal, by the way.
Yeah, but he did it anyway.
Not gonna
I
say
remember
anymore.
how ticked off you were.
So what is the total cost of that? Anybody have an estimate of what they think it's gonna cost?
Well, it's 3.67 million for the, just for the study, or 3 million even. I confused it with the other one. 3 million for the planning, up from, $1.5 million when Representative Clicker submitted it last time. So yes, 3 million for the A Street, US 12 study.
Any estimate as to what the
Well,
actual
it depends
project?
what, the study says, do we need a roundabout? Do we need an overpass? I don't know. I would then turn to the real experts over there.
So what we're asking for, and I actually have a traffic engineer there, what we're asking for is an assessment of what could be most cost effective. Because we do not know right now if it's an interchange and what kind, what type, so we need to look at all of the alternatives and see if there's a cost-effective way of reducing fatalities and crash and all of that in this area, and also anticipating all of the industrial growth that is going to happen in that area. That, as you see, Amazon, there's others that are slated to open or have recently opened. So we're looking to kind of do all of that study and figure out what makes most sense.
So this is a state facility, so it's managed by WashDOT, and this is what WashDOT indicated the first step was to addressing the safety issues that.
My only concern is, you can do the study, and by the time you get the study done, the monies that are there now will have all been allocated. And if history repeats itself, things go in cycles, and so it's, you may have the study done, but it may be 4 years before we have another pot of money to draw from. That's my concern. I have a question on 76 overpass. You referenced that you got a block grant and that there's a $1 million match from the city. Is the city putting any other monies into that project beyond the 30 million?
We've been doing some conceptual design work with internal funds, but right now that $1 million cost share required by the federal grant is the only money that we're putting in right now.
Okay, just wondered, because that'll be a question that will be asked.
Well, I was going to say that's where the BFCOG should step in and support, because it's the area regional efforts that all the public works get together, and they have that due diligence and the planning between all of them, so that helps a lot.
And that project is on the
one of the top.
BFCOGs. It's not on the Good Roads Association,
It's on
but
the
it's on the COGS list. And just one more thing, one of the reasons we're having the problems just going north at Foster Wells, which isn't even part of this conversation, or really where you're even getting to Wednesday, it's that mixture of freight traffic and, just commuter traffic at the high rate of speeds that is really what is dangerous. And you guys, I did a traffic study not too or about a decade ago, and at the Meese interchange at State Route 17 and US 395 right there, believe it or not, almost as much traffic goes through there as Biggs Junction. Within like 10% when I looked at that a few years ago or whatever. And so think about, yeah, just the overpass, the infrastructure and all that. And then we are putting all of that much traffic on all of these, as the editorial board putting on these highways, stuck in last century. And that includes the US 12 A Street interchange, because it is that type of intersection also. So thank you. I guess that's what I want to tell you guys. I appreciate all your work. Thank you.
May I add one piece of information to that? Something unique about this location, and I had the opportunity to speak to the JTC a few months ago about this topic, so I've studied up on it. But something unusual about this intersection is we do have, as you said, the single passenger vehicles along with the big trucks. We also have an interesting weather phenomena at play with the bridge and the river right there. So there's often there is fog that doesn't necessarily go other places. So I think doing a study here, we will be able to take those factors into account as well to be able to make something that's safe for all the different people who are using it. So thank you for allowing me.
No, that's a great point. It's right at the confluence of two of the largest rivers, in the Western Hemisphere going to the West Coast.
And it's amazing because the bridge has right there on the Franklin County side, the intersections are right there, right after the bridge. And so that really creates a little bit of difficulty as well.
So is this list in order of priority? Because to me, the third one is more about safety. Road 76, probably safety too, but are these in order of your priorities? Like, is number one is the police training academy, or are they not ranked in order of top priority? Because we're not going to get all of these.
That was kind of my question.
I think they're not ranked in order, but they are sort of each unique. Like we only have the one capital funding request. Road 76 is a very large dollar amount transportation request that I think relies on significant funding becoming more available. Whereas the traffic study, I think our thought is a smaller dollar amount that we could maybe make progress on more immediately. So trying to create a mix of different requests for different opportunities.
Do you think that we should converse with each other and give you guys kind of a ranking? Or is that, Brianna, you can jump in if you think that's appropriate.
My question, and Senator King, you may different than what I think, but when you have Road 76 and 12A Street, Tank Farm Road, so you need the design really kind of for both of them anyway. So and we don't know how much it's going to cost for the Highway 12 one. So I guess my question would be, if you would rather have, your drivers on that, which one, if there was a choice between the two. And I'm not trying to pin them against each other. Am I out of line on that, Senator?
Well, I think the challenge is how much money is available.
Yep.
Right.
That's where you want the flexibility.
If you can get $30 million and do a project, you're better off to get the $30 million.
Yeah.
To say that you're going to go after the study for $3 or $4 million and bypass what may be out there to do Road 76.
And it's safety,
a higher
look at the
priority.
safety of
Type of funds.
Exactly.
Well, you want flexibility on it, and then if we have the opportunities between the different funds, then we can go after it, so.
The nice thing about this is that it's a variety of different numbers.
Yep.
Because you never know when the opportunity opens the door and, the story I would give you, we finished a budget one year, thought it was done. The staff came in and said, we double booked a $20 million project.
Exactly.
So all of a sudden we had $20 million. I was going to say to play with, but it's, now you divide that between
the members. 4
different groups and it doesn't give you a lot of money, but, it would have done the study as an example. You never know when those opportunities are going to arise. And the nice thing about having, a low to higher gives you that option because you usually have a day or less to make those decisions.
Yes, one,
If
to be
you're sitting
prepared to
on
go
the
into
committee.
that, so when the door opens up, what happened with ours a couple years ago, you guys remember TriTech? Because it did multiple, almost 5 legislative districts, that got a higher priority. Because we had our ducks in a row, we had all 5 together. We've had the meetings with you guys to prep the battlefields, we call it. So when that door opened up, we all went after it. And so when that went into caucus, it went into debates, that was a no-brainer. Everybody said, we need to get 75 million for the Tri-Cities. And it did it. And it's because of the work we're doing tonight and the work your staff is doing for us that helps us out to get those wins. And like Senator King said, when that opportunity came up, nobody else in the state could show 5 different districts coming together to go after one project. And we've done it before, so we could do it again.
Representative Barnard, I'd also say in developing this legislative agenda, I have worked with council and staff in helping on the other side, on their side, understand the limited funding opportunities
Right.
that are available this session. I don't think there is an expectation on part of the city that every single one of these be funded this session.
No, I know. And the one thing I do want council to know is that Brianna Murray is really, really highly respected in Olympia. Sharp, she sees all sides of it. She knows what's out there and kind of directs, and so if there is an opportunity, she will hone in on that and make sure all of us know. So you've got a great lobbyist, so I just
Yeah, she's.
Thank you. I wasn't asking for
I
that.
know, she wasn't fishing, but she's really good.
The sheet, Brianna, that you guys are asking for one capital request. It's
Correct.
just one request,
Right.
and it's for the regional training. So,
Yeah.
and then the other 2, we're gonna have a couple transpo and.
A couple
Yeah, correct,
transpo,
yeah.
and then if we want to move to the last request, it's a longer term need that we're going to have that's more focused on the overarching grant programs, but I'll let council member explain.
Thank you, Brianna. We're going to talk about water. So we wanted to seek some funding for the Butterfield Water Treatment Plant improvements. So this is the 4th item on our agenda, originally built in 1946 with updates made between 1958 and 1999. The facility is now outdated and facing serious challenges. It can no longer meet future demand or efficiently treat certain harmful substances like cyanotoxins, which are becoming more common in our water sources. To protect public health and ensure a safe, reliable water supply for our growing community, the city must upgrade the plant. These improvements will modernize the treatment process, increase capacity, and add advanced treatment methods like pre-ozonation to better remove contaminants. Without outside funding, the cost of this project will fall entirely on our residents through utility rate increases. Current projections show that water rates will nearly double in the next 4 years to cover the cost. The total cost of upgrading the plant is between $220 and $260 million. The city is requesting $80 million in low-interest loans, grants, and other sources to start the design and construction of this critical infrastructure while reducing significant impact to vulnerable ratepayers. This next session, we would ask that you ensure that those grant programs are not cut. Thank you.
Brianna,
Yeah.
is there, we were just side chatting over here, because of the water problems, the water issues, the treatment process, do you think it'd be possible to put this into a Climate Commitment Act budget? Drop value?
I will check.
Because that could be a way for us to.
There's a
Put
lot of,
CCA right
You
there.
did too, yeah, you did too.
there's a lot of requests on that.
I
and
know
we were
that,
chatting
so
about some of
on
that.
the water banking one, I think absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
I will check on the water treatment
Yeah,
request.
we're pushing a couple, I got a bill that's set up to do more flexibility within the CCA, but it goes after accountability, because one of our biggest fights is where this money is going, so we can have more accountability on where it goes into these funds than how it executes. We've had an issue with fraud and additional fund, not even a month ago, that it's not actually getting out to get to the concerns of the individuals and the communities. So there's another one that will highlight that piece that shows if we do this, it's going to impact everything that you mentioned. We've had problems with PFAS in Yakima. We've had problems with PFAS in Airway Heights, a lot of other places around the state. So water's a big issue. It always will be. We want to help. I think we got a good opportunity here with CCA, so, yeah.
Well, it's maybe not all of our favorite program. The money, the dollars are there now, and so if we can use them in our community, then.
And they're not gonna it's not gonna be as robust as it has been in the past. And it's gonna continue to drop, but it's still there. There's still some money.
Is there a number you're looking for the Butterfield treatment plant?
$80 million. I mean, we're looking for low interest loans, those don't get cut, essentially.
Yeah, so I think the main ask here is, in recent legislative sessions, we've seen proposals to significantly reduce funding to the Public Works Assistance account or the Drinking Water Revolving account. And those are the two accounts we would be leaning on to fund the plant. If you would like us to develop a more specific request for more like a local and community project, we
I
could.
don't know much about the Public Works Trust Fund other than trying to read it once in a while.
They're gonna try again.
You know,
Just
do they, is that where the loans would come
Yeah.
from?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, and so
All right. The way I read that, I wasn't sure.
oftentimes there's a $10+ million loan made out of
Yeah.
the Public Works Assistance account and
Gotcha.
or the Drinking Water Revolving account. And the more that those accounts are reduced at the state level, the harder it is for the city to compete to receive those funds.
Got it. Thank you.
That's all I had. It said pause and for questions and discussion, so thank you.
You wrote that down?
And Mayor, legislators received a staff briefing on the rest of the subject areas, if we want to switch to hearing about what our legislators are working on.
Okay, last part is legislator comments, so if we get just want to go down, maybe just Matt Binky and.
Sure. Kick it off first. Thanks for having us tonight, because like I said earlier, it matters when we hear from the people, and it matters to bringing that voice to the state and really gathering that support for multiple districts that have bigger say. And you mentioned third largest. We've been hearing closing in on second, how fast we're growing and the impacts that means. Sharing that voice throughout. So any opportunity you can, you guys multiple have heard me this, volunteer to serve on some of the state boards. That helps. It helps when it's, whether it's Association of Washington Business, Public Works Trust Fund, these things that you say as additional duties on city councils coming from that same area. It matters when we're up there fighting for a lot of this, because the staff work is done here at the city. We can't thank the city manager. I know he's been here a long time, 4 months, but he's doing a great job hitting the ground running and really adapting what the issues are. But bringing that together in the regional efforts helps us fight for those dollars when we go up there and get that done. So no, we'll be supporting you, as you know, being ranking on energy and environment technology, the water. I just spent about 2 days with the oil pipeline up near SeaTac and how that was found in a farmer's field. So we're trying to work to protect the environment, to protect ag, to use technology to where we can get our pipelines up to speed and make sure we're monitoring everything. So water's a big issue. Make sure we get that out, as well as reservoirs, so we don't have any drought situations for the next couple of years as well. Working with some of those areas, flexibility on the CCA funds, and really the accountability, so where those funds are coming down to the cities, you're actually seeing it, you're getting it, and you're doing it in a timely manner. Some of the other stuff is not as sexy because it's really going into processing. So when that gets to an agency, that funds are available sooner, faster, better. So when these high-speed, low-drag individuals who are on the staffs actually do requests, you get the grants, and all that sexy work of government churn happens, it actually gets to the city, and you guys can execute that funds in a timely manner so we can make sure we execute what we should be doing. So, no, but thanks again for tonight. I appreciate the time.
Yeah. Thanks for having us. I don't want to be doom and gloom, but we just got back from committee days last week, and so it's when we all travel over before session. We spend 2 days there. We go back to our committees, and then we kind of get a little bit of a preview of what could be coming down the line on some of them. I sit on appropriations, so there was a lot of talk about the state budget and where it's at and what could possibly happen this year, and the need to raise revenue, even though the governor said he's not going to do new taxes. The legislature, the House and the Senate have a large appetite for increasing taxes this year. So after we did our committee days, we also then went and had our caucus retreat, where we talked about things that would be coming up. What I'm hearing from you guys tonight, especially from Brianna before we came out here, is on housing mandates, hold the line, don't add anything else to you guys' 2026 comprehensive plan. We will do our best to do that. There is a couple of bills coming out of the Housing Committee that are priorities of the Majority Caucus, and so we'll do our best to see what we can do to hold those. I do have concerns. One of the things we talked about at our caucus retreat was the potential to raid the Public Works account to help cover the budget. That's the money you're going to need for things like the treatment plants. Also super concerned about raising taxes on business again, and driving out some of our amazing businesses in Washington State. I think they said homeowners leaving Washington State every 30 minutes right now, and so we don't need more people to leave. And then there'll also be some public safety bills we're going to have to try to hold the line on to keep accountability. And so I definitely, but I would just make a moment of AWC is great. Brianna is your person. AWC's priorities don't always meet Pasco's priorities. So please make sure when you're looking at AWC's priority list, and we see yours on here, that we usually know, but let us know when your priorities are not in line with what AWC is doing. That's important to us. So.
I don't have a lot to say. First of all, I want to thank you for the tour you gave us this last year. I would really welcome the opportunity to do that again every year. I think it's huge, because when you throw out these priorities, we get a chance to see what we're talking about. And I've been in Pasco. My grandparents, I grew up here basically because my grandparents lived here, and so I was here all the time, and watching the growth and watching to see how Pasco is growing and seeing that, the whole Tri-Cities, it's really, it's pretty amazing. And I want to see this continue. But we are going to see, unfortunately, we've had the state's had a big appetite, and we've fed our appetite for the last number of years, and now we're going to be on a diet, sadly. And so we're going to have to pick and choose some of the things that they're going to be afforded to us in our local governments. I am ranking member of the local government committee in the House, and I invite you to come when we're in session, to come and visit with us. Anything that you want to lobby, get a hold of Brianna, and she is, as Stephanie said, man, she's phenomenal. You have a great lobbyist for you, and so I hand it to her for everything she's done. So thank you, and look forward to this next year.
So Rep. Clicker mentioned diet, and I don't like diets, but but I, as a single mom, I have 6 grown children. I don't make a lot of money. Right now, affordability is huge, not just for me and my family, but I think for everyone. We're all struggling to make ends meet. I don't think anyone hasn't been touched by that. And just passing the largest tax package in state history, and then to talk about an income tax for the state of Washington, to talk about a head tax, and we are continuing to go down this socialist road that does not lead to prosperity. You cannot tax yourself into prosperity. It is not possible. So one of the things that I've been working on is tax incentive, any kind of tax incentives that I can think of, just so that we can get a little bit of relief for some people. I have a vet adapted housing tax that sunsets, and I'm just trying to get it so it doesn't sunset. Just little things like that may have a huge impact on our veterans, or the Match Act, which is helping with matching, and you guys have helped immensely with that. But just trying to get some money for smaller communities that maybe rural or even frontier counties that have never really had an opportunity to get federal dollars, But there is money available. There are federal grant dollars available, and we are doing a terrible job at trying to pull down some of those federal dollars. I think we're 52nd out of 54. That's 50 states plus 4 territories. I mean, we're doing a terrible job of taking advantage of the grants that the Trump administration has put out there. We need to do a better job of that, and this Match Act would do just that. We have targeted urban area tax exemption for that. This is my 3rd year trying to get this passed, but it's a tax exemption extension for large projects, especially those that have oversight from the NRC, which is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So we have an opportunity to lower. I know that everyone says nuclear is so expensive, but if we can get the second of its kind, we're fast followers of Texas right now, where they have the ARDP project that the government spent $1.5 billion on. We are going to be a fast follower of that with our X-Energy SMR. And if we can pass a state strategy for advanced nuclear and potentially work with other states in some type of consortium to fill order books, we can drive down the cost of energy over time. You are seeing your rates going up exponentially. I think 30% locally, 40% statewide. We're doing everything we can. I know locally because I've talked to Franklin County PUD and Benton County PUD. They do a great job of trying to keep the rates really low, but that is not going to be like that forever. And we have to continue. And here's where the diet thing. This is for me. This is where the diet thing comes in, where you have to spend some money in economic development to make money. I mean, you have to develop a tax base. So you can't completely go on a diet and just say we're not going to spend anything. You have to be very decisive and very intentional about what investments you are going to make that have the largest ROI. And so what are those going to be? What is going to give us the best return on investment? And how much are we going to have to spend to see that come back and to drive down prices and costs and make this community more affordable? Because we're hurting. And me too. I have to be careful. I have to look at my grocery list. I have to say, hey, do I really need Peacock and Amazon Prime and Netflix? No, I could probably just do with one of those. But that's what everyone's doing right now. We're all looking at our bottom line saying, how can I reduce overhead? We do need to do that. It's really important to go on a diet. We also have to invest some money in a good, strong economy. So that's hopefully what eventually I will succeed in doing, and all of us can reap the benefits of some of those things, some of those investments.
Okay. Don't know what to add, but I got a little here. So here we are. We passed an operating budget that was signed in May. Think about this. It was signed May 21st, I believe it was, by the governor. And here we are, we get to November, and that budget is $2 billion behind. 6 months of a new budget, and we're $2 billion. I expect that by January we'll be $3 billion behind. And why is that? It's because they passed $9 billion in new taxes on, you name it. If it moved, they taxed it. They added 3.6, I believe it is, billion dollars over 4 years so that cities and counties could increase sales tax. School districts could increase their taxations. And people are scared. They don't know what to expect. They don't know what's going to hit them. We're killing business because we're just saying to them, well, you have temporary employees, now you got to pay an additional tax. The school districts have to pay that tax, and they're screaming like a wild banshee. And I can guarantee you, when we go back this session, first thing we do is we're going to exclude the schools. Well, if it's bad for the schools, it's probably bad for business as well. But we're not going to do that. We're looking at couples and families leaving the state. Heritage Distillery is going to leave this state because of the taxes that we put on them in this last session. Lock, stock, and barrel, they're moving to Tennessee. Just going to pick up and move. I got a couple in Yakima that are moving to Arizona for 6 months and Idaho for the other. This is a very, I won't say very wealthy family, but a wealthy family that have been in this valley for all their life, and they're going to move because of the death tax that was added. I mean, it's amazing what we're doing to people. And as they said and talked about that, they're going to sell all the properties they own in the state of Washington because they said their advisors told them, you do not want to own anything in the state of Washington. So they're going to sell. They don't want to. Their other families are here. Their grandkids are here. But in order to maintain what they've earned and worked so hard for, they're going to move. And as they discussed it with other people, the other lawyer that was with them said, well, I'm doing that for 8 or 9 other families, just like you, in the Yakima Valley. And if that's what's happening in the Yakima Valley, you can imagine what's happening around the state. This is what we are doing, and this is what we've done. So I'm looking at, now change subjects here, but I'm looking at a bill. We have a liquor and cannabis board. It's 3 people. They're all appointed by the governor, good, bad, or indifferent. And it used to be that was the liquor board. And when cannabis became legal, we made it liquor and cannabis. So my bill, I'm going to look at breaking those 2 off. We're going to have instead of 3-member cannabis board, we're going to have a 5-member cannabis board. Instead of having a 3-member liquor board, we'll raise it to 5. But we can put it under the same administration. We might have to add a couple of people here and there, but we need to separate them so that they're more efficient, more effective. Because if the country ever legalizes marijuana, or cannabis, we're going to be left out in the cold because we have just taxed the heck out of it, and we will not be competitive. Our growers won't be competitive. Our retailers won't be competitive. Not that I'm a big cannabis person, but we rely on that to operate our budgets. If I could look at transportation for a minute, we have a 6-cent diesel tax that we added this last session that goes into effect in 2027. I'd like to repeal that back, because all that does is raise the price of every product you and I buy, and it is every product we buy. We need to change what we charge RVs. Right now, we have charged them $225 a year for an RV. That's what they pay in lieu of gas tax. We tried to raise it to $275 or $290, and the House wouldn't go along with us. We need to get rid of the 6 cents and add that back in so that the EVs are paying their fair share. We've got into the budget 0.1% of the sales tax in transportation. In the Senate, we had it at 0.3%, which is $2.4 billion a biennia. The House wouldn't go along with it. We ended up with 0.1. I'm afraid we may lose that, but I know it's not going to happen in this session, but next session, we need to get that back up to either 0.2 or 0.3 because we need that money. We raised all these taxes in transportation. We raised the gas tax 6 cents a gallon. We raised other fees and licenses. And what we did with that money is we covered all of our mega projects, most of which are on the west side, but we have ours over here as well. But we have to look at what we're going to do with some of that money that's coming in 2027. We said we had no money for transportation, we had no money for projects, but we ended up loaning the operating budget $600 million that we're going to get back supposedly in 2028. I don't know where that money came from, but we found it somewhere. We also donated $50 million to, I don't know who, but for transit for FIFA or FIFA. or I like to call it FIFA. But it's like, what do you gotta do? We're spending money where I don't think we're getting the bang for the buck back. Because if FIFA does what everybody expects it to do, it's gonna raise a lot of money. But guess what? None of that money goes to transportation. It all goes to the operating budget, if there is any. So we have our challenges, let me tell you. And they're not gonna get any smaller, and they're not gonna get any easier. But I would tell you, my door is always open. If you have a concern, if you have a request, don't be afraid to ask. Because I'll tell you, whether I can help you or I can't help you, it's pretty simple. But we're here to do what we can to improve Pasco and the cities around it. But it's going to be a challenge with what we want to do. I'll quit with, there was a representative that stood on the steps of the Capitol and announced that he wanted a tax added to anybody that made over $125,000. Just all of a sudden, we got to do this. Well, we got to do this. Trump isn't going to give us as much money, so we got to make it up somewhere. Do you ever think of maybe looking at how you're spending it? But that wasn't a thought. And the only good part about that is there were no other Democrats standing there behind him when he made the announcement. So we'll see where that goes. But this is what we're going to be faced with, is additional taxes that are going to want to be placed upon all of our citizens to make up for that $3 or $4 billion shortfall that has already occurred. And no real thought about the damage we're doing, not only to our businesses, but to each and every citizen in the state. But thank you for the opportunity. Again, my door is always open.
Thank you for that. Very detailed. Appreciate it. Letting us have something to chew on that. Brianna, do you want to say any closing words before we adjourn? Or?
Before that, can I add one more? Forgot, AWC brought up the flock cameras. A lot of cities across the state are starting to look at policies. Don't know if you guys are, just let us know if you start working that area as well.
And then can I just add one more thing? Because I was looking at your priority list that you guys were going through. And so we were kind of looking through these. So just so you guys are aware, I've been working with all of the cities and all of the city planners as far as it goes to for development. And I will be running a bill on shrub step to exempt it from inside the UGA. So I am running that bill that's on your list.
Well, thank you for that. Is there any other comments? Brianna, do you want to say anything before we adjourn for the year?
Mayor and council, thank you for entrusting me to be your advocate. Thank you for the very kind words from the legislative delegation. It's a pleasure to work with all of you. I feel very privileged to get to work with elected officials on both ends of my job. So thank you. Look forward to a fun 60 days.
Appreciate your leadership. Thank you for representing the city of Pasco so well. Cheryl, do you want to say anything before we adjourn?
I think we'll try to keep it brief because I know we all probably have other things we want to get to. But I did want to just provide, maybe while I can, coming in as an outsider and someone who's worked as a city manager in 5 different states right now, just some general high-level things that I'm observing, and I'm sure you're probably recognizing this, but maybe I can help affirm that for you. One of the things that I was excited about coming to Washington, particularly the city of Pasco, is the rate of growth that you're doing. Right? When I got into the career field, Arizona was growing by leaps and bounds, and I thought that's where the future was. One of the things I learned, though, in Arizona was they were so busy focused on growth, they didn't think about the cost of growth and how to sustain that going forward. Ran some very significant financial troubles when the housing bubble popped in the early 2000s. And you saw cities cutting staff and costs by 50, 60% because they had pre-spent money based off of growth assumptions that they could not afford to sustain when that revenue wasn't coming in. So I'm sensitive to that. So one of the things I've observed is there's directives from the state for us to grow. We're giving growth metrics to obtain, but we're not given the tools to be able to do that financially sustainable. And to the point that, yes, there's revenue that comes with growth, but what I'm observing with our inflation and cost of doing business and those kinds of things, the revenue we can capture from that growth does not meet the expenses that come with it. I think we can all agree it doesn't do good to go spend $1,500 to earn $1,000. And that's sort of my concern that we're seeing here in Washington is that we're pushing the growth mode, but at the local level, we aren't given the tools to be able to sustain that growth to the point where I was going to point to advise the council that maybe growing isn't the best idea for Pasco. Maybe we need to slow this down a little bit. And so we need to be mindful of that and those pressures that come with us. One example of that, we've kind of touched on it a little bit here with the Butterfield plant and those kinds of things, is water. You know, in North Dakota, we used to say whiskey's for drinking, water's for fighting. And but if we're going to grow by 40,000 people over the next 10 to 15 years, that's a significant amount of water use. But our cost to go get water rights right now is a barrier to be able to do that. The state has the ability to control our access to water, whether it's through the Columbia River or anything else. You can give us water in a more affordable way if you guys can come together and figure that out for us. But having us go buy water rights from agriculture is the most expensive way to meet that need, and it's unsustainable financially for us. The other thing that I'd just say, coming in from the outside, is this PMLA, giving employees the ability to take time off, is killing us.
And that's insolvent right now.
It's killing us. Because, and I can't blame the employees for it, they're taking what you give them as a state and then pairing that with the benefits we're providing as an employer. And we don't have the employees necessary in the office to do the work that we're paying them to do. Because we're paying them to not be in the office, both through the state and through us locally, and that's killing us. We're running into staffing issues. And we're paying, I mean, our biggest cost, like any other organization, is their people. They're our most valuable asset, but they're also our most expensive. And we're paying a lot of money for them not to work for us. And so if there's any appetite for talking about how we can fix that, that would be appreciated. Because I'm not wanting to look to add more staff necessarily, but I don't have the people in the office to do the basic workload that we have on a day-to-day basis because people are out on PMLA and then they come back from PMLA and then they use their city time off, and next thing I know, they're out 6-9 months before we can have them back to come work for us. And we share the same budget pressures that you are, so preaching to the choir, you're talking in the billions, we're talking in the millions. I estimate that in the budget that I need to work on for balancing for 2027 and 2028, I'm guessing that it's going to be a $12 to $14 million reduction in costs that we're going to have to do. That's almost a 7 to 8% reduction in costs. At the same time, we're trying to grow. And we add this infrastructure. It's great that developers are building houses and neighborhoods and all those kinds of things, and yeah, they're paying for the roads up front. But at the end of the day, we have to provide the police services, the fire services. We have to maintain those roads now. And if it's an asphalt road has a lifespan of about 20 years. In 20 years, we've got to figure out how to pay to replace those roads. And again, the growth, the cost of growth isn't necessarily meeting the revenue that comes in for that. So I just wanted to make a couple of those points, just to keep some big picture thoughts as we're going forward and how we want Washington to grow. What's good for Washington is good for Pasco. What's good for Pasco is good for Washington. We want to continue to grow, but we need to do it in a smart, sustainable way so we're not repeating these financial challenges for our future generations as we go forward. So those are my final comments. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Try to be quick.
Just real quick, yes, I will be very brief. This month is the last of my second term, so I will not be seeing many of you, but I will be calling on some of you, my good friends, all of you. My work to continue advocating for Pasco and the Tri-Cities in general has not ended with my term. So I hope that the open door is still available to me as I advocate for Pasco and our citizens. But thank you for all the work that you've done and for all the support to City of Pasco.
Right back at you, Blanche. Thank you for everything you've done for Pasco.
All right, thank you. Does anybody else have any quick comments?
Just Merry Christmas.
You didn't even turn your lights on.
Yeah. With that, it's 7:38, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
How are you guys, Joe, do you guys know where you guys are? Like, we have been a complete no on the projects we're doing, 100%.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but I mean, I'd be in favor of the 1.5% increase for all the reasons that were stated previously and in the staff report. This, would bring in nearly, if we go to 1.5%, bring in nearly $1 million in additional revenue, and going with the 1.5 versus 3, as mentioned in the staff report, doesn't overburden ratepayers. And then the fact that there's a legitimate need. It's not like we'd be doing this to, do cosmetic updates in this room. I don't even, it would just be closing the gap, a little bit, not all the way, but getting us there a little bit more. Knowing that we've been having and will continue to have lengthy discussions over increasing revenue and also decreasing expenses. That's another key part that we need to keep talking about. I'd be in favor of that. If we were looking at not decreasing any expenses, this would be harder to swallow, but since we're looking for options on both sides, it's a little easier to for me to tell my constituents, yeah, it's going up 1.5%, and here's things we're cutting from the budget to help on that side as well. So I get that tax increases are never fun and they're not popular, but the reality is I think it's very necessary in this situation. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for your opinion. I do appreciate it, Councilman Harpster. Let's go to Councilman Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. I would just like to know what exactly, I know you said this money would go towards general fund stuff, but I've gotten a lot of phone calls in the last few days, and almost every phone call I got from residents in my district they were telling me, don't vote for this. Don't vote for the Transportation Benefit District as well. We want to see this money go towards something of value. You always talk about value added services, projects. What exactly is this money going to go? I mean, they want to know the specifics. And I'm like, those are very, very good questions. And I would just like to know, what are we looking at to do with this additional revenue? I mean, obviously, this wouldn't, a year from now, if we were to implement this, then we would see roughly that amount, right? So it'd be like next year we get this money. So, just more specifics and what we're cutting and really looking at some of those other options that you talked about. Have we looked at everything? Whether we've talked about the Mid-Columbia Library annexation, a levy lid lift, Transportation Benefit District. What are all the things? And it makes sense because when you get to the next general fund monthly report, it looks like we're going to look to get an additional $1.5 million because we're that much in the red and we're seeing that. So it makes sense, but I just have a hard time. I want to be able to look at people in the eye and tell them this money went towards this that I know. So as of right now, I would be a no for this. So thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump on over to Councilwoman Bras.
Thank you. I'd like to add that, I agree with Councilman Harpster's points. We have been discussing this, and if we're supposed to give some sort of guidance to our staff, from discussions we've had, meetings that we've all attended, based on what we've been informed and the need for the city, I think a 1.5 rate increase is our best route. And one question that I do recall asking a couple of weeks ago was that if council in the future wanted to change their mind, you could change it, reduce it back to, maybe remove it. We've heard about alternatives, and I'm pretty sure staff has been looking into those alternatives already. And we're at the point that the alternatives are possibly not working out or not enough. And so we are at the point that an increase is needed. I would rather see a 1.5 increase on utilities than an increase on my property taxes. That is my take on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I do appreciate it. Yes, since nobody else is, I'll chime in as well. I don't think anybody likes tax increases. Nobody likes inflation either. I mean, this is all definitely difficult choices, but I mean, that's why we are voted in, is to make difficult choices. I mean, I don't want to see obviously 6 million, or even, you look at the next report, we're talking about $1 million now, or an additional $1 million down. And it needs to come from somewhere. And again, if you were in an accident or had a heart attack, you don't want the fire department taking 7 minutes. You want them, or 9 minutes. You want them in 7, 6, or hopefully a lot less than that. So when your life is on the line, you're thinking, okay, I'd rather the city pay a little bit more on utility taxes if it's going to mean saving the life of my brother, husband, daughter, wife. Again, I do not like taxes. I actually hate taxes because it seems like that's all I ever do is pay taxes. But on the other hand, I'm willing to throw this out there. I'm willing to make sacrifice. I do believe the city staff has our best interest at heart. I don't think you guys come with us just to line people's pockets. You are actually wanting us to break even and not pull into our reserves. You don't know what's going to happen down the line. So at this particular moment, I am for a utility tax increase of 1.5%. I would vote on that if it was put up for a vote. So I don't think it's staff enough. Looks like we have 3, and then we have 1 no and 2 of them that were, I think, going to think about it. So I don't know if that gives you enough direction, or if you're asking for anything more.
It does, thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, let me. Oh, Harold, and then I will then go to public comment.
Yeah, just a couple of points here, kind of coming in a little bit as an outsider. So maybe a little bit of different perspective here. Maybe you can go back a slide that shows the rates for, that one. So the last 2 columns there, cable television and telephone. As you can imagine, as our technology changes, those are becoming less and less in demand. We're actually seeing decreases in revenues on that. So, for example, how many people listening to me right now still have a landline in their home? I would say it's in the minority, where it used to be common in every home, right? And so there used to be a revenue stream that came from that. The premise being that a lot of times their infrastructure goes through public right-of-way. It's land owned by the citizens, the public. So they need to, quote-unquote, pay their rent for access to that right-of-way for their infrastructure. But we're seeing that, particularly on the telephone side, as everyone converts to cell phones, those revenues are disappearing. When it comes to cable television, how many people have cut their cable bills to go to streaming services, Disney Plus, YouTube, Netflix, those kinds of things? By federal law, as I understand it, we are not allowed to tax internet service. So that's a revenue stream that local governments have relied on for decades that is drying up and going away. So while it's easy, if you advance to your slide after this on the revenue projections, while it's easy to look at this as a revenue increase, what we're really trying to do is, one, increase revenues because the status quo is becoming more and more expensive year by year, right? Trust me, I've been shopping for houses for the last few months. The house prices today are not the same as what I was paying 10, 15, or even 5 years ago. It has increased significantly. We as a city organization see that as well, whether it's through construction projects, buying equipment, vehicles. The price on all of that is going up. And so we have to have revenues that either match that, or we have to begin cutting expenses, which means we begin to cannibalize ourselves of decreasing staff, personnel, vehicles. Not saying that there isn't room to do that, but having done this in several communities over almost 2 decades, I continue to hear we want to pay less taxes and those kinds of things, but anytime I propose any cuts anywhere, there's a strong defense to come out and say, no, we need that and we need to keep paying that. And in some cases, we need to pay more for that because you're not doing enough in that area of service that meets our expectations. And so we just need to balance, those needs in our community, and that's what makes this difficult, right, going forward, is that our cost of operation continues to go up. And if we're going to hold the line on taxes and fees, that means we have to begin cutting services, which comes with a decrease in expectation of local government service. Which, if that's where the community wants us to go, we can do that. But you can't hold us to continue to offer a certain level of services to the community because we just can't afford to do it, right? And anyway, I just did want to make a point here too that not all of this is just a revenue grab and an increase, because we're trying to counterbalance the decrease in revenues in other areas that as technology and the habits of our citizenry change, these old models don't work anymore.
Couldn't agree with you more. All right, so with that, let's open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to talk on this issue? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right, so with that, we are done with 5B, and I think it would be best, I don't know if there's any other questions, so with that, I think it would be best to take a 5-minute recess. I think the council probably could use that, so right now it's 9:02, so let's come back at 9:07. Thanks. All right, it is 9:07. Are we ready to resume this meeting? All right, okay, well, let's resume. So we're going to jump to 5C, the General Fund Monthly Report for July 2025, and we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So tonight we have the budget to actual for general fund through the end of July. Because we have a 2-year budget, essentially July represents about 29% of the biennium. So 29% is essentially like the target for the actuals. And overall expenses are around 26% of budget, which is below the target, which really demonstrates the mindful management of expenses, which I know we were just discussing that of overall expenses are being managed, and that message and goal of only as needed type of expenses. For example, supplies are at 11% of the total biennium, so there is really that mindful approach that is being taken by staff. On the revenue side, we are seeing a shortfall of on the revenues. So overall, if the revenues keep on that same pace where we're at now, even though we already budgeted for usage of the reserves, it seems like if we stay on this pace, as of now, the projection is that we would use an additional 1.5 million of reserves. So just for this time frame, expenses were more than revenues by 3.8 million, which means that that's the amount of reserve funds that we use for this time frame. And just to kind of build off of the previous conversation of the utility tax, just to kind of put that into perspective, so the estimated amount of 900,000, if with that increase, the overtime for just public safety through the end of July was 920,000. So that, it's not a one-for-one of if we increase that tax, it would cover this, but that's just to put it in perspective. That's about the same amount of overtime for this time frame. And with that, I'll answer any questions.
All right. Does we have any questions? We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Garcia, Interim Director Garcia, for the presentation there. I just have a lot of thoughts, actually, just even going back to our previous discussion. And, man, in part of it, we are in a tough spot here in Pasco. We have, I believe it's about 30 or 40% more land than Kennewick. We have about 30 or 40% more population than the city of Richland. And yet, our property tax levy rate, for example, and not that I'm opposed to raising it, has been held down for so long. Every year, those municipalities start with about a $10 million advantage. And yet, it costs the same to do all of our public utility work over here. If we don't pay our officers and our firemen and women a competitive rate, I mean, they just go across the river. And so these are really, really hard decisions we have to make, not only for the retention of employees, but just for the vitality of our city and for the future of our city. And so these, whether it be a rate increase or a tax increase or a fee, I mean, I know there are a lot of people living on fixed incomes where, you know, it's easy just to think, well, you know, man, it's just $10 and we all have to tighten our belt. And I know there are people making hard decisions about medication or meals or other things like that. And so, and I know none of us are being flippant about that. I know we all take it seriously. And on the other hand, we shouldn't be just raising rates just so we can match our neighbors across the creek. By no means should we be doing that. But you know, I agree, as staff has said so many times, that Pasco's prided themselves on doing more with less, but, you know, we can only do that for so long before we just, you know, really have to look around. I noticed that just looking through all this data that overtime was, I think I saw 28%, you know, year to date, but here we are. We're for public safety, we're in September, going to be October really soon. So here we are almost 3/4 of the way through the year. And yet, thank you, both of you chiefs in the audience, for just holding that down and helping, you know, these hard decisions to be made a lot easier. And so, yeah, I think we really have some difficult decisions in days ahead as a council.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I'm not seeing any other lights come on, so do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, twice, 3 times. Well, okay, Interim Director Garcia, I guess you're off the hook. Thank you for that report. Let's jump to 5D, which is resolution change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo, and we are going to go with Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. We are presenting to you a change order. It's change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant improvements phase 2A. This phase of improvements focuses on the solids treatment train for the facility, which deals with sludge and dewatering and thickening of those solids that then can be hauled off-site. The project is mostly complete. We've accomplished a lot of the bigger items in it, and portions of that facility are being turned over to operations team to be able to operate them and do the startup of those different components. As we've been doing this work, we have found a compilation of small items that need to be addressed, which all add up into what is this change order that has been presented to you. And you are seeing in the screen that our anticipated completion for the project is in the first quarter of 2026, and that is because there is integration of the different components and work within the system so that each system talks to each other, and that process is a bit of a long process, although it's not a huge dollar amount left to be spent. With that, just an overview of what the project looked like. This is a big project in our wastewater treatment facility. That's where the sewer discharges are treated before that cleaner water gets put back into the water. And again, the solids, which is what this project focuses on, we remove all the liquid component, or as much as we can, off of it, and the solids are then hauled off-site. So the project was awarded to bid for just under $14 million. We had 3 change orders that added up to about $350,000, and the current change order proposed is for just over $314,000. Those components, they're here. These components are a combination of site improvements that were identified as work was being done, some mechanical needs that were, again, identified as we uncover issues with how pumps are functioning or how a system is talking to each other, or replacement of an outdated equipment to identify how dense that sludge is becoming. So there is a list of items in your packet that shows what all those components were and how much each of those could cost. Some of the work associated with this had to do with identifying where the problems were as we were doing work, and then some extended areas of work where we had to then come and resurface, for example, areas that had been kind of crumbled through the construction of the work. So this is, again, a series of items, $314,000. We do not have any other change orders in sight, although I know better than saying that there will be no change orders as a firm statement. But I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Well, thank you for that update and the report. It's always good to see that there's still $4.5 million difference from what the engineer thought it was going to cost, so that's always good news. Does anybody on the council like to make a comment on this? All right, not see anything. Does anybody in the public like to make a comment, or once, twice, 3 times? All right, well, let's keep moving along here. So let's jump to 5E, Resolution Professional Services Agreement amending number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design service for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system farm upgrades project. And again, it's Maria Sarah, Director Maria Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members again. In this case, we are bringing to you a proposed amendment to a professional services agreement with our design engineer, RH2 Engineering. This is for the project that will expand our land treatment system. As you know, our PWRF utility serves industrial processors. The way the system works is there is conveyance systems that come from each of our service areas into a treatment area. It's a plant where treatment occurs to a certain level, but final treatment and disposal actually happens as we land apply that pre-treated wastewater into farm fields that have engineered crop rotation. So that means the crops uptake nitrogen and other constituents. And as you've heard a lot from me, that facility has been expanded. So now this last phase of expansion involves that last component of treatment, which is the land itself. So allowing to incorporate 2 new locations for land application is critical to have compliance with Department of Ecology limits in our permit and be compliant with our engineering report, which shows how much land we need to not contaminate groundwater as we are land applying that pre-treated wastewater. So you're seeing in the screen 2 new parcels that we have already acquired as part of the Phase 2 project, and we are proposing an extension of our irrigation system to be able to get to those and land apply that wastewater. Okay, so this project has gone through a couple of iterations in the design needs. We had various engineering reports that have happened throughout the design process of the treatment plant itself. And so our design engineer has been working with us to try to fit the project within the budget. So the budget has also had some changes along the way, where we had bonded for the project for a certain amount, and then we were counting on some ecology low interest loans to come forward. That low interest loan from ecology has not been received, and so we had to tailor our scope to fit closer within our existing budget and look for other funding revenues to be able to make the project whole, as we absolutely need this land operational by the beginning of 2026. So this is a big overview of what we're doing. So the amendment itself with RH2 is to allow them to finalize those plans. We're shooting for a open bid advertisement date in October, so this is coming because work needs to happen this winter. And then the vast majority of this amendment really addresses their support throughout construction. So again, we are having the same company help us through the finishing the design, support us during the bidding, and then provide technical support during construction, which will happen within the next 6 to 8 months. And this amendment is for $306,744. Overall, we believe this project will be in the order of $13 million. So when you look at industry standard for cost of design and construction support, this is a very low estimate, which is a good sign. We are counting on their knowledge and expertise in this area. So with that, we recommend approval of this amendment, but I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
All right, does any of the council have any questions for Director Maria Serra? Looks like we're going to start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one small question. That parcel up at the very top where we are adding there, it looks like it's kind of got a windshield wiper on it now. Is that going to be a full circle? Is that going to be converted to a full pivot? Are you going to move the center of that over, or just add another windshield wiper on the other side?
So actually, and I should have made this clearer in my slide, City of Pasco does not own the parcel adjacent to it.
Oh, to the right.
To the right.
That little windshield wiper there?
Right.
Okay.
So at this point,
So that's a no.
we're only installing infrastructure to place the pivot in the eastern end.
Okay.
In the center, right? But it would
Gotcha,
be
just like the adjacent property.
mimicking- yes.
Okay, no, perfect. I didn't realize that. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, let's roll on to Councilman Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. One question I had was, so how's the design being funded?
The design is funded with bond revenue currently. So that is local funds through the bond revenue through the utility.
Okay, but the project itself, the $13 million will be funded by?
There is a component that is bond revenue, and then the remainder was planned to be funded through a low-interest loan, but that opportunity has not come through. So we are working between other departments of finance and public works to identify a funding source, potentially an interloan fund, or pursue some other allocation before we award bids. So that would be something that would come in front of you.
Okay. What fund is this one? Is it the sewer fund?
It's PWRF.
PWRF, its own fund? Okay. Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'm not seeing any other council lights on, so we'll roll on to the public comment section. Anybody in the chambers like to comment on this? Once, twice, 3 times, all right. Well, that gets us through that, so let's jump on to section 6 and miscellaneous council discussion. Do we have anything we want to talk about? Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you. Since the Director of Fun isn't here, it's Fiery Foods this weekend, right? Yeah, hoping to see everybody in downtown Pasco for all the festivities on Saturday. I believe starting at 11 a.m., right? Oh, thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Let me get my notes. A lot of fun going to be had, as Jesse always brings. I know there's a wing eating contest, lots of spicy food. I hope you all enjoy that. And we will have a lot of cultural performances, music. It's going to be a great time. So 11 to 7 down in Peanuts Park.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Not seeing the lights. Did our new city manager, do you want to make a comment? You were talking about some other stuff that you had.
Yeah, I kind of let a cat out of the bag earlier, so let me follow up and finish that out. Apologize for that. Anyway, as I was saying, I've directed the department heads we're going to make a change on trying to improve communication and transparency to the council and the public on updates of projects and things that the different departments are working on. So starting in October, the first meeting, regular council meeting in October, every regular council meeting will have a city manager memo to the council that'll be available to the council and the public in the council packet. That will outline an update for me on some key highlights and priorities that have happened over the last couple of weeks. And each department head will provide an update in one of those memos once a month. So those memos will be split 50-50 between the departments, half of them reporting at the first council meeting, the second half reporting at the second council meeting, consistently month to month. So let's say fire department is on the first regular council meeting, the first regular council meeting memo, you always have an update from the fire department on that memo. That's an effort to try and keep you up to date on projects and things we're working on, key items and issues that we're facing. So you have that as an ongoing basis. That will replace what we call the hot sheet, so to speak. But we do want to give you regular updates of what's going on, but try to do that in a way that balances our staff workload as well. And two is I just wanted to make it open and available to the public as well, that it's in the packet and any of the public can go read that memo and get an update of what's going on. If there's things that are not outlined in the memo that you would like to see, please let me know, and I will make sure that staff works on that to get that in there. It'll be a balance between regular projects versus just some generalized information of work that the staff is doing on a regular basis and working on. We'll also be working on probably changing the format of the agenda item memos so that we have more consistency from all the departments on how these agenda items help achieve council goals, maybe even provide some financial background on things, so that way, questions like we heard this evening, like how's that getting paid for, is that under budget, is that over budget, those kinds of things are clearly outlined within that memo going forward as well. So that'll be a quick change that we'll be making, and staff is excited to work on that. Finally, I do just want to give an update. We do have two key positions that are open and vacant, or will be coming vacant. One is the city attorney's contract expires the end of this year. So I've been meeting with our HR department and administrative staff to work on that. We will be looking at putting out an RFP for a potential city attorney contract to help meet the temporary needs. Well, at the same time, we'll be putting out, we'll be doing a professional recruitment for that position going forward that we'll be working on here over the next few weeks to get that started. And in addition, the finance director, we will likely be doing a recruitment for that process as well. And that'll be a key piece going forward too. So I just wanted you to know that we're working on those. Those aren't falling by the wayside. Those are a high priority of key fills going forward, and we'll be working on that. Given that both of these, traditionally in my past, I do like to have at least the mayor and maybe one council member sit on an interview panel for these key director level positions. So if you are interested in that, and I like to kind of balance it around so we're not using the same council members all the time for these, to kind of spread that love and share it. So if you're interested in that, then let me know, and I'll talk through. Now, we don't want to have a quorum of the council on there, but I would welcome your input on those as well. And I usually also invite some community partners that are also impacted by these departments and their services to participate as well. So it's usually a mix of elected officials, staff, and some community partners that I usually put together on these panels for these director level positions to make sure that we're getting people in place that will do a good job for the city of Pasco. So anyway, there's some updates.
All right, I appreciate that. Not seeing anything else. So moves us on to 7, which is exec session, and nothing is listed.
I'm sorry, I know I'm going to make myself extremely popular, but I need 10 minutes tonight to discuss potential litigation under 4230 110 1I.
Okay. So
is that okay, Mr. Prowlis? You seem to not be agreeable to that.
This is one time, just tonight.
All right. So that
just to be clear, legally, the city council can call an executive session at any time under the statute. That's what I'm asking you to do tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm fine with having an exec session. So right now it is 9:30. So let's 10 minutes. That would make it 9:40 when we're done. All right. Well, it is now 9:50, and great audience that is in the chambers here. They can all now decide to go home. So at 9:50, and we are done with the exec session, and so we're moving to 8, which is adjournment. Thank you for joining.
Thank you all.
Well, good evening, and welcome to the City of Pasco's Council Special Meeting, followed by our regular meeting. Today is September 15th, 2025. The Council thanks you for being a part of our city government. At meetings, the City Council takes formal action on items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets for both meetings are available at the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. These meetings are also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available at the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. With that, let's get a roll call.
Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Here.
Mayor Milne.
I am present.
Thank you.
With that, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so that brings us to 4, which is interviews for our vacant council position number 4. So, do you want me to read the description? All right. So tonight, the council will interview 4 finalists for council position number 4, serving council district number 4. After the interviews are concluded, council will adjourn to executive session to deliberate the attributes of the candidates. Upon return to the meeting, council has the option to appoint a candidate to council position number 4 to serve to December 31st, 2025, when the term for position number 4 ends. While the candidates may stay in the council chambers during the interview process, as this is an open public meeting, council asks that all candidates remain outside the council chambers until it is their turn to be interviewed, so that the interview questions are new to each candidate. After their interview is finished, the candidate may return to the council chambers. At this time, will all council candidates please step outside the council chambers while the council finalize the interview questions. All right, we're moving forward. I'd like to do number 1 and 1A. So start with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Which one would you like?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just go right down the line and take number 2. Thank you.
Okay. Let's keep moving to our right here.
And we're doing 1 each, right?
Yes.
I will do question number 3. We'll just go down the line.
Okay.
I'll do number 6.
Okay. And
I'll do number 5.
I'll do 4.
okay. Okay, well, and then, number 7 we're not doing. Want to do number 7? So, I guess we'll have Grimm do 2 and 7. Okay, I think we're good. Grimm's doing 2 and 7.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for taking time out of your day to come down here.
Thank you.
Let's just, I guess, for the record, let's state your name and.
Joe Cotta, District 4.
All right. Sounds great. So, we'll get right into the questions. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
The primary duty?
Yeah, city councilman.
I think probably it has to do with listening to the constituents. You need to be a good listener. You need to figure out what's on their minds. You know, they're going to really have their hand on the heartbeat of the city, especially if they're heavily involved one way or the other. Usually the people that are involved are the ones that are talking to you, and there's some offense one way or the other. And we want to make sure that we're running the city right. We need to make sure that the people involved are approving of us in some way and that we do our business.
Okay. And then 1A is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Well, typically their interests are going to be my interests, but there's, maybe two constituents want a couple different things. And so, I'm going to listen to them. I'm going to explain where we stand, why we stand, where we stand, where I stand, where the council stands, and how we got there, and help them understand the practice that we applied to come to that decision.
All right. Well, thank you. That's the end of my questions. And then Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
This happens almost every Sunday in my church. Testing, 1, 2. It's still crackling? Is it better? It's yes, no. Okay, we're back.
All right. Well, let's pass it on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm for the next set of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Cotta, for applying for the position. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I was encouraged to see the position you hold of trying to reduce traffic deaths by half. I don't know if you can talk about an issue that's more important than life or death. And so I think that's probably a pretty significant issue. When you're talking about lives, you want to, so I guess in a general category, you could just say safety. And so there's a lot of things involved in safety, less crime, less drugs, supporting law enforcement. I know there's some priorities to ensure that we have district attorneys available and public defenders, and supporting public safety. If we don't have safety, people aren't going to want to come here. They're not going to want to build their businesses here. They're not going to want to live here. And so safety is obviously a big one.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Let's move down to Councilwoman Ross.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for participating, taking interest in
Thank
being
you.
more involved in the community. So my question to you is, what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we're not doing correctly or we need to do better?
Well, I think we're all struggling as a culture in a lot of cities with homelessness and behavioral health. And I'll be encouraged to, if I'm appointed, to help with solutions to those problems. In my experience with the Turn for Christ and substance abuse recovery, it's just something that's important to me, dear to my heart. I know a lot of guys who have gone through those programs, who have been homeless, who have suffered from behavioral health issues, and helping those guys get better. And so I think that's something that, it's in a general sense, but, we can always be better there. We need more resources for those guys.
All right, so we're going to jump to, what's that? Oh, let's jump to question number 4, and Councilwoman Blaisdell.
How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Well, you listen. They need to be heard, and there's probably a proper channel and a process that you want to take them go through a grievance process. And whoever that contact person is for that situation, you're going to want to help them. You want to have kind of a kind handoff, introduce them to the person they need to talk to or something in those regards if it's appropriate. And then there's a confidentiality that you want to maintain, and that's probably about it. It's just passing them off kindly. Because I guess in a negative sense, you don't want to start doing an investigation on your own. There's a proper channel for those things.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's jump to question number 5, and we're going to go with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
Probably my background in agriculture. I'm also a pastor. I think about 20% of the city's land use is situated in agriculture, and so I can bring some things to the table there. I managed a 1,000-acre vineyard, and so I have general management experience in the sense that you're managing assets and employees and capital budgets and operating budgets. And I have a union negotiation experience. I have my chemical applicator's license, my commercial applicator's license. So I know about chemicals, I know about safety and those kinds of things, process and procedure. As a pastor, I'm going to be experienced with the needs of the community. I'm going to be experienced with managing a nonprofit and those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. All right, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thanks for being here this evening and for applying for the position.
Thank you.
After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
If I'm really dug in on the position, and all of you guys are on the other side of that, you handle that professionally. You got to support the ruling of the council, and so there needs to be some support there. If I want to dissent, there's a professional way to do that. There's a process for that. There's a timing involved in that. Personally, I would like to strive to have good working relationships with all of you, and you don't do that by behaving immaturely when things don't go your way. So the relationships are important to me. Working with all of you is important to me. And then, on the other side of that, if somebody dissents from my position and I have the majority, the person who dissents still has a different perspective on things, and it's good to pay careful attention to those things, especially when the issue comes up again. It's like, well, you were against this before, what do you think now? What do you think we could have done differently here? Those kinds of things. And so there are times when it's important to dissent and bring the issue up again, but it needs to be done in a professional way.
All right, well, thank you for that. So the final question for your interview is by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, it looks like our projections over the next 10, 15 years, we're expecting 40, 50,000 more people. And so it looks like 121,000, in 2046. Anyway, 2046, and 19,000 more housing units, 16,000 more jobs we anticipate. And so really, we're looking at a situation where we just need to be prepared to have the infrastructure for the city to grow that way. And where we're going to do that, I talked about safety already. A lot of the reasons I think people are interested in moving into Pasco, or the reason a lot of people live here, is regarding the transportation resources. We have an airport. The railway is obviously huge. The port. And agriculture is a big reason that people live here. They're supporting agriculture in some way. So as far as things I would do to change it, I like the city. We're doing things with the projects, the Martin Luther King Community Center, the downtown project, the development on Broadmoor, the neighborhood parks, all those kinds of things are really great. And I think a lot of that stuff is going to be coming into fruition during this next term. It's just a wonderful thing to be a part of. I just like leadership. I like working with the team. And I think it'd just be a neat opportunity to do that with you guys.
All right, well, you are done, so thank you.
Thank you.
And if we could get the next candidate.
I'm going to leave this here.
So yeah, you could stay if you'd like, or more welcome to do what you'd like.
Thank you.
So this is not working well, so you'll have to.
Okay, just like karaoke.
Yeah.
Testing, 1, 2. Oh.
Well, we could hear you, so you state your name and we can proceed.
Good evening, Pat Jones.
All right. Well, thank you, Pat Jones, for taking time out of your day to be here. Do appreciate it. So we're going to jump right into the questions. And so based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
There are two answers I'd like to offer to that. First of all, it would be what the law of the cities say that you must perform, the duties that you have to perform, whatever those might be as far as governing and managing the cities, managing the taxpayer dollars, being fiscal in how we do that, making sure that policies are followed, making sure that government is done by listening to the people, making sure that infrastructure is kept in place, and all of those parts that the law says that we must do. I have a set of bulleted items that I have followed as an elected city official for over 14 years myself that I'd like to share with you that specifically answer that question that I have followed for years. I believe firmly in a balanced pattern of growth, a vibrant, livable community, a safe, healthy, inclusive, skilled community, efficient transportation, infrastructure systems that are safe and ongoing, economic stability and growth, outstanding recreational and cultural opportunities, and responsive, accessible, and effective government. So philosophically, those are my beliefs. From a day-to-day standpoint, I believe we have to meet all of the things that I mentioned first and be responsible to the citizens who put us there.
All right. Well, thank you for that answer. Part A of that is, what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
It's important to know what the needs and the wants are of the people in the area that we represent. We are elected by an area, and it's important to know what the needs and wants are of those folks. Are those needs recreation? Are those needs streets? Are those needs public safety? And to know what they are and bring those to the full council so everyone knows what's going on. There are times when it will be my job to bring those forward and push those from a stronger level. There will be times when I will need to work with the other council members and understand where those fit into the full picture of the city. It's impossible to say at which point those will be pushed more forward, or I will back off and work together to meet the needs of the full city versus my area that I represent. Each and every decision, each and every plan, each and every budgeted item is a discussion that needs to take place. And so it would be short-sighted to say, this is time I will do this, and this time I will do this. Each one needs a fair look and a fair discussion, and then I would make my determination based on my background, experience, and training, and determine how I would push or back off at that point.
All right, well, thank you for those answers. We're going to be moving to question number 2, which is Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
Right now, I would say infrastructure-wise, making sure that we have a plan for water in the future. I understand that our water system might be at a certain age where we have to start looking at either building a new water tower or investing in the one that we have. We can't grow, we can't support what's going on in our city if we can't guarantee water every time someone turns on their tap or does the flush. So it's our job to make sure that that's there. That's one of the first things I would want to look into as a new council member. I would also want to make sure that we are meeting the needs from a public safety standpoint. We want to make sure that our citizens are safe. We can't be a good growing city if citizens don't feel safe here. So that would be from a public safety, police, and fire standpoint. The next thing that I think needs a lot of attention is retail. It appears to me as a fairly new member to the community, my wife and I have lived here 2 years now, that a lot of retail exists in Kennewick and Richland, but there's not a lot of solid retail in Pasco in a comparison of the three. That's looking at it from a new person standpoint. So those would be my main focuses coming on board.
All right, thanks for coming in, Mr. Jones. Appreciate it.
All right, well, thank you for that. We're going to move on to question number 3, which is Councilwoman Blanche Bras.
Thank you. And I just want to say thank you for participating and wanting to be involved in your community at this level. What have you observed in areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to do better or we are not doing at all?
Can I get the question rephrased, ma'am? Are you asking me what do I think right now needs to be done better in the city of Pasco? Is that the question?
Correct. What is it that we're doing or not doing for the city of Pasco? Or if you feel that there's something that we could do better?
Okay, thank you. I understand. Again, from a new person standpoint, lived here 2 years. One of the things I think we need to do more of is take a look at our speeding that's going on throughout the community. It seems like we have a tremendous amount of traffic going on, and it seems like a lot of those people like to drive really fast. And I think we need to take a closer look at that, and I'm sure that's being done. I'm sure that's not a aha moment for anybody, but that is certainly something that I see as a new person living here for 2 years. I believe that's something that certainly needs to be looked at to be done better. I would also say that providing opportunities for the fine arts in our community. We have tremendous recreational opportunities for athletics, but we have little to none in the fine arts, and I think that's something that we need to look at as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Let's move on to question number 5, which is done by Councilman Leo Perales. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. My bad. Question number 4. Yes, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision for the city council?
The first thing I would do is listen to what they have to say until they were done talking. I want to make sure that they had a chance to clear their mind and clear their heart of what they have to say. Then I would encourage them to follow the proper procedure that we have. I'm sure there's a complaint policy that the city of Pasco has, and I would ask them to follow that. It's not my job as a city council member to reprimand, to jump into policy or the day-to-day operations of how our departments do their job. We have managers and other things in place to do those things, so I would ask that person to get a hold of the person's manager or however the structure is in that department and ask them to share their concern and follow the process that's in place. I am not elected to be a micromanager of a department, nor would I ever act in that way.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Now we'll jump to number 5 with Councilman Leo Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I have 14 years of elected experience as a city council member from South Dakota. I served 11 years on the city council in Leeds, South Dakota. And then just recently, before we moved here, 3 years on the city council in Rapid City, South Dakota. Rapid City and Pasco are amazingly similar, both 80,000 people, both have very similar growth situations, both have ethnicity issues and things that go on within their community, both have growth issues, and so it's rather amazing to move here to this wonderful community and have them be so similar. So we have addressed a lot of the same things. Also, just my years of training, like I said, 14 years there, 17 years as a school administrator. I have great amount of training in how to run meetings, how to do proper procedure, how to do the simple things of making motions, how to vote, parliamentary procedure, all of the ways of how we do business. A lot of times for new council members, that can be a large learning curve, which inhibits their ability to be effective. I bring a turnkey operation to the council and will be an effective member almost right off the bat. I've sat on many dioceses, I know how to do the job, and will be able to be effective almost immediately. I have a bachelor's degree in music education, I have a master's degree in education and administration, and a doctorate degree in education and administration. I know how administration works, and I am ready to bring those skills and talents to the city of Pasco.
All right, well, thank you for that. Let's jump to question number 6, which is done by Councilman Peter Harpster.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, for being here this evening. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I've always taken a stand that once the debate is done and once the vote is done, it's done. If I've put my best into it, and I believe that my fellow council members have put their best into it, and we've taken the vote, then we have to be grown up enough, we have to be adult enough, and we have to be professional enough to move forward. I don't believe in parking lot meetings. I don't believe in talking behind people's back. I believe that we have to be able to move forward. I've seen many organizations that when something like that happens, Councilman Harpster, the people who are on the losing side of it, all they do is complain for the next day, week, month, or year, and it hurts the organization. It poisons the organization. And I've been on the losing side of votes before. Many of us have if we've been in this business. And we just have to realize that that one is done, and it's time to move forward to the next one and not waste our energy on one that is done.
All right, well, thank you for that. So your final question is going to be done by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you again, Mr. Jones. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in the next 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
I believe to make Pasco a better place the next 10 to 15 years, we need to make sure that we have infrastructure for our water distribution and supply to be securely in place. We need to make sure that we've addressed retail, to have more and better retail in place, to have ongoing sales tax base to take care of the needs of the city, because those things go on well after we are gone. We need to make sure that the public safety needs have been met, properly funded, that there's enough fire and police officers in place, and that there's enough structures in place, police and fire departments, to meet those needs. And that there's enough recreational facilities, both athletic and fine arts, to meet the needs of our vast, diverse communities. If we address those things and do them well, we will have taken this wonderful community and made it even better for the people that come behind us.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your time. So you're more than welcome to sit in the chambers and listen to the other candidates or whatever you like to do.
Thank you all very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, good evening.
Hey, good evening. If you want to state your name and, I know who you are, but state your name.
Yeah, my name is Abel Campos.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump right into the questions. So based on your research, this is question number one. Based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
Well, I think the city council obviously is the legislative body of the city. So they have some important aspects to that. So they go ahead and they make policies and laws. And so part of it's the making sure that they have everything that would make the city very successful. And so they do that. They also oversee, obviously, the staffing and the budget. They also are representative of the city, and so each member is designated to a district, and so they represent that district. And so it's just making sure that they hear from them and then bring that to the council on that. I also know that they also designate different citizens in the city to serve on other commissions and boards to help with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's jump to 1A. What are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
Yeah, I think that's a good balance to have. I think on one side, the council member needs to obviously represent their district well and hear them out and be willing to listen to any constituents about their concerns for their city. But at the same time, they got to come together as a team for the city council and make the decision that's better for the city itself. So I think it's a very important balance. Definitely a juggling act that needs to be happening, making sure that they're doing both, listening to the constituents, but also working with everyone else and making sure that the city moves forward in a positive way.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 2, which is going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Campos, for being here this evening and participating. Just throwing your name in the hat for it, too. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I think there's just so much going on. I mean, just knowing the fact that, by 2038, we're going to continue to grow 40 to 50,000 people. That in itself, managing that and making sure we're putting everything in place to continue to grow our city is very important. But I think obviously making sure that we continue to develop our businesses and our economic plans in place, making sure that we have housing. I know that serving on the Planning Commission, that was a big deal that we had to kind of look at, hearing all this, housing and making sure that we provide for that. But I think it's a big task, and I think that that's something that we need to really look forward to, is making sure that we have not only the right housing and the economic plan, but also just making sure even if everything from traffic and everything else, making sure all those ordinances are in those places that we're ready for the population that is to come.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to move on to question number 3, which is done by Councilman Blanche Ross.
Councilwoman.
Councilwoman.
I don't know what I heard.
Oh, no, my voice is a little dry. I'll take some water.
My ears are failing me. Thank you for participating and wanting to continue working for the city of Pasco. I know you're in the Planning Commission, but this would be a very, very different role. My question to you, what have you observed? What have you seen as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What can we do better?
I think that it's just all part of gathering and making sure that we are gathering kind of those stakeholders for getting businesses that want to be here, making sure that we're putting all those right ordinances in place and making the system better to go ahead and draw businesses into the community. Also, we got to figure out what we're going to do with the people that are living on our streets and the homeless and the unhoused. Making sure that we establish some type of programs that we want to make sure to help either direct or help them as well. I think those are all very important issues that I think we must address, and knowing that more people are only going to come, I think those are the things that we have to absolutely address and make sure that we have that plan.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Yeah, I think that's, depending on what exactly they're saying, but I think it goes back to that previous question of being able to listen to our constituents, making sure that we're providing that ear. However, at the same time, making sure that we also represent our staff and making sure that we, depending again on what's going on, making sure that we somewhat defend our staff if it's something that's not as big of a deal, making sure that we do that, but also bringing it back to the city council. Again, depending on how big the severity of the issue is, communication, making sure that we are bringing that to the table, talking to the mayor and so forth. But I think also talking to the citizen itself, directing them to the right place as well, whether it's an email or a conversation or directing them to somebody director that needs to do that. So I think just making sure that I'm the liaison of not only listening, but also helping them and direct them to the right place.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 5 with Councilman Leo Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I think that one of the things that I know that I guess kind of pride myself in is just making sure that I have that emotional intelligence to carry on big, serious discussions and situations, but be able to stay calm and collective and patient. I think is one of the things that I kind of really just think that's one of my biggest strengths. I think the other part is just I'm a team player. I love to do teamwork and to work together and get our hands, dirty and trying to figure out a solution. I'm big on that. Let's figure out a solution. Let's talk about issues. Let's talk about problems, but let's work together and let's figure out a solution to that with that. And so I think those are the 2 biggest skill sets that I think that I have that I can bring to the city. Did I answer that full question? I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's move on to question number 6, which is Councilman Peter Hubster.
Thanks for being here this evening, for applying for the position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
You support it. You absolutely are on the council, and you trust basically the other council members to make a decision. And so as long as I know that as long as I did my part to represent the voice and my district, and as long as I know that I did that and we discussed it well as a council, then I support the decision of the council, and we make sure that we move forward with that.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we are going to jump to the final question of tonight for you, which is number 7, and this is going to be again by Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Campos, what is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it better, to make it a better place to live and work?
Well, I think at 10 to 15 years, we'll be at the 120,000 mark as a city, or maybe even more. And so just making sure that we have a productive community where people feel like they are being connected, and doing that by making sure that we have some economic policies that people can find jobs, find a house, and also have gatherings for families to just make sure that support. I think those are going to be the 3 main things that we want. We want people, and I think we already have it, but we definitely want to continue it, is that people love Pasco, we're Pasco, and let's continue to do that. And so I think the 3 things that we need to focus on is making sure that businesses are provided opportunities so jobs can continue to come in, housing affordability, making sure to do that, and also people are proud of Pasco by just having events and different stuff in the community to be a part of that.
All right. Well, it looks like you're done then. So thank you for applying, and if you'd like to sit in the audience, do whatever you think is best.
Thank you for the opportunity. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Well, we know you're the 4th person to present, but please say your name just for the record.
I would be happy to. Hello, my name is Tanya Bowers.
All right. Well, thank you again for taking time out of your evening. Thank you for applying for this position. So we're going to dig right in. So question number 1 is, based on your research, what is your impression of the primary duty of a city council member?
A city council member has to be accountable to their particular district. They have to balance the interests of their particular stakeholders with those of the larger city. The city council member also has to make sure they are judicious about the decisions that they have to vote on. Most of the decisions that they make, of course, have to be things that they have listened to multiple parties within their particular district. And then I'm a big believer that listening to multiple viewpoints helps people come up with the best decisions overall. So as a city council member, that is one of the things that we have to make sure that we are accountable. We also have to make sure that we know what the processes are that we must adhere to, so that we do not have conflicts of interest that get in the way with decisions that we are responsible for casting votes on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So I have a part A on my question. So what are your thoughts on balancing the interest of your district and the overall interest of the city as a council member?
I think I just spoke to that.
Kinda did.
I think it's a very careful balance that one must make. Of course, your actual constituents are the ones who, in the end, will be making the decision about how fairly, how well you represented them. So, of course, I would consider them first. Most people who know me through my professional and my volunteer positions know that I am very open to building relationships with all sorts of people, listening to multiple viewpoints, ensuring that my particular biases don't get in the way of giving them the opportunity to share their particular positions.
Okay. Well, thank you for that answer. So we're going to jump to question number 2, and that's going to be done by our very own Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bowers, for being here this evening and throwing your name in the hat. What do you believe are the highest priority projects in the community of Pasco?
I actually think that the various goals that you all have created for 24-25, I think those are spot on. My particular interest would be the financial stability and economic sustainability, as well as the character or identity of Pasco as a whole. We are growing. Since I arrived here in 2014, we have been told that our population is expanding. We have to ensure that the things which attracted people to Pasco in the first place, those particular characteristics are preserved as best as we can. So we need to make sure that we do smart planning, but at the same time give respect to the things that made Pasco the best secret in Eastern Washington.
All right. Well, thank you. We're going to have question number 3 is going to be done by Councilwoman Blanche Barras.
Thank you. I was still reading over my notes. Thank you for participating. Thank you for throwing your hat back in the game here. My question to you: what have you observed as areas of improvement for the city of Pasco? What do you think we need to improve in?
I definitely think that our downtown is in much better shape than it was when I first got here. Of course, we are really, really grateful to all the business owners who contributed to making our Main Street, our historic downtown, the vibrant place that it is today. We know that there were some management challenges previously, so I believe that with the city of Pasco being responsible for downtown once again, things are back on track. So I would say that is one of the improvements that have been made here. I also think the development that's taking place in Broadmoor, we finally have Road 100, the exits, working so they aren't the traffic congestion nightmares that they were initially. So I know that as we move further into developing that area, we are going to make sure that that becomes something that is beneficial to the rest of the city.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So we're going to jump to question number 4, which is Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Thank you. How would you handle a citizen contacting you with concerns about the actions of a city employee or a policy decision of the city council?
Contacting me, I'm assuming because they were not happy. Okay. I would want to make sure that if this were the level of conflict of interest being violated or ethically that council member doing something that was untoward or against our responsibilities, our role as city council, that individual had brought that concern of theirs to the correct authorities, whether it was something that required something to be reported to the police commission or to the city manager or to the city council at large. I would hope that that individual felt safe enough being able to speak up for themselves. If they didn't, I would ensure that there were other avenues for them to be able to share specifically what it was that had happened. And as information were obtained in the form of an inquiry or an investigation, that took place within the appropriate channels.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. So let's jump to question number 5, which is going to be done by Councilman Leo Perales.
What special skills or insights do you believe you could bring to the city council? What sets you apart from the other candidates?
I believe my skill set and my track record. I am someone who has volunteered here in Pasco in multiple ways. Additionally, my work experience is something which proves that I know how to navigate government on the city, county, state, and federal levels. One of the first things I did when I came here, I volunteered with the Office of Community and Economic Development. I wrote 2 successful grant applications, one for a survey and 2 for 2 properties in East Pasco, which are now on the National Register of Historic Places. So I believe those are some of the things, in addition to the time I served as commissioner of the Planning Commission, chair rather, of the Planning Commission, which overlapped with us going into the pandemic. We got through it. We got through stronger. And I I believe that those things, in addition to information I helped obtain for the MLK Community Center, which is also one of the legislative priorities that you all have named to recognize those who contributed to the development of East Pasco. That just shows that I'm always available and have utilized my skill set, whether that was something on a volunteer basis or something that I have been paid to do. You all are aware that my work experience, I started out in the planning space, and then after seeing how politics worked, I decided to go into the diversity, equity, inclusion space to try and get to some of the attitudes that impacted decisions around equity. So if you will, between my undergraduate degree in urban studies with programs completed at Columbia Business School, Columbia's School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation, and my graduate degree in psychology, I would say that I have demonstrated I can be on a council in Los Angeles. I also served on a neighborhood council, was first appointed and then elected. And neighborhood councils were something that the city created to ensure that enough communities had a voice in what ended up happening in terms of city operations. So between those things, time that I have spent working with other agencies such as the Regional Plan Association, which covers the tri-state area on the East Coast, Community Redevelopment Agency, which focuses on blighted areas throughout Los Angeles. I am someone who has been a part of a lot of the negotiations and operations of things that are very similar to what the City Council, as well as our colleagues, your colleagues, who you are responsible for overseeing with the city manager and city staff.
All right, so with that, we're going to jump to question number 6 by Councilman Peter Herbster.
Thank you for being here this evening, for applying for this position. After thorough discussion at a public meeting on a controversial issue, you find yourself on the other side of a majority decision of the council. Tell us how you might react.
I would most likely ensure that we heard from all viewpoints, and it sounds like in the particular scenario you are describing, we would want to make sure we heard the minority viewpoints as well, even if it seems like the majority position is one that the council is heading towards. As I mentioned before, I have seen, and it has been proven, that the more viewpoints we take into consideration, the stronger, the better that final solution or outcome will be. So I would make sure that it were voiced. I am also a team player, and the relationships that I have or would have with the other members of the city council would also be important to make sure that those were preserved as well.
All right, well, thank you for that. So we're going to have our final question, which is going to be done by our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is your vision for the city of Pasco in 10 to 15 years, and what changes will need to be made to make it a better place to live and work?
So as I was looking at the goals that you all came up with for 2024, 2025, I was on board with them. I think one of the things that we need to make sure is that we don't overcommit ourselves in looking at our budget. We don't want to further eat into our reserve. we can only do as much as we have funds allocated for. So I want to make sure that we stay within budget. As I mentioned earlier, I think Pasco has so much to offer, and I really think that our city identity is something that we can leverage to attract more business, more opportunities here to the city. I also want us to make sure that we are creating enough opportunities so that people who grow up here in our city have the ability to work the jobs that are going to be created in 15 years. I'm so grateful that we have the 2 new high schools that have just opened up. I also would like us really to think a little bit more about sustainability. We have a lot of industry that's coming in. Thank you so much to the Port of Pasco for this. We want to make sure we have the water and the energy to keep that industry going. And I see us being a city where we can be sure that we have engagement from all members of our community.
Okay, well, thank you for that. If you'd like to sit down, and I guess we'll jump to number 5. I did want to say thank you to all the candidates that showed up. There were some phenomenal answers. Was going to be extremely hard to pick just one. We'd much rather we pick all 4. So anyway, so thank you again. I thought it was excellent by everybody. So with that, we're going to jump to number 5, which is our exec session to evaluate the qualifications of candidate for appointment to elective office for RCW 42.30.110, subsection 1, subsection H. I'd like to know what the council thinks, how long we're going to need. You think 10 minutes? Let's
start for 10.
Let's start for 10. Hard decision, but let's start for 10, but it'll probably be longer. So anyway, we will be back at 7:07. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I need to join you for just a few minutes in the beginning.
Okay.
Thank you. Sure. I'll be in attendance.
Okay. All right. If we can have it quiet. Thank you. We are back from exec session. Very lively exec session, and before we have a nomination and a motion, I would like to say that we do really appreciate everybody coming out. This is by far probably one of the most difficult decisions I've ever been part of as far as a councilman. It was, everybody would do an excellent job, and with that, we actually have some new information from our attorney, Eric Ferguson, so let's have him kind of tell the nuances of what actually is going on, and then go from there.
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So essentially, this is a very unique situation with this particular council seat because it is a short and full term. So it's not clear yet to what degree or what length the term of the person who assumes this particular position would serve because of the election that will take place, the general election that will take place on November 4th. So with that being said, the thing that just needs to be made clear is that since all the candidates, and the reason why I'm just clarifying is because originally the mayor stated that people would need to be able to serve until December 31st. And so there's no guarantee that it would be up until December 31st. It could be only till November 25th. So I just want to make sure that all the candidates are aware of that and knowing that that they're still comfortable proceeding and going forward. So with that being said, would each of the candidates confirm that works for them? Mr. Cota? Mr. Taylor, yes, great. And where's our other Mr. Abel? Yep. And then our finally. Yes. Okay, sounds great. Okay, sounds like we're good to go. And yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Well, thank you. So with that, I would like to get a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to appoint Joe Cotta to council position number 4, effective from September 15th, 2025 through potentially December 31st, 2025.
Second. All right. We have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Harpster. So let's do a roll call on this.
All right. Councilmember Barajas.
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Yes.
And Mayor Milne.
Yes.
So that passes 5-1.
All right. So with that, if we could have newly appointed Councilman Cotta come up here, and then we'll also take, we need a 5-minute recess? Oh, let's, well, I guess I need, what's that? Okay. Well, I guess let me come down there and I'll redo that with the process. Again, this is my first time on this, so.
We'll redo these.
Thank you.
All right. So repeat after me. I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
I, Joe Cotta, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution and laws of the state of Washington.
And all local ordinances, and that I faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member District 4, position number 4, for the city of Pasco according to law to the best of my ability, so help me God.
And all local ordinances, and that I will faithfully and impartially perform and discharge the duties of the office of Council Member, District Number 4, Position Number 4 for the City of Pasco, according to law, to the best of my ability, so help me God.
All right. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
I need that back. We're going to
All right, and with that, let's take an 8-minute recess, so we can be back here at 7:30. That would give anybody who want to take pictures or anything else. So, yeah, take a seat. All right, thank you. All right, it is 7:30, and we are back. So we are going to move on to our regular City Council regular meeting. And with that, I'm going to roll on to number 4, which is the consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by roll call vote as one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by the council members, the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. Is anybody...
We lost one already.
They looks like he's late to his first meeting already. And Harpster, is that the spot you wanted to be in? Or do you want to be on the end? Okay. All right, so now that Mr. Cotta is seated, we're going to go 4A, which is approval of meeting minutes for September 2nd and September 8th. B is Bill and Communications approving claims in the total amount of $6,714,030.52 with a write-off totaling $280. We got C, ordinance number 4788, amending PMC section 5.05.170, exemptions related to business license. D is resolution number 4646, change order number 4 for wastewater treatment plant phase 2A construction contract with Apollo. E is resolution number 4647, professional services agreement amendment number 2 with RH2 Engineering Incorporated for design services for the process water reuse facility irrigation systems farm upgrades project. And with that, can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. We got a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. Can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Barajas?
Yes.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Cotta?
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Yes.
And Mayor Milne?
That would be a yes from me as well.
Thank you. It passes unanimous.
Thank you. We're going to move on to 5, which is proclamation and acknowledgements. And the first one is 5A, which is, I know, a little controversial, which is a proclamation honoring the life of Charlie Kirk. And now usually as a council, we don't really do this. I was contacted by other members of the council. I was thinking of more of a moment of silence. But we got basically one of the council members thought it'd be a great idea to have a proclamation, and I did agree with him. And I guess my choice on that, just because I have got emails about this, is that I love the fact that Charlie Kirk was for free speech. That where he would go, he would have a discussion, and the best part about it was that he would have a discussion and violence wasn't considered an option. To me, it says something about the man that you're going into areas that most people wouldn't go into, whether for political beliefs or religious beliefs, and having open conversations. So to me, he was an inspiration. I watched a lot of his videos, usually every other day, and again, to me, it was a profound loss when somebody's talking nonviolent interactions, just have a discussion, and with that, the man is basically killed for having a discussion. So it's my decision to do this. Again, I appreciate the support that I've got from council, but it's not an easy one, and I know there's people that are against this because of some of the stuff he has believed in, but for me, it's an honor to do this proclamation. So with that, I'm going to read the proclamation. So whereas Charlie Kirk was the founder of Turning Point USA, a national nonprofit organization committed to educating young people about the principles of limited government, free markets, personal responsibilities, and whereas Charlie Kirk boldly proclaimed his faith in Jesus Christ, consistently grounding his public service and civic engagement in biblical values and deep conviction that faith must live out in both private and public life. And whereas Charlie Kirk worked tirelessly to equip a new generation of Americans to think critically, engage civically, and uphold ideals of freedom, family, and faith. And whereas Charlie Kirk believed in the power of civic trust, community involvement, and moral leadership to strengthen democracy. And whereas Charlie Kirk's life was tragically cut short when he was assassinated while engaging in dialogue with college students. An act that shocked the nation and underscored the growing need for civil discourse, mutual respect, and the protection of those who speak boldly in matters of conscience and truth. And whereas, despite his untimely death, Charlie's enduring legacy lives on through the lives of those he inspired to serve in their communities, engage those around them, and stand firm in their convictions. And whereas the City of Pasco joins communities across the country in mourning this profound loss and recognize the impact of Charlie's voice, leadership, and unwavering devotion to truth. And therefore I, David Milne, Mayor of City of Pasco, Washington, do hereby proclaim September 15th, 2025 as a day of honor to the life of Charlie Kirk, and urge all residents to reflect on Charlie's legacy of faith, freedom, and service, and to recommit ourselves to these founding values. Thank you. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation. Oh, I'm sorry.
Would it be all right for me to comment?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, the same as you mentioned, I hope what people take away from this and from his life is the courage to have conversations with people that we disagree with. And at the end of those conversations, you may still disagree, but you've at least had a conversation, respected that other person as a human being, another person. And as I look out in the crowd here, I've met many of these people out here, and many of us disagree on many things, but we've had conversations about it. And there's a lot that we do agree on that we found, and there's items we found that we're just going to disagree on, and that's fine. And when I was running for city council, I reached out to all the council members at that time just to hear their thoughts on council and priorities and whatnot. And those who maybe think differently politically than me, Ms. Barajas to my left here was the only one who got together with me to discuss priorities. And we found in that conversation, there's a lot we disagree on. But we sit here every week and find that there is a lot that we do agree on. And I respect Ms. Barras for her willingness to serve on council and to keep showing up. And I hope she does the same for me. And again, we get together pretty frequently and have discussions that aren't fun to have. They're sometimes difficult discussions, but we work towards finding common ground. And what's cool to see is, Fiery Foods Festival this past weekend, she ran into my family and gave my wife a hug, said hi to my boys. They were excited to see her. That's the result of having conversations instead of saying, we disagree, so we're not going to talk. And again, the irony of the open dialogue is everybody's going to have the opportunity this evening to share their opinions on us, perhaps. And again, as you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, I know we're not going to agree, but I just really hope that that people would see what happened and that would embolden them to not be silenced, but to seek out people that they have disagreements with. And again, you may not win somebody to your side, but it's still so important, in my opinion, to have that conversation anyways. Thanks.
Thank you for those words. I could say, being on the council, I agree with you wholeheartedly. There's just times where you disagree with other members, but it's for the best of Pasco that we get along. We try to work things out, and you try to hear different voices and different opinions. So again, the whole Charlie Kirk thing, it was a profound loss to me that his life was taken so young with a family and all the stuff that he was trying to let people be aware of, and again, to try to make America a better place. So with that, we're going to move on. So with that, we're going to move on to 5B, which is a proclamation declaring National Hispanic Heritage Month. And we are actually going to kick it off with Councilwoman
I don't get it. The
Rojas.
rules say that you start with public comment and then you do public business.
No, public comment, please sit down. Public comment is coming up. It's coming up on the agenda.
The beginning of the meeting, not
No, it's coming up. We are running the meeting here. If you could sit down, please. You will give you a chance for 3 minutes to talk.
Not that. It's just you're violating your own rules.
No, it's on our agenda. We have an agenda. We have an agenda, not run by you. With that, Councilwoman Bras, can you please do your proclamation?
I'm not sure if you have the proclamation in English. Someone should read it in English first.
Let's go with Councilman Leo Perales for the English version.
Thank you much. This is a proclamation on National Hispanic Heritage Month, September 15th through October 15th, 2025. Whereas America's cultural diversity has helped strengthen and define our country for hundreds of years, and whereas during National Hispanic Heritage Month, we recognize the millions of Hispanic Americans whose love of family, hard work, and community have helped unite us as a people and sustain us as a nation, and whereas we remember also those proud Hispanic American patriots who fought and died for our country in every war and conflict since our founding, and whereas as entrepreneurs and public servants, scholars, and artists, Hispanic Americans have provided wisdom, energy, and leadership in both small and large communities across the country, and whereas while many Hispanic Americans today are thriving, others are still struggling to overcome obstacles, including language and cultural barriers, and whereas we renew our commitment to ensuring that all Hispanic Americans have access to the opportunities needed to pursue and realize their dreams, and whereas the 2025 theme, Collective Heritage, Honoring the Past, Inspiring the Future, encourages us to recognize the spirit of innovation, resilience, and unity that define the Hispanic experience, and honors the visionary leaders within the Hispanic community whose trailblazing efforts have paved the way for more inclusive and prosperous society. And now, therefore, Mayor Pasco, David Milne, and the rest of the council do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you. And now will Councilwoman Rojas read that in Spanish.
Thank you. I do have a couple comments before that. I will be reading the proclamation in Spanish. It's very important for our viewers, our Spanish viewers, every Mexican American in the city of Pasco, in recognition that there's 56% of the population of Pasco are Latino or Hispanic natives. We are a proud group. Tomorrow, September 16th, is Mexican Independence Day, making Mexico's liberation from Spain in 1810. Not sure if anybody knew that, but I'm just throwing out that little tidbit. So to my fellow Mexican Americans, to Chicanos, however you want to identify yourselves, Feliz Día de la Independencia Mexicana. And I will proceed to read the proclamation. We were just talking about proclamations, and I want to recognize that we just read a proclamation, right? In regards to the life of an individual that was unfortunately a victim of a crime. However, we should also recognize Senator Melissa Hortman and her husband for being killed. Irina Sarutska from Ukraine for also being killed. The students at Evergreen High School and the students at the Annunciation Catholic School, in those shootings, there was not many killings, but there were killings of young people, children, unnecessary killings, just like Mr. Kirk's. However, I feel that local government should aim to keep our streets safe, to focus on local matters. May they all rest in peace. And with that, I will follow through with the proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month in Spanish. For all of you listening, todos los que están escuchando, el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, 15 de septiembre a 15 de octubre del 2025. Considerando que la diversidad cultural de América ha ayudado a fortalecer y a definir nuestro país por cientos de años. Considerando durante el Mes Nacional de la Herencia Hispana, reconocemos a los millones de hispanoamericanos cuyo amor por la familia, el trabajo duro y la comunidad han ayudado a unirnos como pueblo y sostenernos como una nación. Y considerando que también recordamos a aquellos orgullosos patriotas hispanoamericanos quienes lucharon y murieron por nuestro país en cada guerra y conflicto desde nuestra fundación. Y considerando que como empresarios y funcionarios públicos, estudiantes y artistas, los hispanoamericanos han proporcionado sabiduría, energía y liderazgo en comunidades pequeñas y grandes a lo largo del país. Considerando que, aunque muchos hispanoamericanos han prosperado hoy en día, otros aún están luchando para vencer obstáculos, incluyendo el idioma y las barreras culturales. Considerando que renovamos nuestro compromiso para asegurarnos que todos los hispanoamericanos tengan acceso a las oportunidades necesarias para perseguir y realizar sus sueños. Y considerando el tema del 2025, herencia colectiva, honrando el país, inspirando el futuro, nos alienta a reconocer el espíritu de la innovación, resiliencia y unidad que definen la experiencia hispana. Y honra a los líderes visionarios dentro de la comunidad hispana, cuyos esfuerzos pioneros han abierto el camino hacia la sociedad más inclusiva y próspera. Feliz Día de la Independencia a todos los mexicoamericanos.
All right, and thank you, Councilwoman Ross. I'm sorry, hold a second. I just want to say thank you for pointing that out. I did have it in my notes to recognize the other ones. I did miss it. I am sorry, but thank you for saying that. And so let's go to Councilman Grimm.
Thank you. You're fine, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. No, and just to add on to what my fellow council member was saying, I don't know if a lot of people realize this, but just reading from the internet here, we can't quite claim it as Pasco, but we're the lion's share of the population in Franklin County. But Franklin County became the first majority Hispanic county in the entire Pacific Northwest around 2006. And I think that is something we should be very proud of. Can't quite claim it as a city, but obviously we're like, 85% of the whole county. So I think that is something to be proud of. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So let's And let's go to Councilman
Make a
Prowse.
quick comment. So I just want to address what happened earlier. The bodies, we have our schedules and stuff. They're available on the internet at our website. But if you look at our Pasco Municipal Code, I'm just going to address the individual who came up here. We have it on our website here. You can see right here. It lays out our agenda, our order of business. And so we weren't skipping over anything. It says right here, meeting instructions for remote access, goes call to order, roll call, pledge of allegiance, consent agenda, proclamations, acknowledgements, and after that is public comment. So I just want to make sure that I don't want anyone making comments or posts that we're not following our own rules and stuff. But that clears it laid out right there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councilman Perales. So now we're going to move on to public comments. The public may address council on any items unless it relates to a scheduled public hearing. This item is provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to the attention of the City Council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or for the posing of questions with the expectation of immediate response. Some questions require considerations by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. And with that, we have a list of people that are have signed up to speak. So let's start off with, first we'll go off with Michelle Andrews. And again, we're going to go 3 minutes. Make sure the timer is on. Yes.
Michelle? Okay. Hello. Michelle Andrews, Pasco, Washington. Congratulations, Mr. Cotta. I hope you do well. I do want to address that all of us have strong emotions, and emotions are real. They're not always reality. If you miss someone and you said, hey, I missed you, I didn't hear from you, why didn't you write? That person doesn't know if you're saying that in a sad manner or in an angry manner. I do want to give people the room to grieve a beautiful life. It was not worth taking his life. It wasn't worth taking the Ukrainian girl's life. I used to be an admissions counselor for a college and a teacher. Students are very impressionable. And every single adult needs to lead those emotions in a positive direction as much as possible. And I call on my city because I came here 17 years ago and I felt like I moved back to Boise, Idaho. I had not felt at home in such a long time. I love this city and I love this county. Please love one another. It pays off. And even if you disagree and didn't want us to say an amen or not, I love you. I care about your feelings.
Hey, Michelle, can you?
Thank you.
We can't hear you, so okay.
Okay, thank you. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So moving forward, if everybody could approach the dais as far as face us so we could actually hear you better, would be appreciated. So let's, up next, we got Steve Wilson.
Thanks for having me up here today.
Can
you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you. My name's Steve Wilson from Pasco. Congratulations, new guy. Pasco was created as a city manager form of government. This was after World War I. That actually started in the United States in Ohio around 1913. This was set up to stop the political machines from setting up governments for one political party as an abuse of a spoils system from the war and related industries. And it requires an impartial city manager. We have one, right, Mr. Stewart? Thank you. It has proven to be an effective system of local government by restricting partisan government and offering more equitable and fair representation. Now, let me explain to you what partisan influence has done to my area here, my city, my county. Right now, we have a county commissioner system that's overloaded with right-wing extremists. They have done as much to run out their peers and professionals from that, from their department. They disgraced an honorable sheriff. They can't manage HAPO. That's been around since it was 80s, came in the 80s as Tritech, or it was to be proud of. People would come from the region, all around the region, to come to our ag facility. Who lives here and will build an ag facility without air conditioning and then put themselves in a situation where they can't afford it, and then work with people from out of state and owe them money, and yet have the grapes to turn around and belittle a sheriff for a lunch bill, or to tell him that he's got hidden cameras looking in secret areas of the courthouse.
If you can face us, I appreciate
Sorry
it.
about that. I get a little fired up about that. What I recommend is we do not interact with them regarding HAPO Center. Let them dig their hole. My dad and I talked yesterday. He said, my big brother called me. They're in their 70s, freaking out about this news about the liberals are going to get all shot or something. They're freaking out. I'm like, I don't know what's going on with that. So I looked into it. I see this guy's an influencer. I'm not connected. I can only assume, since your municipality that deals with our local people, that he's from Pasco. That must be the case. Or he has influence in Pasco. Or he's helped anything with the municipality of Pasco. That would make sense. So I'm assuming that's the case. I'm going to look into this and see if it is the case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for your comments. We're going to jump down to Eileen Crawford.
Thank you for your time. Eileen Crawford, City of Pasco. Congratulations, Joe. I'm here to talk to you about an article I read in the Tricycle Herald regarding $50 additional car tab fees. Is that going to go on motorcycles, RVs, etc.? Need I remind you, Pasco is a very low per capita incomes city. We don't have that kind of money. All right? Have you looked at other options? I found it interesting that one of the council members was supporting a 0.01% sales tax. Well, at least that would capture everybody that shops in Pasco. If I don't want to pay your fee, I'm going to transfer my tags out of Pasco. All right? Are you going to charge everybody that drives across the city limits and uses our streets, which are in bad need of attention, I'll admit, a fee for driving on them? Because you're charging us for their privilege. Have you looked at, because of EVs, better gas mileage, have you looked at putting this extra fee on EVs or hybrids only? What about the charging stations? Let's charge them too. The city is not responsible to support businesses that compete with private business or things that don't involve our health and safety. So let's re-inspect those, all right? I wonder, and I'm asking, the Grand Ole 4th of July, Cinco de Mayo, Fiery Food Festival, movies in the park during the summer. Is the city supporting those with our taxpayer dollars where you're going to tax us for more and more? Maybe what you ought to do is start taxing, if you pass this, start taxing U-Hauls while we move out. Because that's what's going to happen. Okay? This is not Olympia. You were all elected by the people to represent the people first, and the city of Pasco second. So start representing us and our pocketbooks. No more tax and spend, please. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that, Mrs. Crawford. Normally we don't interact. I mean, if you could please sit down. But I did want to say that every member here does not like taxes. We also don't like roads with potholes in them either. And you need roads. I mean, again, that's a big thing. And I can tell you that there basically is no secret meetings. We haven't even voted on this. We still have a couple more months. We're willing to hear from people. We want to hear from our constituents. So I'm saying, with that in mind, again, even though I had leaning one way, I'm still open. I think every councilman is open to seeing what is best for Pasco, hearing people's ideas, moving forward on this. But let's come up with a way, if we can, to have better roads, but at the same time, not bankrupt the city budget. All we want is to keep things moving without being bankrupt, again, we want fiscal responsibility. So with that, I will jump to Tim Eidman, and you got 3 minutes.
On? Is this on?
Yep.
All right. Tim Eidman, born and raised in Yakima. Ferguson and the Democrats raised taxes $40 billion this last legislative session. And this mayor and this city council thinks that's not enough. You got to go on top of that. The voters in Franklin County, 72% of them, said, we don't want taxes or fees above $30. Jay Inslee said voters were confused by that. The mayor and the city council agree with them, because here you are doing exactly the same thing that he did, not respecting the will of the people. When you say you're going to have a meeting starting at 7, and I tell 60,000 people to tune in to watch, and you don't start listening to people until 7:50, you're not even following your own rules. When I did this in front of the Seattle City Council, they were just as bad. But that's Seattle. You're acting exactly like the Seattle mayor, exactly like the Seattle City Council, where you put it off as long as you could. You had already made your decision, and all they were doing is just biding time, hoping that people would get tired and walk out. On August 25th, you guys had a secret meeting that nobody knew about, that it took the Tri-City Herald a week and a half to eventually write a story about. And here it is 21 days later, and this is the first chance where regular citizens can actually comment on it. But at that meeting, you all weren't debating whether or not to do it. You all decided you're going to do it. We only want to know, are you going to raise sales taxes? Are you going to raise car tab taxes? You weren't debating whether or not to do it. You just said we're doing it, but which one should we do? And you all expressed which ones you wanted. You skipped the whole part about when you normally make decisions. You're supposed to actually listen to citizens, make an announcement, let the Tri-City Herald do a story before the meeting about it. You didn't do that here. It was so maddening to hear you skipping past the whole citizen comment portion. But let's talk about how that's a joke too. Because you already know the voters don't want this. You already know they can't afford it, but you're doing it anyway. Now, you say that you're only going to make final decisions later. That's not what happened on August 25th. And it infuriated me because I was watching you skip past everything. Supposedly a conservative city council, supposedly a conservative mayor, acting exactly the way Seattle does. Now, $40 billion in one legislative session from Democrats. We come to expect that. But when we have supposed conservatives saying $40 billion isn't enough, let's go above that. Let's go higher than that. Let me close with this. 25 years ago, when we passed this one just a couple of years ago, 72% of them voted for it. This was the sign in 1999, 26 years ago. The slogan was, because politicians will never limit taxes. True today, 26 years later, as it was back then, you will never limit taxes. It is infuriating that you're doing this, and you're doing it before you've even listened to the people. It infuriates me. I hate it, and I'm really pissed off about it. Thank you.
So the next one is, we have Yeah, usually we don't do it, but in this case, we'll have Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make a point of clarification that in that meeting.
From what I understand, you don't comment. You don't actually go back and forth. The whole idea of public comment is we get a talk, and then you guys
We
listen.
are on the council. You need to sit down or you'll be removed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a point of a clarification. On YouTube, at the 1:55:30 mark, the public is indeed asked to provide input, and it is, and then Councilwoman Barajas asks a follow-up question, and then our deputy city manager actually even goes through the process and explains the process, how there has to be public hearings and all of this, and then you again go back and ask a second and a third time for public comment. So to come up and say that public comment wasn't taken that night is factually untrue, or that public comment hasn't happened at these meetings since then is factually untrue, and it's outrageous to even suggest that. Thank you.
Thank you. So let's move on to Anna Roos Kennedy.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Anna Ruiz Kennedy, and I'm here as the Chair of Franklin County Democrats. I want to begin. We just witnessed congratulations for your appointment. We just witnessed your swearing-in ceremony, and we also just witnessed not following your own process. You have a proclamation process. It says here that you have to have a request submitted 30 days prior, and you didn't follow that. So just reminding you to follow your own process. You are breaking. You're making everybody break your own laws, and then you set precedent. That's very dangerous, okay? But now you did it, and I would like to encourage you. I did this publicly right away after we've heard the tragic passing of Mr. Kirk, or assassination of him. And I said that we condemn all forms of violence, including the assassination of Mr. Kirk and the targeting of all political leaders for their beliefs. This kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy. I respectfully ask that this resolution be expanded to also honor the memory of other political leaders who have been assassinated. Leaders across the political spectrum, from Martin Luther King Jr., President John F. Kennedy, to more recent figures like Representative Melissa Hortman, her husband Mark, and others. These tragedies are not just political losses, they are human losses. They affect families, communities, and the very fabric of our democracy. By recognizing all victims of political violence, we send a powerful message that our community values every voice, stands united against hate, and believes in civil discourse over division. Let this resolution be a bridge not just in mourning, but in hope and shared purpose. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere." Thank you for your time and for your commitment to community, unity, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Jennifer Henley.
Good evening, Mayor and the City Council members. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I've never actually spoke before to any council, so I appreciate the opportunity. I am here tonight, though, to share my concerns with the decision to make the special proclamation about the death of Mr. Kirk. I first want to say that, number one, anyone celebrating the death of anyone is deplorable. I don't care who they are, and if they agree or disagree with me in any way. Second, everyone has a right to mourn someone that they are upset about the death of, but this group is not a person. You guys represent the entire city of Pasco, and some of those people, as you said, receiving emails, disagree with the decision. By making a specific proclamation about a podcaster, when only today, and due to the outrage of your community, did you recognize federal government officials who were assassinated actually 3 months and 1 day ago. My understanding, there was no proclamation prior to the outrage that began over tonight's proclamation. The racially fueled comments made by Mr. Kirk, as well as the abhorrent programs he supported, and his comments about women, create a divisive environment and do not make me feel supported by the officials in a city that I've lived in for almost 20 years. I hope in the future the council will be more cautious and more inclusive with these proclamations. And lastly, as public comment was not made available prior to the proclamation, and the fact that in the proclamation mutual respect was cited and should be gleaned from Mr. Kirk, I do feel it's important, and I do apologize ahead of time to anyone this might offend, but I do want to actually share some of his words. This is from a July 13th, 2023 Charlie Kirk show. Black women do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot to be taken somewhat seriously. I do not see how that shows mutual respect and does not create divisiveness. I hope in the future, again, that more thought will be put into these proclamations, like the one that was made tonight, and that all those who live in Pasco feel supported. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. So we're going to move on to Andre Luther. Oh, Andrea, sorry. I can't hear her.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Luther. I'm from Pasco. I wanted to share my concerns about the proclamation honoring Charlie Kirk. First, every life lost is tragic, and every death deserves to be mourned. We can absolutely extend compassion to Mr. Kirk's family and his supporters without elevating him with an official city proclamation. Mr. Milne, you claimed he was a great debater and a voice for free speech. I would like to invite you to come volunteer your time with the Pasco School debate clubs so that you can learn what a great debater actually looks like.
Okay.
He's not. Pasco is one of the most diverse cities in Washington, and our proclamations in Pasco should unite our residents. Honoring a national political figure whose works and statements who have been openly partisan risks dividing our community. If the city would not issue a similar proclamation for a leader with very different political views, such as Minnesota Rep. Melissa Hortman, which it had not until tonight when it was amended, who have been victims of political violence, it is inconsistent and inequitable to issue one here. I urge the council to focus future proclamations on shared values and local contributions rather than on national political figures whose legacies are rooted in divisive advocacy. We can mourn a death without exalting someone like this. And I do have a whole list of statements that he has made if anyone would like one.
All right. Why don't you give it to the clerk? All right. Thank you for those words. We're going to go on to. Oh, no. What's this?
Turillo?
Is it Tarisha? Okay. All right. All right. Well, we will move on to Steve Simmons.
My name is Steve Simmons, Pasco resident. I just wanted to speak to the proposed tax increases. So Pasco families are already stretched thin. If you didn't notice, we just saw a gas tax go up because of a failed carbon tax that hasn't delivered yet. And now the city wants to raise taxes again. The truth is that Pasco hasn't done well in long-term planning and instead has asked us for more. The city should be accountable with the money it already collects. And as President Reagan reminded us, the problem is not that people are taxed too little. The problem is that government spends too much. So we need smarter spending and not higher taxes. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Steve Simmons. It looks like we have some. Is there anybody else? All right, Mrs. Maloney. I think it's already on.
It's on?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll speak loud. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, to Pasco via RCW 42.56. How much are we, the taxpayers, paying for the Pasco Aquatic Center? See Aquatic Director and former Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins and/or his LLC for his wow factor wave machine that can cost anywhere from $22 million to $280 million, with each wave costing as much as $12.75 per second. Who can afford that? Include a total for Mr. Watkins' salary of nearly $11,000 per month, plus his travel expenses. Include passport entries, anticipated expenses, and complication costs. Pasco taxpayer-funded CIP budget is well over $500 million. How much is going for a low-barrier homeless shelter for our people and for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for our dogs and cats? Currently it's at $0. See the spokesman review on 9/9/25. Quote, from 1975, the Spokane City Council was taking more heat over its policy to sell stray dogs to Washington State University Veterinary School, end quote. Tri-City Animal Services, TCACS, or Animal Control, has had a contract with WSU to send our dogs and cats for research since April 16th of 2003. Tri-City Animal Services has no spay-neuter services and still denies due process protections, still performs botched, cruel, and barbaric euthanasia methods, and now issues fines with the usage pay system, which puts a bounty on our dogs and cats. Which neighborhoods do they attack there? And still, for over 22 years, continues to send our dogs and cats to WSU for research where they linger and then are killed. Tri-City Animal Services is catch and kill or send them to WSU. Horrendous. This authorized by Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr and approved by council. See Pasco City Council meeting 4/1/19. Provide the video. Provide all past and present ULID and LID designs for my property with start dates, costs, and the U.S. mail notice to me. Include all Pasco officials and Pasco employees' communications regarding harassment and retaliation against me and my property. Include a permit number 404 for the floodplain sewer system and for the Road 48 Community Park. Include fecal groundwater reports caused by the broken floodplain sewer system. Also include fines paid by Pasco and spot zoning developers Hayden Homes for killing our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and their eaglets. See KNDU News on Earth Day 4/19/22, alerting the city regarding our floodplain eagles before
We get you to wrap it up.
Pasco killed them. My comments are for the record, my requests are for the record, and to put Pasco on notice.
All right, thank you for that. Is there anybody else in the audience that hasn't spoken that would like to speak? Going once, going twice, going 3 times, and then we have some callers that have been patiently waiting to speak. So I think we're going to go with the first one, Lori Lane.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Laurie Lane, and I'm from Buckley, Washington. I, too, am concerned when I hear about tax increases, because this is just a terrible time for that. That's why the 1% tax cap, property tax cap, was passed in the first place, so that we could have, as voters, be able to afford to stay in our homes. To me, I have a question. How can anybody trust somebody when they trust you guys when you secretly pass taxes without the voters' consent? I would think that would tend to do quite the opposite. Honestly, what I believe needs to happen here is that there needs to be a tax diet. And you just need to learn to stay within your, live on a budget, true budget, and just say no. Thank you.
All right, thank you for those words. Just so you know, we haven't passed anything, so we're still discussing it. But let's go on to Mila Mapson. Mapson, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might want to speak up a little bit more, but we can hear you.
Okay, I'll try to talk loud. Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Malia Mapston, and I am a resident of Pasco, Washington. I'm here this evening with a concern of a proposed gas station, convenience store, and car wash development on parcel number 11550285 and parcel number 11550286. This land is on the corner of Sandifer Parkway and Road 90, right next to Broadmoor Terrace, which is where I live. The proposal for this gas station is less than 100 yards from my front door. So I was notified this weekend by just walking by a sign that was posted. It was about the size of a paper by the mailbox that said that this gas station is, there was a proposal for this gas station, and that the community had until the 22nd of this month to write any comments or speak regarding the opposition of it. I have a few points. So I think I'm concerned because of the increased traffic, that this will worsen congestion, make crossings dangerous, especially for our children and for our families walking, biking. The safety of our children and our family from the gas station noise, the light pollution, the fuel leaks, chemical runoffs that could threaten our soil and our groundwater. A huge concern of mine is possible loitering and homeless around our children, and our property value. Decrease in our property value, which I believe is improper taking of property value. We have 4 other gas stations within 1 mile of my home. This will be the 5th added, and so I'm wondering why. What is the reasoning for the need for our community? I think the responsibility of the city government is to make decisions with the established community for safety, for safety and cultural development in mind. And I don't believe that this 5th gas station across the street from my home supports that responsibility. I leave you with 2 questions. First, what would you do if you got notification that a gas station was going across the street from your home? And the reason of why this would be important for a community to have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. We much appreciate it. Do we have anybody else online that... All right. So with that, we're going to move on to number 7, which is reports from committees and or offices. So do we have any... Let's start off with Councilwoman Melissa Blaisdell.
Well, I'm going to change the atmosphere in here because this weekend we had a really good Fiery Food Festival. We had a really good turnout. There was some amazing food, amazing entertainment. It seemed like everyone in Pasco was there. We had the pepper challenge. We had the wing challenge. Brian, I think, won the wing challenge. And Sergeant Park participated in the wing challenge. He had some tacos before the wing challenge, so he didn't get through all 20 of his wings. But it was a really, really fun event. I stayed pretty much all day. The weather was good. And then today, I also went to the recovery graduation. September is recovery month. And today they had a gentleman that I believe has been clean for over a year, and he graduated from recovery graduation. And it was a really neat experience to listen to his story. There was other community elected officials there. Commissioner Bauman was there. Detective Lee was there. And she presented him with a challenge coin. And it's just really a good feeling to watch someone change their life after basically being addicted to drugs after a long road. So it was really, I guess, it's a good feeling to see someone turn their life around. So I appreciated that today.
Thank you for that, Councilwoman Blaisdell. And we're going to jump to Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I did attend Tridex Donuts and Development that I spoke about last week, and discussion was around housing in the area and the increased supply, but also the increased days on market and the challenges that's presenting not only for brokers in the area, but for builders and buyers and sellers as well. And again, that was with Rep. Connors and HBA and Tri-City Association of Realtors. Met with Kara, I think her last name is pronounced Kabler, something like that, with the Franklin Conservation District. She presented to us about a month ago. It was at a meeting that I missed. And I had a good discussion with her. Next week, I'll bring back a couple items during miscellaneous discussion to talk about, including my favorite topic of shrub step mitigation. And we discussed that and how the city can partner with them on a couple different issues that they're dealing with. And then, as Ms. Blaisdell mentioned, did attend Fiery Foods Festival. And I don't know if it's just because your memory as a kid gets a little twisted when you get older, but as a kid going to Fiery Foods Festival, I felt like it was just this enormous, huge thing, and got a little small during COVID and all that, but it feels like year over year it keeps growing and growing. And this year felt like the first year that it was like really back post-COVID. And so thanks to Mr. Rice and his team, and really a lot of staff that spent a lot of their weekend time there. I know that Ms. Igdell and Mr. Stewart were both there, and so appreciate you guys doing that. And my family and I had a great time, so that was it. Thanks.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the new Vintage Church elected official ribbon cutting. I had to be there a little early because of another obligation to go watch a kid play a soccer game, but I was able to get there half an hour early. Congratulate Pastor Matt, pray with him, and I appreciate him making time before his big event to do that. I also attended the Ben Franklin Transit meeting last Thursday where they announced their Employees of the Year and also their Department of the Year. And I don't know if you guys watch their videos online, but Brittany and some others on that team in the marketing department are doing a fantastic job of just really reflecting the values of Ben Franklin Transit and promoting the image of BFT and just having a lot of fun doing it too. So that was great. And then also they gave a report on the Benton Franklin Fair and Rodeo ridership, and ridership was way up. I remember being at that meeting last year, and if my memory serves me correct, like from our 22nd Avenue station, ridership was down 6%, but this year I think it was in the teens or almost 20%. Ridership was up just from our one station here in Pasco, so that was encouraging. And then like others, I was down at Fiery Foods Festival. I'm the one with the big family, so got to bless one of our local vendors by walking up and asking for 21 tacos, to which they were like, "Are you serious?" And I kind of turned around and pointed to my group that I love very much. And so yeah, had a great time down there and supporting our vendors and just being a part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you for that report, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Let's go back to Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Sorry, I forgot one more thing. I also filled in for the mayor at the Kohler Estates Phase 2 ribbon cutting. It is in the middle of the, I want to say country, but technically it's not the country anymore, but it's so quiet and peaceful out there. So there is some, I believe there's about 20 lots available for purchase. So it's definitely worth driving out there to look at the lots available if you're thinking about buying a house.
Well, thank you for filling in for me. I do appreciate it. I had a busy week as well, but to summarize for the amount of time we have, I did attend the Park and Recs Advisory Board meeting, and we had a long discussion on the Aquatic Center. Got an update by former Mayor Matt Watkins, and I will say that there is no wave pool. I've gone over the plans a couple times, very Pacific. So maybe at one time it was a discussion, but there is no $22 million wave pool with $100,000 per wave. And I did attend the Fiery Foods along with the rest of the council, and it was really cool to see everybody there. And I did want to join in with, I saw our Councilman Leo Perales eating the hot peppers. I thought of my time up there, but I was glad that somebody from the council was able to dig in, and sad that he didn't win first prize, but looked like quite the competition, a lot of folks. And so, again, it was good to have a good time and talk to constituents. So with that, I think we're going to move on. And let me get back to my spot here. If I can. All right. So we're going to move on to 8, which is hearing and council action on ordinance and resolutions related thereto. I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to move on to number 9, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. We got number A, which is resolution number 4649, setting a public hearing to consider Fat Beam franchise extension, and this is going to be by Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item proposes to set the public hearing for the renewal of this fiber optic franchise for Fat Beam for October 6th at 7 p.m. during a regular council meeting. This is a renewal. Again, this is governed by Municipal Code Title 1540, and that's qualified under general components of that title. And with that, a requirement for this renewal is to have the public hearing. No action is anticipated on that night. It's just the public hearing. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Does any of the council have questions for Director Maria Serra? Go with Councilwoman Barajas.
Quick question. This is, as I'm reading this, down at the discussion portion, it says, before considering franchise renewal. So we are considering, the hearing is to consider continuation of a contract to a franchise for $1,000.
Yes, the franchise is for that private utility to utilize the right-of-way, and it's a non-exclusive franchise. That means that they have equipment, in this case it's underground, fiber optic underground, install and maintain within our right-of-way. So $1,000 is the cost to renew that franchise, and considering this renewal requires a public hearing to occur first before council can actually act on it. And so for October 6th at 7 p.m., the intent is to have the public hearing, and then action would be scheduled for a following meeting.
Thank you. And just one last question. The agreement is for how long?
I believe it is 5 years, but I can check.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions. So Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4649, setting 7 p.m. October 6, 2025 as the time and date for a public hearing to consider a fiber optic franchise with Fat Beam LLC.
Second.
All right, so I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and I have a second by Councilwoman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Looks like it passes unanimously. Let's go on to B. Resolution number 4650, application for Ascent Easement driveway for 2001 West Lewis Street. And it's going to be by Deputy City Manager Richa Sedell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Evening Council. There was an application that was submitted earlier this year for an access easement on West Lewis Street, and thank you. You can see that on the location there. Lewis Street is designated as a limited access facility, which means that an abutting property does not get an automatic access to the street. It also is a fairly high-speed arterial of the city. On September 15th, regular council meeting, you directed staff to explore the appropriate process for staff to consider granting this easement. And we've worked with the city attorney and the applicant on this process. At first, the applicant had considered a de-acceleration lane. However, in discussion with staff, what we've found is the current use does not require a de-acceleration lane, and it would be essentially an overbuild. So we discussed that with the applicant. They're okay with just a clear cut, I believe that's the right word here, a standard driveway cut rather than adding a de-acceleration lane. So that is the process that we are recommending here. You have three options essentially. You can deny the request to access easement altogether. You can direct staff to revise our recommendations if you feel like we need to reconsider the designs and the conditions, or approve the access of easement as we have recommended. And with that, I'm open to any questions that you might have.
All right. Is there any questions from the dais as far as on this issue?
I got one.
Okay, so Councilman Leo Brels.
Thank you, Mayor. So what's the reasoning behind no de-acceleration lane?
There is just not enough traffic count from what the applicant has given us, where it really requires that level of build to the street, because you're not having that many cars go by that you require a lane that would need to turn right there.
Well, I mean, we want, I mean, if we're trying to be proactive and looking forward, we want more traffic coming in to the city of Pasco. So I guess it's kind of short-sighted to not do that now, just to get it done. And they're going to pay for it, right? They would pay to do the improvements.
Yes, and in future, if there is a use for it, then the applicant would have to build it, and we would have to come to council and probably have similar discussion. But at this time, the applicant did not have a project that, I believe it was maybe 10 cars a day, so it was a very low count that did not justify such an investment, and also impact to the street itself.
So is the applicant happy about that? Or are they just like, okay, if you guys are going to approve this, fine, the way it is? Because I know that I think they had submitted a design that had a de-acceleration lane.
And they did submit a design that excluded the de-acceleration lane after our discussions as well. I cannot account for the happiness or sadness of the applicant itself, but what I can say is that they understood our questions, and they recognize that there might be a need in the future, but right now that need is not bore out.
Okay. Then I'm fine with what's presented. I just would think, if we want to make our roads safer and stuff, it would just be more prudent to do it now. But if people are happy with what's been presented, or meaning the applicant and everyone up here, I'd be happy with that. Thank you, and thank you for your work on this.
All right. Well, with that, I'm not seeing any other. Oh, you got Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. Do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I just wanted to start off where Mr. Perales finished. And thank you. It sounds like there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of communication. I know that takes a lot of staff time, but I appreciate the customer service. That's what we should be doing for our public. And just so I do remember the presentation on this earlier in the year, but just so basically they were just asking for curb cuts off of Lewis Street, and our concern was because it's 45 miles an hour, the speed of possible rear-ending collisions and that kind of stuff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. Well, now I don't see any other ones, so now.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just real quick. So one of the concerns that I'm just want to make sure we're all talking about the same thing, because I'm not sure the connections being made there. But it sounds, based on the easement that we drafted, it says specifically that the benefit of the real property described above, and then it talks about how it would be specific location thereof determined by the development review process for the city of Pasco. So, and that's really the whole point. The original concern that we had, and I don't know if folks remember that, was would this be even possible? Because there's two steps to this, right? There's the actual granting of the exception to your code, which says no driveways on this portion of Lewis, which is what you're doing tonight, and then there's the development review process. Now, I don't know if you don't reserve that with regard to this particular easement in terms of future improvement. If something changes, it might be difficult to then go back and then require them to make additional improvements. I don't know that we would be able to do that through this document. So I just want to be clear. I'm not sure on what the question was to be able to potentially do that going forward with this document, because I don't think this one is going to be able to do that at this point, and I'd have to defer to staff and their ability to ensure that would be the case through other things. I just didn't want to give the impression that was in this document, the reservation of additional improvements should a deacceleration lane be required. So anyway, just with that, I don't mean to make more discussion out of something, but I just want to make sure we're all on the same page about what this document does. It just gives an exception to the code.
Okay, let's jump to Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. In regards to this particular request for an easement, traffic does go by, not a lot of times, don't hear this, Chief, not a lot of times adhering to the speed limit. So my view, because I've driven by there several times and almost hit, seeing the speed going through there, I think it's a high risk area to allow an easement, potentially causing some type of accident in that area in particular. Now we're talking about development. How soon are they developing? This is a commercial area, but it's not a very active commercial area, as some of the businesses in this strip are closed.
As we mentioned in the staff report, as we add more driveways, as with any street, and we have Director Sarah here, who's the expert at this, we will have to look at speed overall. And so as you get more driveways, as you get maybe more traffic, we would have to look into that. So probably in future, 45 miles per hour is not a speed that you will see, but that time is not right now.
Well, and for clarification, just to recall, so this is a very, very old ordinance that started this. So just so that it's clear about what the original, I guess, goal of the council was at the time, was that the policy declaration in 1085-010 was unrestricted access to and from public streets has resulted in congestion and peril for the traveler. It has caused undue slowing of all traffic in certain areas. It's therefore declared the policy of the city to limit access to certain streets within the city in the interest of safety and for the preservation of the public's investment in its streets. So that was, to kind of frame the question, that was the original goal of the ordinance, and this is you granting an exception to that policy.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go with Councilman Harpster.
No, I was just going to refresh everybody's memory that when we last discussed this, one of the items that I brought up, or points of discussion rather, was that I think, I'm trying to remember exactly, but I think it was within a quarter mile of this section on Lewis Street, there's something like 15 driveway entrances. And so, this isn't some cutting edge thing. And if in the future we need to adjust the speed limit, then that's why we've got a speed limit policy.
All right, I agree with that. 45 is quite fast if you're trying to turn, if there's a turn lane there. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, just one last comment. Just pulling this up on Google Map. I mean, there's no legal access for the entire strip of Lewis, and if somebody ever wanted to do anything, have a separate, business here, just having the one access there off 20th really, really does, limit the ability for us to, have more business and revenue in the city. So I suppose I'll just go out and say I would be in favor of this, Mr. Mayor, granting them the curb cuts.
All right, thank you for that. I'm not seeing any other questions, so Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, can I get a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You may. I move to approve resolution number 4650, authorizing the mayor to execute the access easement deed for 2001 Lewis LLC.
Second.
So we got a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm and a second by Councilman Perales. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
No.
All right. So 6-1. All right, so let's move on to number 10, unfinished business. I'm not seeing anything. So we're going to move on to 11, which is new business. So we have 11A, which is Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, LTAC, recommendations for the 2026. And we have Assistant City Manager Angela Pichon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you is the 2026 recommendations for the use of lodging tax funds. So this is an annual allocation process and is funded through the collection of 4% local lodging tax on short-term accommodations such as hotels and motels. To be eligible for funding, an application must be received and be either for tourism marketing operations of special events designed to attract individuals from 50 or more miles away, operations and capital for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by municipalities or a PFD, and operations for tourism-related facilities owned or operated by a nonprofit organization. Annually, the city's Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, or LTAC, meets to develop recommendations based on available funding and applications received. For 2026, projected revenue is $850,000. We received 22 funding requests, which totaled over $1.5 million. Additionally, over the past several years, the repayment of the Giza Stadium improvement bond debt has been included as an annual allocation through this program. However, we've been using fund balance in the stadium fund, and this utilizing these funds has led to a collection of fund balance within the lodging tax fund. This was done as a recommendation in conjunction with finance for basically there was a fund balance prior to, we used to have 2% and 2% that were put into different funds. So this 2% for the stadium fund was really us drawing that down to make it so that it was zero. With that temporary increase, our fund balance in the lodging tax fund has increased to about $2.3 million. So I say that because we will be recommending, one of the recommendations is to use some of that fund balance in 2026. In tonight's packet, you have all the applications. I think there's about 130 some pages, so I figured you guys might want to go through those yourself. But the requests, let me get here. The requests or the recommendations from Lodging Tax who met last week are on your screen. And as I said, just over $135,000 is included in the recommendation to be used for fund balance. And that's primarily for, if you look to the bottom right, a portion of adding a fence at the Pasco soccer complex, which the city took over operation in the fall of 2024. So we've seen increased interest in that facility over the last year for tournaments. This fence would improve and enhance safety and security, but it also continues to invest in the property itself, which will be helpful to attract more tournaments in the future. Let's see here. So tonight, staff is requesting council to consider the following alternatives for the 2026 lodging tax recommendations. One is either to accept the recommendations as presented. Two is you can send the recommendations in their entirety back to the committee itself for further consideration. You can also line item strike activities and leave the rest as is. So you can't change funding amounts of activities, but you could take out actual specific activities. Or you can strike individual activities and then remand everything back to the Lodging Tax Committee for further consideration. I am available for any questions.
All right. I will say before I get to you, Councilwoman Blaisdell, that it was a long meeting. We did go over all this stuff. There was people online that wanted us to go for their particular event or their ideas. We didn't go for it. We tried to be very fiscally responsible. We only had, I think, $110,000 to work with, so we had to axe. And just so you know, a lot of the stuff that was on here was the bare minimum that these different organizations were asking for. So we didn't jump anybody over what they asked for. It was, we had to really trim, cut things, and really make sure that we were getting people in hotels. So that was our main point of this. Nothing extra, stick with the budget. And again, some heated conversations, but I thought we did a good job. But let's hear what you have to say, Councilwoman Blaisdell.
Well, I like the hotel part. My question is on the mural program. Was that part of this?
So for the mural program that is currently running, it was an original allocation from 2024, or 2020, what year are we in? 2024 was the allocation, and I believe it was $20,000. We went back, the city went back and requested that we had $10,000 left in that for at the end of 2024, just based on how long it took us to get the program up and running. That rolled over to 2025. So it's not included. We didn't include it in a request for 2026 funding. However, I'm working to see if I can find a local sponsor for that program.
So we currently have $10,000 left in that?
You won't shortly. So Cafe Con Arte just finished up a mural on their facility, and we are processing their reimbursement. And then there is one on American Family Insurance as well that is finishing up. So that will be zeroed out by the end of this year.
Okay. I guess my opinion about, especially because that falls in District 6, I personally think that the mural program has brought life to downtown, and I would like to continue to see more life being brought to downtown. I would like to see that in recommendations for 2026. That's my 2 cents.
All right, so let's go to this side of the room. We'll start with Councilman Harpster.
Thank you. I don't know if anybody recalls, I had a plethora of comments regarding this last year, and I don't have that many this year. So thank you for your guys' work and Ms. Pashon's. I did honestly notice that when I looked at it, it seemed more fiscally responsible this year. Swim the snake. It's such a small event. I get it's only $1,000 out of $2.3 million. I just want to make mention of that. I did, however, look up information about the event. Saw that it's a fundraiser for Blue Mountain RC&D, which is, reading what they do, it seems a lot like what the Franklin Conservation District does. So I suppose that's something that we could support. Do any of you three that were involved know how many people attended last year, and if these funds really are kind of making a difference for them and whatnot?
I knew you'd probably ask this year. So we did reach out. They had over 60 participants in, so you think then in addition to that, the families that come with them. And it was over 25 that came from out of our area. They used area codes, so 509 was a high number, but I can't give you that it wasn't, Spokane. But I can tell you that at least 24 of them were a 208, a 253, 306 kind of number.
Okay. Appreciate that. Thanks.
So we did remember your comments. So we did have, that was actually probably one of the bigger things was Swim the Snake, and as far as trying to get things just so you are heard, we did remember what you had said last year. So, yes. So, well, let's give Councilwoman Barajas a chance, and then I'll circle back to you, okay?
Thank you. In regards to Swim the Snake, that's something that's historic now. We've been sponsoring them. Is that the word? We've been helping them out for several years, right?
Last 2 years, they were. I will say that our marketing team and our communications team has done a really great job about marketing these dollars and opportunities. So we've seen a lot more interest in this fund, and that's where I believe Swim the Snake
found it. I take back my historic, but I've seen it on there constantly, once or twice. But it's not a huge amount, and they do bring in tax dollars. They do stay in our hotels, so I do see that as giving back. My question is in regards to the committed requests. Are we able to send back a portion, and if you could go back to what we could remand? are we able to review, resend parts of, or the section that is committed requests? My question is because of the amount designated to the HAPO Center.
So for the HAPO Center, this is the city of Pasco being the applicant. And this is knowing that the ILA expires at the end of this year and not knowing where that's going to land. This is a more of a security for the city, because if something were to continue and we didn't have these funds available, you would have to look for another opportunity or go through another fund to be able to do that.
Perfect. You answered my question perfectly. So that goes back to the community in case there's more questions into why we continue supporting HAPO. But other than that, I do want to recognize that it looks lean. I appreciate that because there was just a lot of stuff that was from out of town or didn't pertain. So I do appreciate what I'm looking at now. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just wanted to ask if so the only one of these that I cannot connect to something local is the Northwest Rainbow Conference. I mean, I get it's for the Rainbow Girls of the Eastern Stars and all that, but is that an event actually here in Pasco?
I think
Yep. So Visit Tri-Cities is on the Lodging Tax Committee, and I can tell you that Hector, as well as Monica, who is the representative for the hotels, we're very excited about this. It's a 3-year commitment, and they said it's, I think, 600 rooms.
Oh, that's fantastic.
A year?
Yeah, I just couldn't connect it to an actual event here, so perfect. And our number one priority is heads in bed, so I love it. Thank you so much.
And I think if I heard right, it was in Yakima, so this is meant to move from Yakima to Pasco. So blessing on that. So let's go back. Did you mark it? Okay. Well, I guess we don't have any comments on that. So if I could get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Can I just ask one more thing for the sake of
Sure.
discussion? So were we hoping to add the murals, because I don't see them in there?
I can speak on that. Because the murals was not an application that was placed, we can't put funds towards that in 2026, but I can follow up with you in regards to my efforts outside of this process for finding a sponsor for that program.
Thank you for that clarification, because I didn't see it in any of the options. I only saw removing, so thank you for the clarification. With that, I move to approve the Lodging Tax Advisory Committee recommendations for the 2026 funding allocations as presented.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion, option 1 by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilman Blaisdell. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. All right, looks like we've got a unanimous decision on that. Love that. Then we're going to move to item B, which is payment processors, and we're going to have Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So we are here to discuss options on the online payment processors. So currently we have Paymentus, which is mainly used by utility billing and some cemetery and miscellaneous payments. So currently the contract expires towards the end of November. So we are at an opportunity to explore some options of either staying with that contract or moving to a different one. So at the overall, we are seeking guidance on selecting the new vendor and just reviewing our different options here. Part of also of potentially changing the online service that we offer for payments, we'd also like to implement a fair fee structure. I think earlier this year during the summer it was discussed to explore options for passing on credit card fees to customers. So that is being factored into this. Just since it's a good time, if we move to a different contract, it'd be a good time to implement that as well. So overall, just where we're at activity-wise, we have about 5,000 customers who have their who use the ACH service, which is when they enter in their routing and bank account information, and that typically has a flat fee as opposed to credit card services that has a more complex fee structure. And the fees that are directly tied to ACH processing is about $90,000 a year just for ACH. The total cost for our Paymentus contract is a little over $500,000, which includes for all card processing and online payment services. And if we move forward with changing the fee structure, we would expect that there'd be some change in behavior. So if we offer a free option for ACH payments, we would expect that that process would change and we'd have more users of that method. So we have here the comparison fee schedule for the two, so for Paymentus, which is our current provider, and Tyler Payments. And Tyler Payments is the native online processor for our utility billing system and our overall financial system. So there is a lot of integration that comes along with that new provider because it's the same company that we use for the majority of our system. So our utility billing, our financial system is with that same company. So right now with Paymentus, it's a third party, so there's a lot of manual processes of exporting information, importing, and a lot of manual just workload that goes along with that. With Tyler Payments, there is a lot of just automatic benefits with having it integrated and having it be the same company. So this fee schedule, I know there's a lot of information here, kind of hard to see, sorry. But overall, and I know it's not a very apples to apples comparison just because they have different fee structures. But here we have we use July's data, and this is actual activity that went through our online processor. And we have, on Tyler Payments, what we did is we used our actual activity for July and applied the current fee schedule that Tyler Payments is offering. And the Paymentus column is what we were actually charged. So as you can see, in every category, Tyler Payments is the less expensive option. And on top of that, with the proposal of passing on the credit card fees, that's an additional savings to the city. If those fees are passed on, so that first line there with the credit, the proposal is along with changing our provider would be to also change the fee structures so the city absorbs debit and ACH processing fees, but any credit card processing fees would be passed on to customers. So they're, by offering the ACH and debit as a free option, we are still allowing that and allowing those different methods to customers. And if customers choose to use a credit card, then they would pay that convenience fee and that processing fee. So on top of the fees themselves being lower, that top line would also be passed on to customers. Kind of just summarizes what I just said. Overall, it's a savings, and on top of the fact that the fees are lower, there's also a lot of indirect savings with a lot of efficiencies within the processes themselves with having it all integrated. And there's a lot of additional enhancements as well that are for the customers. There's more options for the customers to be able to submit requests and set up information. They can see their information live when their bills are updated. So there's a lot of enhancements to the features that are currently being offered, and on top of it being more efficient internally. So as I mentioned, it's integrated. There's a lot of automation that would come with this new software provider. There's also a lot of support that is being available right now with that provider. So for example, they are waiving implementation fees right now because of our relationship that we have with our financial system. So those fees are all being waived, and they have the support available to get this implemented to go live in November. So here's just the overall timeline. So if council provides approval to move forward with the Tyler payments, we are available to start the implementation process within the next week or two, and have the go live to be in late November. So now kind of switching gears over to the customer perspective. So if a customer does decide or chooses to use a credit card to pay their bills online, we just kind of provided some examples of what that would look like for their payment. So the average utility payment is around $140, $150. So that would essentially be a $225 fee. And that fee is clearly displayed online, so they know that they would be charged that fee, and it would be clearly outlined on their receipt. So it's very transparent of passing that fee on to the customers. So just kind of some examples of what that would look like depending on the payment amount. And overall, there's a lot of benefits to moving to Tyler payments. The cost effectiveness, the streamlined processes. However, there will be impacts to the public because it's it's a change, especially for those customers who have their online payment set up. So what would change is the actual website where they go to make their payment. So it's integrated into our site, and there's a link on there. So some people just have that already saved. So it would be a different actual website where they go in and make their payment, and they would have to set up their auto pay again. So from past experience, when these kind of changes happen, there is kind of a 3 to 5 month change process, just because it does take some time for customers to kind of change their habits, especially for auto pay. It's kind of a one and done. People just log in and set it up, so it's an easy thing to, I guess, forget to update. But to try to mitigate those impacts, we have been working with our communications team to come up with a variety of communication methods to, go online, of course, social media, presentations here at council to update on the implementation process, and our website. We also have inserts that we can have on that bill itself. So there's a variety of, which I can go, there's listed here, which we can go into detail if you would like, but we also can do automated calls and hangers on doors. So there's a lot of communication efforts that we can implement to try to mitigate that impact to customers. And again, there's, the process is not just leading up to the conversion, it's also that time frame afterwards. So there's there's many things that we can do. So one is we can waive late fees for that first couple months in case people are, forget to change over to that new site and that type of thing. We also have staff available that can help. In the past, when we had our utility billing conversion in 23, that impacted customers quite a bit, and we had staff out with tablets and helping them set up their account online. So we are available to do that similar process. So overall, we have, the two decisions are to either move to the new payment processor or stay with the current processor. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Well, thank you for that presentation. Looks like we're going to start off with Councilwoman Barajas.
Thank you. Per what I'm reading, thank you for your presentation. Per what I'm reading, this is going to be replacing the current billing system. And is this going to be fully automated?
So a lot of it would be automated. So right now there's quite a bit of processes that require manual processes. For example, whenever it's time to for shutoffs, what we have to do is we have to wait until that last minute around 8:15 and pull the report and find out who is still late, that type of thing. And with this process, it will just automatically, we can see pending payments, we can see all of that within the system without having to run any extra processes. So there's a lot of efficiency there, and there's many examples like that that is very automated.
Thank you for that. I agree with this. Every time I call BDI, they charge me like $3 for making my payment over the phone. So I don't see why the city should be continuously eating up fees. It's unfortunate, but this is looks like, per what you're presenting and what I'm looking at, it seems to be a more convenient, economical option. And how long does it take to switch over?
It takes about 6 to 8 weeks, and so we've had discussions already with the processor, and we are ready to go, and so are they as soon as we get that approval.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that. Let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Garcia, for putting all this together. Just one question for you and then a bunch of comments. But in your July 2025 comparison, you showed the difference between Paymentus and Tyler payments. Would the difference you're showing there account for people that actually switch from credit card to ACH? I mean, it's kind of an unknown factor, correct?
Right, yeah. This is more of, if we would have had Tyler payments in July for that same exact activity, this is what the payments would have been, what the fees would have been to us. So it doesn't factor in any hypotheticals. So the only hypothetical that we have right now is we expect that people would probably shift over to ACH, since that's the free option for customers. Probably around 25% of our customers would shift over. So right now we pay $90,000 in ACH fees, and if that 25% does shift over, that would increase to like around $112,000.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And yes, I've been a big proponent of this from the beginning. I really appreciate your work on this. I guess I have one other question. We're looking at going to online permitting to where our developers and stuff can fill out all this online. I am assuming this is going to all integrate to that. And
unfortunately, it doesn't. Permitting process is in Trackit, which is outside of the Tyler company. So that is another item that we have been exploring that. We tried to see if it could work with either Paymentus or with Tyler payments, and that is one of the items that we've been working. We've been definitely trying to get it in there, but the challenge is that most companies are they come with their own processor. So Trackit has their own, and there's not a lot of flexibility there to have another provider.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate that clarification. I don't think the public really realizes why these credit card companies push these mileage or reward cards so much, is because they are big money for them, and it gets put on the back of the actual processors themselves, or I guess actually the retailer, the person who actually takes it, which in this case is the city. So it is really just the taxpayers who are allowing people to get all these rewards and extra miles and everything on their credit card. And as much as I love to take advantage of that, as much as anybody, like the councilwoman next to me said, it shouldn't be on the citizens of Pasco. Typically, whether it be, I think she cited BDI or the state of Washington, or when you pay Josie Kelzer for your property taxes, I mean, you are making that choice between 3% or no charge at all. And I don't know anybody that really, given that choice, wouldn't take the free option. And I appreciate, as our deputy city manager brought up time and time again, that just being able to pay online is a huge labor saving to city staff. And we would want to always give them a free option, because going and opening all those envelopes and processing the checks would be a huge workload. So I am definitely in favor of this. The one thing that I would want to, I guess, ask for, that hopefully my other council members will go along with, is you spoke of how big of a transition this was for the customers before in 2023, that maybe if we moved it to 4 months of no late fees, just to give the people a little extra cushion that maybe aren't opening their bills as they should every month and seeing what they're actually paid and just so used to that, just to extend that grace period a little bit would, I think, be good for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you
Mayor,
for that.
if I could add a couple of things to Interim Director. There is an issue with the current Paymentus contract, which is that it is exclusive to all payment processing. And it used to be fine because prior softwares used to integrate with a third-party payment processors fairly easily. They had their roster of what they integrated with, what they called them preferred partners. But now what we're seeing more and more is that each software comes with its own payment processor. It's kind of a turnkey. They're partners and they will not take anybody else. If they do take someone else, there's a really high risk that they're going to stop supporting you at a certain point. Either they kick you out, very likely the support just gets eroded to such a level that you just can't have this integration. And what we're finding with TrackIt, which is our permitting system, is that the system that we have itself is so old that it doesn't have its own payment provider. And we have this exclusive contract with Paymentus, so we can't use it legally anyway. But to get to the next stage and allow for people to be able to pay for permits online, what we actually need to do is upgrade that system to a newer version, which is long overdue. So that is what we're doing right now, and it's delayed that integration with the payment processing and allow online payments in the permitting realm. But we are looking at first quarter of 2026 upgrading and providing all of those services. That will include online forms for online applications, essentially, so that all of that work can be done completely online. So this effort of transition is twofold. One is to get out of that exclusive contract. So we would end our contract with the Paymentus, and then if council did recommend that we stay with them, we would have to create a new contract. It would be with the same company, but a new contract that would have that exclusive language out of it, so that we can move forward with permitting software and online payments there.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Let's go to Councilman Browns.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to revisit our 6/23/2025 meeting, and I remember in this discussion for utility payments, it says, well, we talked about three options. One, passing on all fees for utility payments again. Two, continue to absorb all fees, the current model estimated annual impact of $500,000. Or three, absorbing ACH fees while passing on card fees. So what I'm seeing today is that we would absorb the ACH but passing on the credit card. So we'd be saving about $250,000. Is that still accurate based on the report back in June?
We believe so. We think that the ACH fees overall are going to be around $120,000, as Director Garcia mentioned. In that estimate overall, we're kind of estimating some of the other activities that would be transferred out, like there's other transactions that happen outside of utilities as well. 250 is a pretty generous estimate, but
okay.
At this point,
that's
yes.
what I was wondering based on what I was seeing. I'm like, well, the numbers don't really match up to what we talked about in June, but it's still a cost savings. I could pay for your murals. I think so. I like the direction, and I will support this tonight.
All right. Thank you for that. Yeah, I also like it. Sounds like Tyler's the way to go. And yeah, anytime we could save money and try to make a lean city hall is what we want. So unless we have any other objections, I think this is the way we should move forward. And so, not seeing any other questions. So let's move on to 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. Do we have anything that council would like to bring up, or our new city manager?
Yes, just a few things, if I may, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. First of all, welcome, Councilmember Cotta. Look forward to working with you. I did want to address some of the information provided underneath the public comment, because I think there was some misinformation. So I do just want to address that really quickly if I can, just to make sure that there's some facts out there. So the meeting that was addressed before was at a work session. Work sessions are designed for staff to talk about options and alternatives with the council to get direction so that we can go through the right processes for the actual actions that you take. So during that meeting, council did give staff direction to move forward with the tab fees potentially. There was either some misunderstanding, I think, that I want to clarify here too. There were some references to the tab fees being $50. That is incorrect. The city of Pasco is the only city in the Tri-Cities that actually does not currently charge any fees. So under state law, the council has two options. You can either charge a fee via sales tax, as was addressed here in other public comments this evening, or there is a tab fee that we can do. And by state law, when the city of Pasco, should it choose to move forward with this, is limited to only a $20 fee at the beginning. And then I believe it's every 5 years you can increase it at another $5. I'm sorry?
Yeah, it goes with 20, 40, 50.
Okay. So anyway, there's a delay in time process that the city can then increase that amount. But I wanted to be clear, what we're talking about right now, what staff proposed was a $20 tab fee, which is the max that we can do at the first implementation of it. And since Pasco has never implemented this is the first implementation. Now, the public can debate whether or not that fee should exist in the first place. And as part of that, the official process for the city of Pasco and the council to consider that does require a public hearing, which will be scheduled more than likely in the second meeting of November. So between now and that public hearing, the public has more than enough opportunity to reach out to council members, come talk about it at public comments, at regularly scheduled meetings, or even our work sessions, because the council has opened that up for public comment as well, which you're not required to do, but we do anyway to increase transparency and dialogue. So you have until now, till the second meeting in November, and we will have an official public hearing at the second meeting in November, at which point the council can make a decision on whether or not you want to implement any fees at all and which alternative you want to do. So I did just want to clarify that. And then in addition, with Councilmember Cotta coming on place, I do just want to update the council that I've directed staff to look at some orientation packets for newly elected officials. So we can get that from Mr. Cotta. It does need some updating, but we also intend to have that up to date so that after the November election, when there's new council members elected, that we have up to date orientation materials to get to the new council members, help them get up to speed as quickly as we can. And then finally, I just had a couple of updates for the public for some opportunities of participation with city staff and important pieces of some processes that council will have coming before them here in the near future. So first of all, our police department will hold a District 2 Business Watch meeting on Tuesday, September 16th from 1 to 2 p.m. in the Walmart team meeting room. It's at the back of the store at the Walmart. So, and then also there will be a police department District 2 community meeting that will be held on Thursday, September 18th at 6 p.m. at the Grange Hall. Then we do have materials available, so you can either contact City Hall or look at our Facebook or social media pages for further information on that, times and places of those. And then also, we will have our second of 2 fluoride public feedback sessions that is also advertised on our website and social media, and that will happen Wednesday, September 17th, so in 2 days, at 6 p.m. here at City Hall in this room, the City Council chambers. And so if anyone has any opinions on whether we should continue including fluoride in our water treatment or whether it should be removed, there is a public feedback session on that this Wednesday here at City Hall in this room, Council chambers. And at that one, you can either attend online or in person, and you can register online on our website to attend, to speak virtually at that meeting if you would like. So, And then also, I would just like finally to thank staff. I think you may see some changes here. There was some more emphasis in today's agenda with regards to different alternatives the council has on different agenda items. And I appreciate the staff following my lead and direction to provide that to the council on agenda items. So that's all I have for this evening, unless the council has any questions for me.
All right. Thank you for that, City Manager Stewart. Let's go with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm was first, so let's start with him.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My comments kind of fall in line with what our city manager, Mr. Stewart, was saying. Just as far as public meetings, I mean, I'm sure we all remember, but maybe the citizens don't completely recall that before this council was completely in effect and came together, that, there was no public comment during workshop meetings. And one of the things that always stuck with me was that we could have something presented by staff, and most of these are just, typical items that are just kind of run-of-the-mill, but if staff presented something and we said, we like the sounds of that, that could potentially go on our consent agenda, which is then voted on before the public has even the opportunity to comment. And so really, I thank this whole council for opening up our workshop meetings to allow the public to comment on each and every individual item that may come up, so that we don't find ourselves in a place where the public doesn't have a chance to respond. And so, I get it. There's a lot of emotions and passions, and, appreciate people wanting to get involved, especially like somebody like Mr. Iman, who has really just kind of, been a good fighter for the public for a long time. But some of those things that were claimed tonight were just factually untrue, and there's time and date stamps to prove otherwise. And so, again, I appreciate anybody that comes out and wants to be a part of local government. But yeah, we have to make sure all of our facts are right. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm. I know we try hard. Everybody up here on the dais has tried hard to be transparent, and especially when it comes to taxes. Again, I could reiterate, nobody wants taxes. I mean, I don't know anybody up here that's saying, hey, let's tax them. So it's very frustrating to hear, the different comments that we received in our email boxes when we're trying to be as transparent. I know Mayor Pro Tem Grimm even reached out. I saw some of his correspondence reaching out to people, and it didn't seem like there was comments back or even calls made, and he didn't get calls back. So it's hard when you're trying your best to do the right thing, and people still want to hear they have an agenda, and they kind of want to believe what they want to believe. And with that, I'll go to Councilwoman. It's a long night. Blanche. Let's go with Councilwoman Blanche.
Her.
I won't say her.
Oh my gosh, thank you. I do have some comments, and I want to address these comments with the utmost respect for everyone's views, religious views, political views, and wherever you stand on that. But one of the things that we talked about today, comments that we heard from the community today, people that visited, was in regards to we have a conservative city council, we have a conservative mayor. But I want to remind the community-wide, we're on camera, we want to remind you all that we as council members might be part of a political party, but this position is nonpartisan. Every single council member here must run as a nonpartisan candidate. So I hope even those that are currently up for running for a position in city council, please take that to heart, because you represent the whole community. You cannot be biased on views based on what your party or a party wants. You are representing a community that thinks differently than us, and so we need to be very much on the fence when it comes to picking sides. So with that said, and again, with full and utmost respect, we read a proclamation that the majority of the crowd that was here was upset about. And rightfully so. There was comments made, there was documentation passed out regarding why they feel it shouldn't have followed through. And And I agree, actually. I agree with that. Because again, it comes back to if that proclamation stated several things that align with picking a side, with picking a party, picking a religion. And, you know, many, many years ago, there was a separation of church and state. It's actually established in the U.S. Constitution. So, although everybody thinks different and everybody has their opinions, this is not, my words are not in regards to the person that was killed. But I also want to mention that there has been so many other killings in the U.S. up until today. How many mass shootings has there been in the U.S.? We did not recognize those individuals. But I'll take it back to, again, you know, you can practice your personal beliefs, your personal thoughts, your personal stance on a political side outside of this council. We were elected as nonpartisan individuals to represent the city as a whole. We do have a policy, though, a proclamation policy that I want to read through, because maybe we forgot. It says, proclamations are issued by the mayor of the city of Pasco, ideally provided an opportunity for the city to recognize exceptional events. The goal of a proclamation is to recognize and celebrate the extraordinary achievements of Pasco citizens and nonprofit organizations, honor occasions of importance and significance, and increase public awareness of issues to improve the well-being of people in this city. And then it gives you a link on where to file and request a proclamation. But the policy also says, we ask that requests be submitted 30 days prior to the date needed. I don't think that was followed in this situation, but there may have been reasons, extraordinary reasons for that again, we did not follow our own policy. Our request should clearly include contact information, affiliation, all of that. It reads also, request should include draft language of what the background information about the exceptional event should be. I'm assuming that was followed. But as you continue reading, it says, we are unable to accommodate proclamations for out of community events or for profit causes. You keep reading, it says, greetings from the mayor or other forms of recognition can be issued when a proclamation request does not meet the guidelines. Greetings and or other recognition shall be used to honor special events or individuals within the city of Pasco. There were events community-wide, statewide, nationwide, I'm assuming too, in regards to the passing, the killing of Mr. Kirk. I would invite you all to attend on your own time to these celebrations of life, to these commemorations of life, to acknowledge the work that he did, if you so align with what he did and said. But also, Mayor, I want to highlight that I named a few names earlier. I would like for you to please add it to your agenda to issue out proclamations for these individuals that were mentioned before, to also recognize them and show the community that we're not biased, that we are for the community of Pasco, and we acknowledge everyone that has suffered or been killed or been a victim of a heinous crime, like these other individuals as well.
Okay. Well, again, I did apologize. I apologize again. I meant to, in my notes, I did have that down there. I do appreciate you bringing that up. I would recommend that you do a proclamation, send it to me. I'll read it, go over it, and we'll go from there. So again, I appreciate you working on that. And yes, if you're going to blame anybody, I guess blame me about the 30 days.
So,
I took it upon myself.
I'd like to say no, this is not a blame game. This is not intruding into anybody's personal thoughts. This is if we're going to do things a certain way, then let's do them that way. We have policies and guidelines to follow, and again, respectfully for everyone, whoever, whatever you want to believe, that's on you, but don't bring it to the city council.
Okay, I appreciate your viewpoint. That's the great thing about America. Everybody has an opinion. So again, I'm going to take blame for this if that's what we want. That's my point of view. But please put that together. I will go over it. And I guess we got a couple lights on. So, Councilman Harpster, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I do, but I'm going to not.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. And City Manager Stewart, did you want to comment on something as well?
Well, while we're talking on the subject of proclamations, and it's somewhat related, but not completely. So, staff in the preparation of the agenda and those kinds of things, obviously we had our recognition of Hispanic Month, and so that proclamation was originally prepared in Spanish, so we had it requested to be provided in English as well. Given some comments earlier about the makeup of our community, is this something that council would like to be done for all proclamations, where it's prepared in both Spanish and English and provided in the council packets when you're doing those proclamations in both languages? So don't necessarily need an answer tonight, but something to think about of whether we make that a common practice that we provide that in both Spanish and English for all proclamations.
All right. Well, that is something to consider. So definitely give that some thought. So luckily I'm not seeing any lights on. So let's move on to number 13. We have an exec session on my list here. I assume we're still going to move forward with that, correct? So discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation per RCW 42.30.110, subchapter 1, subchapter I, and it looks like we're asking for 15 minutes. So that would be 9:47. Thank you, and I do appreciate everybody that came out and stayed till the end. Long meeting. Thank you. All right, so it is 10:01. We are back from exec session, and with no other things on the agenda, I now call this meeting adjourned. Thank you. Sorry about that. I actually just turned it off. Good evening, and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Special Meeting and our regular workshop. The Council thanks you for being part of our city government. At special meetings, the Council takes formal action on specific items, and during the workshops only discusses issues with no formal action taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and/or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by asking the Ask Pasco app. So with that, if we could get a call to order.
Councilmember Barajas?
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
She's supposed to be online.
Here. Great.
I'm here.
Councilmember Cotta?
Here.
Councilmember Harpster?
Present.
Councilmember Perales?
Here.
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, not Perales.
Perales is supposed to be online as well.
Okay.
I'm here.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Thank you. I am here. Sorry, Councilman Perales.
And Mayor Milne?
I am here as well.
Thank you. Everyone's here.
All right. Well, if we could stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Well, that brings us to number 4, which is public comments. The public may comment on the topic scheduled for final action identified in this agenda for the special meeting. Citizens' comments will normally be limited to 3 minutes each by the mayor. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments and/or submit written information for consideration by the council outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when called upon, please state your name and city or county residency into the microphone before providing your comments. Do we have anybody that like to make a public comment? Not seeing anybody in the audience. Not seeing anyone online. So let's jump to number 5, ordinance and resolutions not related to hearings. We got A, which is resolution number 4648, bid award for MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium pitching and hitting tunnels Phase 1C. And it is going to look like Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you a proposed bid award to G2 Commercial Construction. This project was advertised for bids and we received 7 bids. One of those was deemed non-responsible. And the lowest responsible bidder was G2, and that is for the amount of $806,949. Just to give you some background, we are working against a very tight timeline on this project. There is a commitment to have the improvements done before the season begins next year. And if you remember, this project was advertised earlier in the year and there was only one bid that far exceeded our available budget, so it was rejected. And this is the second advertisement and there was a lot of competitive bids, so the price is much better and it fits within the allocated funds. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this project. Thank you.
All right, do we have anybody on the council that'd like to make a comment or a question? I'm not seeing anything, so it looks like you are good. So can I get a motion, Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4648, awarding bid number 24620 for MLB required improvements at Giza Stadium pitching and hitting tunnels, Phase 1C, project to G2 Commercial Construction Incorporated.
All right, so we have a first by Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, and we have a second by Councilwoman Barajas. All those in favor say aye.
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 And did we hear from Leo as well?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Well, it looks like it passed unanimously. Thank you. So with that, we are going to adjourn the special meeting, and we are going to go right into our regular workshop meeting. So that is going to drop us to 5A. Resolution, Pasco Facilities District Interlocal Agreement Amendment regarding legal counsel services. And we're going to have Director... Did I skip something on that? Oh, yes, verbal reports from council members. Sorry about that. I know we have an athlete among us. I know he would probably like to mention how rigorous that was. I was actually quite shocked to see he was able to swim, bicycle, and ride. I know I couldn't have done that. But anyway, I guess let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the BFCOG meeting on Friday, and just a couple of things from that. They laid out their top 6 regional transportation projects for the year, and I am grateful the Road 76 overpass did make number 6. I was slightly disappointed, though, in a list of priorities that it was number 6 for the whole region, when in fact it would be alleviating the highest volume traffic area in the entire Tri-Cities, and also the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee, on another issue actually scored it with the highest points in a earlier kind of rating session. So grateful to be involved, grateful that our partners across the area also see it as a priority. And also worth noting out of that meeting too is I found out our very own director, Sarah, was just named the chairperson of the TAC, which is really quite an honor, speaks of her expertise and also her colleagues recognizing her as a leader within what is really kind of a highly prestigious group of engineers like herself and other directors across the area. So good job to her.
Oh, outstanding. Always glad to see city staff be recognized for the hard work they do. So thank you for that report as well.
Yes, sir. And also, in my non-official capacity, on Saturday night, my oldest daughter and I flew to Phoenix, Arizona to take part in the memorial service for Charlie Kirk Sunday morning. We sat with one of our state legislators from Eastern Washington and his family. In the speech, Vice President of the United States called Charlie Kirk a hero to the United States of America, and he is a martyr for the Christian faith. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Mayor, I don't know of another instance in American history where nearly the entire cabinet, plus the president and the vice president, all spoke at the same time and place. It was very surreal and really an unprecedented event to attend. There's been lots of questions as to why his life, his death, and memorial service have garnered more attention than others. And I think it's important to note that Mr. Kirk would be the first to say we are all image bearers of the Almighty and all lives have equal and infinite value. The reason this had so much attention is simply because of the influence that he had. The size of the event rivaled what we would see for heads of state. I especially appreciated Charlie Kirk's words for engaging young men. In a speech at the event, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, highlighted this by saying, I think we remember him for constantly saying, you want to live a productive life? Get married, start a family, love your country. These are powerful messages, he said. J.D. Vance echoed that, our own vice president, a similar sentiment in his speech when he said, Charlie brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or title in government. I think this is relevant to us here because so many of the problems we deal with as a city and a society is because men aren't fulfilling these basic duties. Back in the old days, boys would become men, but in our modern times, we've kind of created this thing called adolescence where they're not really boys anymore, they're not really men, and they're just kind of hovering. And if that's not bad enough, we actually even have a delayed adolescence where we're just taking that to the nth degree. Another theme that was highlighted yesterday was brought out by the life of Charlie Kirk is that God is God in government. Well, I know hearing those two words in the same sentence gives some people an allergic reaction. It's foundational to American ideals and principles. This idea is very misunderstood by many, and even from our own dais last week, it was mistakenly said that there's no separation of church and state in the Constitution. Not only, or that there should be, not only is it these foreign to our family, or our founding documents of this nation, save the First Amendment, some of these documents, like the Declaration of Independence, even read like a religious text. Further along in his speech, Vice President Vance illustrated this idea as he was talking about Kirk's dedication to civil discourse. The Vice President said, we always did need less government, but what Charlie understood and infused into his movement is that we also needed a lot more God. Not government as a substitute for faith, but government as a tool to protect the God-given rights of families, to defend the unborn, to restore moral order. Mr. Mayor, I'm thankful for the opportunity to share the experience with one of my children. I'm also thankful for the faith in our Lord Jesus Christ that Charlie Kirk had and how it led him to engage the younger generation in civil dialogue while challenging them to be better people and better citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Councilwoman Brajas.
Thank you. On local news, if you were watching this Saturday, the Mid-Columbia Duck Race did take place, and Miss Curiel was the winner of this year's 2025 Toyota Corolla Cross. So congratulations to Miss Curiel for that, for participating in the duck race, and thank you all. Thank you, the community that helped purchase those duck race tickets. Those funds do go back into the community to help other organizations, nonprofits. And then on Sunday was the second triathlon in coordination with Visit Tri-Cities, the Ironman Triathlon. I was there as a volunteer at the beer garden. I'm not ashamed to say it. I was at the beer garden having fun, welcoming guests from Italy, Germany, Canada, throughout the States, from Mexico, Central America, all over the world, really. But I did see a very familiar face. Mr. Peter Hardster came by. Did not know that he was in the competing. So congratulations to Mr. Hardster and to every athlete that came out into the Tri-Cities, into Richland, but also contributed to our sales tax. So thank you again for coming by. That's all I have.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. And let's move on to Councilman Harpster. Hopefully he'll give us a play-by-play how it went.
You don't want to hear that. Let's see. A Hanford Communities Board meeting on Thursday last week. That was a lot of activity leading up to that with federal government flirting with the idea of not funding the next step in the cleanup process, which is moving forward with the vitrification that's been in the works for 35 years or so. And that is moving forward. That was signed, and that begins, I believe, in October. The Port of Benton is hosting their fourth VERT, Ecol Innovation Cluster Clean Energy Convention, featuring keynote remarks from ECA Executive Director Seth Kirschenberg. That's Wednesday, October 15th from 4 to 6 p.m. at the Port of Benton for those interested. And then we also just discussed monthly updates from Brian Harkins, Acting Deputy Manager of processes at the site, and especially the path forward for the waste vitrification. Secondly, on Friday, attended a TriDeck follow-up meeting for Shrub Step along with Director Mattson, and that is now being led by Representative Connors on behalf of TriDeck. One of the items of discussion that I've been saying from the beginning that everyone else finally seemed to get on board with is that Fish and Wildlife is not a regulatory agency. They're simply a commenting agency. And so they can provide comments. Now, where the requirement does come in is that the Growth Management Act requires cities planning under GMA to consider critical areas. So you can't just completely ignore everything related to Shrub Step and Virginus Hawk and Burrowing Owl. And so the path forward that, if I remember correctly, was Director Mattson's recommendation was that the 4 cities and 2 counties in our area work together to create a uniform critical areas ordinance. It's great timing because I think every city is updating their comp plan right now. That way we've all got the same science that we're working with, and makes it harder for Fish and Wildlife to disagree with their own biologists. And so what it always ends up being is biologist against biologist trying to determine what the best science is. And Fish and Wildlife can always kind of get a leg up because City of Kennewick might have something different than what we have, or Benton County might have something different, and it's not uniform. So it'll be a lengthy process to get there over the next year and a half or so, but that's the path forward. And I'll hopefully we get to a spot where Fish and Wildlife is at least somewhat satisfied and development can continue inside the UGA. Just as by way of example, Edgar Brown Stadium is listed as shrub step habitat on Fish and Wildlife's mapping system. So it's important that we get the our critical areas ordinance updated with everybody else, because Fish and Wildlife is simultaneously working on their own update to their best science. So sort of a race to see who can come up with the best science first, so to speak. And then yes, thank you for mentioning participating in the Ironman this weekend. Next year I'll be a volunteer with Ms. Barajas. The one thing that was cool to note throughout the course was all the local agencies involved, including Pasco Police. I think Pasco Fire was there as well. It's a massive undertaking for our community, and does generate around $7 million in revenue. And so it was really cool to see, and yeah, looking forward to volunteering next year and not kicking my own butt. Thanks.
All right. Well, thanks for representing council on that. I guess the question would be, which is harder, being on the Ironman or being on council as far as challenging?
It's a very good question. Ask me in 2 years.
All right. Well, let's move on to our newest member, Councilman Joe Blunt.
Sorry, Peter. This thing only has 2 buttons. Now I know which one not to push. But, my orientation was Friday, and I just wanted to say how impressed I am with our city staff. Thank you for, I was just impressed with your competence and your professionalism. Thank you so much. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that report. Make sure you hit the button again so you're not on all the time. Okay. Thank you for that. And now we will jump to number 5, and which the first one is Resolution Pasco Facilities District Interlocal Agreement Amendment regarding legal counsel services. And now we're going to talk to Director Jesse Rice.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I've got double duty here running the slideshow and reading my report. But this is one of 2 reports this evening related to the Pasco Public Facilities District. The first one is related to the current interlocal agreement that is between the City of Pasco and the Public Facilities Board. Public Facilities District. And that was actually renewed in 2000, let me check my dates here, sorry about that. 2003, I believe, to help support the construction of the Aquatic Center. And then that ILA, it indicated several services the city would provide. That's not even the right size. Would provide during that time, which also included legal services. And as you're aware, those legal services were provided by the Kerr Law Office, who has given notice of the end of the year service. All right, good. Looks like we're good. So, with the termination of those services, the PPFD board is required to obtain additional legal services. So they're here here this evening to ask to amend the ILA to give those an option that they either may continue to use city provided legal services or our city attorney, if they so choose to do so, or they may go out to bid to recruit their own legal services. And with that, I would ask, are there any questions?
All right. Do we have any questions by council? Let's start with Councilman Harpster.
My only question is, either way, is the expense of council paid through the tax revenue that's paying for the whole project?
Are we related to the project or to the legal services?
The legal services.
So
the legal services for the project covered by the tax revenue?
Legal services for the board as well as legal services for the project are covered by the taxes,
Okay.
yes. Two separate things, but same, yes.
Thanks.
All right.
And I'm also here to augment that request. Just note that we have been served very capably by Mr. Ferguson. We are separate entities, though, and there have been a couple of cases of where we've questioned whether or not we needed to get some separate attorneys. So it's something that we have contemplated, and with the change that's occurring with your city attorney services, we figure it's a good time to ask to do separate, since the PFD is now a standalone organization and working on its project. So it just makes a little bit more practical sense to have separate attorneys at this point.
Okay, well, thanks for the clarification. Do we have any comments or any other questions? Are you looking for?
Just, Mr. Mayor, the only thing I would add is that unfortunately there was a little miscommunication in terms of from our office, and I apologize to Debbie, but with the changes were supposed to be highlighted in the draft that you have, and it looks like they were. There was some confusion about whether there were comments in there, but they were actually edits. And anyway, long and short of it is those didn't get put in there, but I will go over just real quick the two changes because I just want to make sure you're aware of it in the ILA. And also, just so you know, the way that this is historically worked is that there has been obviously there are two separate municipal corporations, and so there hasn't been any conflict because there has never been. Well, there's been one or two times, and there's had to, other outside counsel has had to be involved, but rarely has there been historically any quote adverse positions related to the two organizations, and so it's worked out really well. At this point, though, obviously, because, and you'll see in the next item, things are starting to really grow. That there's going to be a situation where it's going to get harder and harder to make that argument that there's not competing interest, or that, and not to say that it's adversarial, but there are potentially adverse decisions or consequences to some of the decisions. And so it just makes sense from a conflict standpoint, from an attorney's perspective, to have those be two different people, so that it's clear what the line are. But for example, in this case, if this is what both parties want, then there is no conflict. Now, if the board or the council decides that no, we think that we need to keep this, and then the board, of course, is trying to find some way to further negotiate it, then that would be adverse at that point. So, but at this point, there is no adverse position to either party, so it's worked out. But I think it's going to get more and more difficult to do that going forward. Not that it would be adversarial, like I say, but that it would be, the interest would be different. Each party would have different interest, and that's a problem from an attorney's perspective. So just real quick, I will just walk you through the couple of the couple of changes that we have in there. If you'll go, if you have the part open. One of the things that it's paren 2 under section 2, where it says, it previously said the city attorney shall serve as the attorney for the district unless a conflict arises, and the district will have I'm trying to read will have to obtain separate legal counsel. Now, the proposed change is the city attorney may serve as the attorney for the district, or the district will have the option to contract their own legal services. This would ensure the district continued legal representation regardless of future city attorney availability. So there's that change, and then the only other change is under Section 5, term of the agreement. The initial term of the agreement shall commence on the first day of, and it used to say January 2023, now it says October 25, and terminate on the 30th day of September 2026, or when the certificate of occupancy is received for the facility, or an updated ILA replaces this current ILA, whichever is sooner. So those are just the major change, and then of course obviously the change in city manager signature. But other than that, those are the basic changes. So it just gives them the board a chance to pursue other legal counsel if they decide that that's what they want to do.
All right, thanks for the clarification. Again, I have no problem if you guys want to have your own legal counsel. Let's go with Councilman Bras.
This is a question for you, Matt. Have you decided whether you're going to continue with the
Well, what we will be required to do, has been shared by our capable attorney over the years, is that we will have to go through a competitive bid process. So it's my hope that you all agree to this in the updated, this minor change to the ILA. So then I publish an RFQ or RFP, request for proposal or qualifications, and go through an evaluation process. Presumably Mr. Ferguson would reply to that. There may be others as well. We'll do an evaluation team and pick the most qualified candidate for it.
All right. Mr. Ferguson, did you have something else you want to
I'm sorry.
All right. Looks like we're done with that part. Let's roll on to, do we have anybody in the audience that wants to, I
think there's a second part to it. Since I'm here, and it's been a bit of time, I wanted to give you a little bit of an update on the facility, and just show you a couple of pictures and a couple of details. I'm trying to remember when I met you last. I also know you're a new council member, and so welcome aboard and congratulations.
It still need to transition to the next topic on the agenda.
Oh,
so you're just a little bit ahead. So yeah, I guess I'd wrap this topic up by saying staff would recommend the approval of the updated ILA so that the Public Facilities District can go out and recruit for new legal services so that we can move forward in the future. And if so, we'll bring this resolution back to you next week on consent agenda for approval or additional information as needed.
Okay, do you need any feedback from council? I'm for it as far as...
Yeah, if everybody's okay as presented, it'll be on consent agenda next week. Thank you.
Okay, and then anybody in the audience like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. Okay, well, let's move on to B, which is Pasco Public Facilities Aquatics Facility Construction Update with Management Operations Request. And now we're going to go to Mr. Matt Watkins.
Thank you, Mr. Rice and Mr. Milne, too. Process is very important, so it's good to know that somebody's running this meeting and it's not me, so thank you. Little update I wanted to give on the facility, and we have walls in place. We've been doing a variety of construction. I do have a video at the end of it. Just wanted to give you a couple of pictures. Last time I was here, we didn't have these updated pictures. The thing that's been done most recently is there's outdoor concrete being done for the outdoor portion of the facility. You'll remember that the facility is 60% interior year-round. The exterior is about 40% of the swim space, and you see the freshly drying concrete in there. I believe that's about 2 weeks ago. So it's fairly new, and you're seeing what's going to be the west wall of the facility. That'll be a glass wall with a little bit of a blue tint, and then the upper left where you see the yellow is where the 30-foot tall slide towers are coming out. So you're getting a sense of scale of this facility. And once again, if anybody hasn't taken a tour, would like to renew that, just get a hold of me and we'll give you a tour of the facility. Also glad to report that because of the design build process that we've been going through, we've been adding betterments all along. The most recent addition was a Ninja Cross. This thing on the right retracts from the ceiling and is a competition course. There's two lanes of it, so people can compete against each other. This has been a very popular with the community, and just a kind of a list. This isn't an exhaustive list, but some of the things that we've been able to add because of this design build process, where the builders and designers open their books basically and say, hey, we're not going to have to use all that contingency. We're going to be able to release some of the money, so we've added things. Initially, we did a 10% larger auditorium. We heard the community saying it needs to be a bit bigger. We're able to do a bit about that. We put a higher end chlorination system in it for maintenance, added some lighting and skylights. There's also a rain cloud thing goes off, you hear some sound, and there's going to be some water coming out of a fixture. Going down the slides, there are some translucent light bands, for example. So a lot of experiential things. But we've also, practical matters, we want to make this as automated, non-keyed system as possible. So we're spend a little bit more on the access control system than with the base thing. And of course, then the Ninja course. Just future activities. Of course, we have the ILA update, the small one that we've asked for tonight. Then the big one that I think we're talking about, want to talk about tonight is coming up. It needs to come up, and I probably have done this out of order. Jesse, you probably wanted to talk about. I apologize. I wanted to do. I was excited to talk about the facility.
As former mayor, you can continue. I'll object here shortly.
So we'll talk about that in just a second, and then. Branding and marketing, again, another example of Pasco has been a tremendous resource, and I'm going to call him essentially a elder sibling to help us out as a newer operation. There's been a staff members help us do a RFQ for branding and marketing, so we'll be working on that. And then we're also talking about commissioning it, because we believe we're still on schedule for opening of Memorial Day 2026. Maybe a little question on the strike that happened, but we're still aiming for the end of May. I also just note there's a little wall in there that's a compacted earth wall. It's a signature piece, and there's some other version of that that's meant to represent a bit of the geology of the Tri-Cities. So the colors and the textures, I think, remind me of a little bit of the Tri-Cities. So things are coming along, and we're getting a facility built. And with that, then we go back over, and I'm going to ask Mr. Rice to talk about what we want to talk about.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Watkins. So, yes, this is a two-part presentation this evening, which Mr. Watkins has already covered and updated the construction of the Aquatic Center and progress they've been making so far. And as when last time Mr. Watkins presented, one of the key items that still is yet to be completed is that the PPFD board needs somebody to actually manage and operate the facility. And they had several options to choose from, including going with a private company, which would basically run it for profit or near profit, hiring their own staff, or partnering with the city of Pasco. And based on discussions and several options, I believe the board has concluded that, in the city as well, is that the best management option would be the city to be the partner to manage that. And for several reasons as outlined on the screen. But basically, after a couple of studies we've done, we found the shared management operation, we could share staffing to reduce our overall costs for both agencies, shared programming to reduce duplication and competition between the Aquatic Center and the Memorial Pool, and that's particularly now that we're going to be covering that soon. And also just increased offerings to the community. Having two facilities work together will really be able to expand the offerings. Shared lifeguard staffing, including expanded training and certification. This is really a big one. All three cities struggle each year to recruit lifeguards, so having a fourth competitor for lifeguards would be very challenging. By combining together, we'll be able to implement an enhanced lifeguard training and also recruit additional staff and hopefully keep some of those lifeguards year-round. So. And then also operating at cost versus private management. One of the goals of the Aquatic Center is to provide a facility that all those in the community could attend. So by running based on just solely on cost and covering cost operations versus worrying about covering somebody that might need to run for profit will help reduce admissions to those in the community. And then just a centralized aquatic program will minimize confusion of the community. Having both in the community looking for swim lessons, looking where to go, where to show up, probably be confusing by calling two different organizations. So those are some of the reasons why they think it may be the best, the city might be the best partner to operate. And what would be required, as mentioned, is an updated interlocal agreement again. So we'll update the one we spoke about tonight next week for legal services, and this would be an ILA that we'd need to update here in the next several months. But to kind of cover how that would work is PBFD will cover all related costs to manage and operate the facility. And to identify what those costs were, we've had 2 independent financial studies completed, initially by Ballard King, who's known for aquatics facility studies. And also we use one of our regular study providers, FCS, who's done many rate studies for the city as well. Both studies determine different rates of value return of revenue based on overall predicted attendance, revenues, and expenses. And I think that was kind of expected because one of the reports was done sooner. We weren't aware that Memorial Pool would be covered, and then several factors come out as we continue to develop it. So, but both studies reflected that the aquatic center will be fiscally solvent and able to cover all operating expenses, including those of the city. And the updated ILA would outline direct and indirect costs paid by the Public Facilities District and include an annual true-up to ensure accurate costs and charges between both agencies. Here's some examples of the shared staffing that we'd use along with the city's aquatic program, and remembering that we'll be covering a Memorial Pool hopefully by November, is I believe what we're looking at now. But so we'd be adding staff to run that year-round anyway. But in this case, we'd look at sharing an aquatics division manager, supervisor and assistant manager, marketing coordinator, groundsman, and all the opposites of these, the 0.25%, are what the city incurs. So why PPFD pay for 75% of the aquatics division manager, the city pick up that 25%. And that reflects all the way down in those. So total cost of that study, just for example, with benefits, the staffing would cost the PPFD approximately $535,000 a year. And again, these are for full-time staff, well, not including lifeguards, which would be a direct cost billed to each aquatics facility. So, and then here's an overall kind of expense look at what it's going to cost to operate. And as you can see, we have both the Ballard King study and the FCS study here. Why some of the numbers were different in between, and what between full-time, part-time utilities and things like that. Both studies did validate or came in very close, within about $40,000 what the total expenses would be, which helped build confidence in those studies to show that we're on the right track for what the operations cost will be, and if those are affordable with the Public Facilities District sales tax revenue. Some considerations we're asking direction for regarding city management is that if City Council is interested in having the city partner with the PVFD to manage and operate the facility, we will need a new ILA in place to identify these things we just discussed. Due to the timeline of opening, we're looking to have an ILA in place and approved by the end of 2025. And I will remind you that we have just generally limited meetings in December, so that's going to be approaching pretty quick. And then based on that, if we approve, we'll have about 16 weeks to achieve several major steps, but the biggest one being full lifeguard recruitment, training, and certification. If we don't have full lifeguard staff, we won't be able to open. That's where the combination of using the Memorial Pool Dome is going to be very helpful this year in trying to get lifeguards certified during that time we normally wouldn't have a pool available. And of course, we need to develop a marketing plan and begin advertising, create all our standard operating procedures and policies, train or recruit, hire the non-lifeguard staff, developing program and scheduling, and then set up and configure all our IT, financial, and safety systems. So a lot to be done, and it seems like a long time from now, May 2026, but when you condense this down, you kind of see a need of continuing to move forward as rapidly as we can. So our recommendation, hence any questions you might have, which we can stop and ask, would be approved moving forward with creating a new interlocal agreement, making the city the management operating partner for the aquatic center. There are some alternatives we can consider and also some impacts, but before we go through those, are there any questions that myself or Director Watkins could answer this evening?
All right, let's start off with Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, thanks. Slide 7 says at the top there, based on several factors, PPFD board believes the city is the best management partner option. That first bullet point, shared management and operation staffing to reduce overall costs for both agencies. So how would the city managing the facility reduce costs for the city?
If you look at example, we're expanding our...
Hang on, if you look at it backwards, the city's not involved at all. So there's no cost to the city. In this partnership, it's saying there would be a reduced cost to the city.
Yeah, so in our example, we are planning on running a Memorial Aquatic Center year-round, which is going to take an increase in staffing, and probably if we didn't partner with them, need our own aquatics manager or some of our additional own full-time staff. But by combining our staff with their staff, we can share in that staff potential. So without the aquatic center, you're right, there wouldn't be any savings. However, I would be actually asking for probably some additional staff myself to continue to run Memorial Aquatics programs.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Second question, said PPFD will cover all related costs to manage and operate the facility. Is that forever, or is there a certain amount of time that they'll cover those costs?
That would be forever, but that would be additionally outlined in the interlocal agreement. Yes,
Okay.
they collect their sales tax percent forever, and that sales tax meant to cover operating and management expenses, capital improvements, and expansions in the future.
Okay. I asked because we all know we're already using a significant portion of our reserves just to make our general fund whole. And so I'm just concerned that even though it seems like there's no total direct cost to the city, that there really is no direct cost to the city. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate, and it's one of the reasons we actually hired our own FCS study aquatics program, primarily due to the observation of Deputy City Manager Sigdell, because again, she wanted to ensure that they would be, financially solvent, and that we wouldn't be trying to carry any losses they may have to continue to operate that center. So that was the need for both studies. They performed the one, we performed the one.
I can add that when we are operating a completely different facility, especially with another partner, there are certain requirements in accounting that will segregate that cost and all of that effort. So you'll be able to see with pretty good clarity on what it costs to run this facility, but also the board of PPFD would also require the same level of transparency to understand. There is a little bit of a risk at times for the same staff working on two different facilities charging properly, and those are things that we deal with on a regular basis because the city, even though you think of it as one entity, has like 26 different funds that are considered separate, and so our staff is pretty well trained on that element. So and we will continue that training to make sure that the costs are allocated in the right places.
Thanks. And then the last question, so that alleviates that concern. My only other concern is some of our current staff, Director Rice, for example, taking on more work. I don't see, a lot of staff members with available time for other things. So what's the plan to kind of balance that additional workload if we move forward with this?
So I think that's what we're looking to create, another aquatics division, which would have an aquatics division manager and those staff assigned to that for both agencies. So outside of my time, which may be included in the ILA overall, but not listed here specifically, those other staff members, including finance and IT, would be proportioned or hired. The challenging part for us is, say, an aquatics division manager, hard to find a part-time 500-hour employee, whereas a full-time 2,000-hour employee shared between both will be much easier to recruit and retain.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Let's jump to Mr. Ferguson. Did you want to make a comment on this?
I just wanted to also make sure that the council is also aware that the charter for the PFD clearly and in numerous places makes it abundantly clear that the city of Pasco is by no means a financial backstop or responsible in any way for any of their projects, any of their work. So I don't have the exact language off the top of my head, but I can tell you that it's about as close to ironclad as you're going to see in a legal document. So it's pretty clear that the city is not legally on the hook for any type of expenses for their project.
All right, thank you for that. I know on a side note, sometimes when I watch like online comments, people seem to think that we should be able to take money out of their budget to like for a road. Tell we're basically idiots that we need to take money out of the aquatic center to pay for roads, and why are we spending this money on the aquatic center? I don't know if we could ever make a statement or do something, but it always chaps me when I see those comments because like that's not how it works. But anyway, Director Rice, were you done, or did you have anything else to say? Okay, so let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mulney. Thanks for the presentation. Just a couple of questions as far as the funding goes. Just if someone would explain to me, what is a general fund allocated charge out?
So as we identified all the individual positions and what those may do, there's also several overlapping staff that may include in finance, payroll, or other things. So that general finance charge out is what the cost of doing business is, which would be a prorated portion they would pay for those services. Whereas we don't have a specific payroll person that would be hired to do that, or a specific IT person, or a specific finance person, so, or facilities and some of those other things. And we see those charges in other agreements that we use as well.
Okay, thank you. And then just as far as when we're talking all the operations of it, I mean, does that include, I mean, we're talking making sure the right amount of chlorine's in the pool and just every unforeseen, detail of it, I assume?
Yeah, it'd be 100% managed and operated by the city. So all the opening hours, all the facilities, all the maintenance, all those things would be performed by city staff as the operating partner.
Okay, thank you. I guess, Mr. Mayor, I would be in favor of us doing that for some of the reasons given. I mean, I never want to see the government compete with private enterprise, but at the same time, it doesn't sound like we really would be. We'd be competing with ourselves basically at Memorial Park, and it does seem to be the best cost-saving way. Oh, pardon the pun, it just came to me, to pool our resources together. Sorry, I am a dad. I come by that honestly, but that's terrible. To pool our resources together to manage the facilities better, and like was stated in here, to keep overall costs down for the people who want to visit and enjoy it. And I think that's a huge factor. And I appreciate you considering it. Thank you.
Did you want to make a comment on that?
Just slight augmentation. Mr. Rice laid it out very well, and I think I also want to thank the city of Pasco for the FCS study, because by doing that, it also illustrated some details that we need to work on as a PFD. What this notion too is that since this relationship is going to be ongoing, we have now a plan of what that looks like with specific details for staffing. And Jesse's also shared extensively that it would be also either 6-month or a yearly process where we go a true-up process where we'd say, is this too low or is this too high? Because exactly as you mentioned, the aquatics facility needs to do the aquatics, City of Pasco needs to do the City of Pasco things. The two should not cross. They are separately funded and for specific purposes, and we want to keep that line clear.
All right, sounds great. I know I've been involved in this issue the last 8 years, and initially I was hesitant about the city being involved, but now I think it's 100% the right choice. It just makes sense. So I appreciate how Director Rice laid it all out. Appreciate reading this, and I think that it's our best interest to work when we can together to save on commodities and staffing, and it's a.
And we, the PFD, appreciate that, and would note also that we'd ask Mr. Ferguson on the PFD's behalf to initiate that ILA detailed update and get it done before the December meeting for the council. We wanted to come to council first to make sure that you're on board with this. I'll do a similar presentation at the next PFD meeting, and they'll be enthusiastically supporting this, and we'll run in parallel.
Okay, I think we're all on board on this. I see some heads nodding, so it looks like we're unanimous on this. And again, it would be kind of nice to have the city put out like a little video that the taxpayers, as far as how it's being funded, why these are separate. I just think it would be good put on like the Facebook page or something like that to show that these things aren't, like losses and stuff like that. I just think it'd be good for the community to have an idea, and then I could, comment. I know Leo always comments on everything, but I could comment like, hey, go to this article.
I have a comment.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Mr. Perales, did you want to comment on this?
Yes, right on cue. You just said I always have a comment, and I do.
All right.
I think we should pump the brakes on this. I don't like being pushed into a corner here. I heard the comment, this needs to be done by the end of 2025. We don't meet in the month of December that much. And, well, I guess my first response would be that we should have had this in front of us about 2 months ago then, so that we can digest a little bit, because, I have not been a supporter of us taking this over. I think we're scaling up quite dramatically from Memorial Pool to this huge aquatic center. And so I have a lot of questions that I will issue online that I would like to get addressed and commented on. And honestly, when it comes down to the money, I think I have an issue with that as well, is because, well, we're only going to pay 25% here, but I think we all know that really doesn't happen. And then before we know it, hey, we need to use more money, because I would push back and say, the PFD can foot the rest of that. And, we have a budget deficit, and so we are growing our government by taking this on and overseeing it. We're going to have to hire more staff. It could be argued that we should reduce staff, but I get it. We're managing a huge facility. And it just comes down to also safety things that I want to see just a little bit fleshed out a bit, in regards to the training of the lifeguards, emergency action plans, and just other stuff. I think this is a huge undertaking, and I know it sounds like a lot of you in the chambers are in favor, but I just think I want to get some questions answered. Obviously, if I'm the minority, I'm in the minority, but I'll send my questions to the city manager, and maybe perhaps we have a follow-up presentation where some of those questions can be answered, to provide full transparency to the community. I don't got the warm and fuzzies. I don't want to dip my toe in the water, to use another pun, on this one right now. So those are my stands. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks for the comments. I know being in the process from 8 years ago, this really has came a long, long ways. Again, I was against a lot of it, what we're hearing, where it would be like up against some like Pacific Clinic where they would have weightlifting machines, all this, but it is totally different concept. I do trust former Mayor Matt Watkins where he's going. But yes, we do want your questions answered, so I would say schedule a meeting with city manager or any members of city staff. And I know Matt Watkins has also asked that if we would like to go out there and check out the facility, he's willing to give us a tour. So let's get involved and let's see what we can do to answer some of these questions and make this the best facility for Pasco.
Mr. Mayor, I hope we could proceed forward at the same time that if Mr. Perales has any questions that I can answer, PFD representative, I would imagine I could work with the city manager. Also, any questions that Mr. Perales might have, and see if we could work those in parallel and still aim for a December adoption.
Well, I know time is of the essence, so yes, let's see what we can do to get this pushed forward. So I'm all for that. All right. And we have one for, let's go with Joe Cotta, and then I'll see if Melissa has anything to say.
Yeah, just a comment on the attention that was given to organizing this so that you can have a consistent manager. I mean, somebody who can be there. You'd like to have a guy stay for a decade or however long it is. Obviously, if there's not enough resources to support somebody long term, it's not going to run as efficiently. And so I appreciate that.
Exactly. And I would note, too, we are in a very good situation. We've been fiscally prudent on this facility and spending the taxpayers' sales tax dollars as wisely as we can. We're excited about the facility and want it to be as sustaining as it can be. And we have full confidence that we're going to have an open facility that the voters approved in 2022.
All right, thank you. Does Councilwoman Blaisdell, do you have any comment on this or any questions?
I do not.
Okay. Well, again, if you do, just please chime in as we go along with the agenda. I'm not going to constantly go back and forth because.
And I don't know if you're at all interested. I do have a quick little video it's about a week old. If you'd like to see a zoom around drone shot of the facility.
Okay. Well, let's see what you got.
Also note too, in the foreground, imagine a community center to the north side of the site to the left. think it was looped, but you've seen the booklet. May 2026. We're looking forward to opening it. We appreciate your support.
All right. Well, thank you on that. Looks pretty impressive, and yeah, should be exciting 5 months, 7 months, whatever. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Not seeing anybody jumping up on that. Let's go once, twice, 3 times. All right. Well, thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated. Let's jump up to number C, which is resolution office space lease at Post Office Building, and this is also Director Jesse Rice.
Almost done. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This evening I have a resolution in front of you for approving a office lease space at what we call our Post Office Building, 403 West Lewis and downtown Pasco area. It's office space currently in the basement location. To determine value of that space, we did work with our real estate agent to determine a market value as well as build in a annual increase to keep up with that market value. On your screen, you'll see a post office and the floor space plan where the occupant will be renting that space. Monthly rent includes the annual increase as indicated and displayed on your screen. The initial lease is for 3 years with 2 optional 1-year renewal periods. In addition to all leases, the city must also charge a leasehold excise tax. So in addition to the monthly rent, you'll see leasehold excise tax added to that. If the agreement is fully executed, it'll be for a 5-year total of $20,274. So staff recommendation would be to approve resolution authorizing city manager to sign the lease agreement. And again, we have some alternatives. You could request some additional information from staff, or of course do not approve the lease request. So with that, I ask, are there any questions?
So before we get to other council members, are these other offices also rented out that were down there? Or?
We do have additional space. Yeah, this is the space we currently have available. There's another group that rents space within that building, including the post office themselves.
Okay. I've never been to the basement. I've been to the post office umpteen times, but yeah, let's start with the Councilman Barajas. That's what I said. Councilwoman.
Councilmember Barajas, yes, thank you. So I do have a question in regards to Article number 4, use of premises. Now you mentioned this is one space available from several, is what I'm picking up, correct?
There's 2 office spaces that are adjacent to one another within the center of that building, within the center of the basement.
Who do we have down there?
With the addition of the other users, the Anatai Foundation. We used to be group,
Okay.
I want to call them Group Health, but that might not be the right name. I think it was. Yeah.
Anatai, yeah.
Anatai,
Thank
yeah.
you. So in regards to our item or Article number 4, it says the premises shall be used by lessee for office use and no other use or purpose without city's prior written consent. Even though they submit a request, what is the likelihood of the city issuing a permit for them to use the space for anything other than office? Say there's a desire to put in a radio station.
I think as we identified in the use of the premises is as identified in the lease as it's written. So how you're reading it is as written.
As written.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was reviewed by Mr. Ferguson's office.
Okay. So
Yeah.
no potential changing, adding, or changing the purpose of the rent of the space.
Not without your consent.
Okay. And then I had one other highlight. Oh, never mind. I'm good with that. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on to Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for working and actually getting this filled. I know sometimes office space can sit there a while, so I'm grateful that we're able to find a tenant and get some income and, add to the business viability of our downtown. So yes, I would definitely be for this, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right, my words exactly. Anybody else? All right, so with that, anybody... I guess we'll go back to Councilwoman Barajas.
Well, one last question. I was not clear on the rent, item number 3. What will the rent be? There's two different graphs, so I wasn't too sure.
Sorry, so the actual rent, it will be a total of both the monthly rental rate and the inclusion of the lease excise tax. So on this slide as presented, you'll see the total monthly rent. It includes in the far right column, total monthly rent. So base rent per month, leasehold tax, total month. So first year it'll be $318 per month.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times.
I think Councilman Perales may have his hand up for comments.
Okay, well, I can't see his hand from here, but let's.
Okay.
Just a little council joke. All right, Councilman Perales.
No, I had my hand up for the other one.
Okay.
No, I have nothing to add to this one. I'm glad to see the Latin Business Association back in downtown again. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Anything else? Nope. All right.
No, so with that, we'll bring this back next week on consent agenda for approval. Thank you.
All right. Well, looks great. What's up? I already did. Yeah. So let's go on to number D, resolution, city retirement plans. And we got Director Mattson with the Z.
Can you turn on your microphone, Director Metzen? Thank you.
Is that better? Okay. I'm pretty loud. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm presenting a resolution that updates and modernizes the city's retirement plans. This will not add any new cost. It simply puts the right framework in place so that we have more options going forward. Currently, the city offers a 457B plan where employees can contribute and the city also contributes. What this resolution is asking for or does is it updates and adds, it creates a 401A plan, which would create another avenue for employees to save more money for retirement. The city will continue contributing into the 457B plan for now. The 401A simply will give us a tool for the future if and when we decide to use it. Also, the resolution would create a 457F plan for the city manager. This is required by the employment contract. Instead of paying into the state retirement system, the city manager's retirement contributions will go into this account. Again, cost to the city, it's no added cost. The city manager contributions were already budgeted. They're just going to go into the 457F. And the 401A is free to set up and does not require the city to put money in it right away, or right now for that matter. Why this matters, this keeps the city competitive in attracting and retaining staff. Many cities and other public entities offer 401As. This also cleans up old, outdated retirement stuff that we have from old resolutions, and it gives us flexibility for the future without making any changes today. In short, this resolution modernizes our retirement plans, meets contractual obligations, and gives us flexibility going forward. So staff is recommending that council approve the two additions to our retirement plans by offering a 401A and the 457F. The alternative is that council does not move forward with this. Any questions?
Do we have any questions for Director Mattson? I'm not seeing. Looks pretty good. So thank you for that presentation. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So let's go on to E, consideration of deferral of water rights rate study. And we got our Deputy City Manager, Richa Siddell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and evening council. Per council direction, a couple of years ago, or a year and a half ago, there was a requirement to conduct a market value study or a rate study for water rights every 2 years. That is a part of our Pasco Municipal Code. The rate is essentially when there is no water rights for the development, whatever development that might be, and the developer would be paying fees in lieu of the water rights. So essentially requiring the city to go out to the market, buy the water rights so that we can serve that development. The rate was set in late 2023, and so we're due for that 2-year refreshment. We discussed this with our subject matter expert, Dr. Daryl Olson, who conducted the last rate study for us, and he believes that the market factors have not really changed that significantly to change the number, which is currently at $4,150 per acre feet of water rights, or cubic acre feet. Is that right? Or acre feet. A new study can be conducted at this time, and we can still meet the deadline of the 2 years. The cost is going to be around $18,000. Given that the market factors have not really changed, and even the subject matter is saying that he does not anticipate any significantly different number, staff is recommending that we skip this update for another 2 years unless there's something really drastic happens in the water rights market within those next 2 years. So at this point, we're looking for your direction to see. Head nods would be great, so we can see if we can forego this and come back to you hopefully within 2 years.
All right. Well, thank you for that. I thought the recommendation was good. We'd save some staff time, and then $18,000. Obviously, now is the time to be saving as much as we can. Especially, it seemed like it was not needed. But let's start off with our Mayor Pro Tem, Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, and thanks for bringing this back to us, Ms. Sigdell. I know this was something we went back and forth on a lot. 5 years seemed to be too long, and then kind of we ended up at 2 years. I know we had even talked about 3 years, and like the mayor said, I'm all for saving money and cutting out unnecessary time and work. Did he provide an opinion on whether he thought, because I know one of the timeframes we talked about was 3 years, did he really think, because now we're almost at 4 years if we wait another 2 years, and that starts to make me a little anxious, because then I'm thinking, man, for just $18,000 we could potentially be leaving a lot of money on the table. So being a politician, I'm always looking for the sweet spot. So
when we were updating the rate late in 2023, the study was done by late 2022. So the study was maybe about a year. But even during that time, we had asked the question of, is the rate still valid as we're updating the rate? And it was. I think at least just with one experience, it's looking like the market doesn't move as much. But water rights, it's a really interesting realm, complicated, but also it's the new gold, I think. So we don't know exactly what the future will be. I think it's a good idea for us to continue talking with experts and seeing if the market is changing or not and keeping an eye on it. Maybe in the next 2-3 years, we'll figure out whether 3 years or 5 years or 2 years is the right time. And maybe that changes as things get more interesting.
No, thank you, Ms. Sigdell. I do appreciate that, because this, I'll be honest with you, it does seem pretty, it seems like we almost just got through that. And, part of it, that was a big arduous thing. It hadn't been updated in a long time. I know it was a huge, heavy lift for staff. We appreciate it. And I know the stakeholders were very engaged, and obviously it was a big process for us. And, another 2 years seems like a long time. I would definitely be foregoing it, foregoing it. I'm still not going to say that right, the mayor suggested, but another 2 years does seem a little long, and I would be interested in maybe at least hearing from our SME again next year if he, just has a feel for what the market is. But thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments. Let's go to Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, I would just express my support for staff's recommendation with skipping it for now, and saves a little bit of money. And I deal with water rights a lot and would agree with Dr. Olson's take that the market has not shifted substantially in any direction over the last couple of years. And it's worth mentioning, he did our last study, presumably he'd do the next one. So if he's willing to say, hey, you don't really need to spend this money, that speaks volumes to me on that. I think I don't even feel like we need to go with the second alternative of keeping track of the markets. I know you're already doing that, keeping an eye on it. So that's all I've got. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Saw a couple head nods, I guess. Just for the sake of argument, Mr. Councilman Perales, do you have any comment on this issue?
Yeah, I'm kind of the same mindset of Councilmember Grimm. I mean, it's 2022 is when the last council decided to change the policy, and then we came in. And I guess one of my questions would be: is the current price that we have per acre foot? Are we held to that amount if we were to go out and buy water rights from someone who has them? And if that's based off this study, so if someone has 200 acre feet, we can only pay them $41.50 for those 200 acre feet?
No, it's still a negotiation, and as I'm learning quite quickly, not all water rights are created equal. And so right. Even if they're the same, depending on which basin they're coming from, where they're coming from, there's just too much complexity to the system. So in a sense, it is a market rate, which is an average. We've seen some water rights go as much as 10,000 acre feet, but there's a reason, there's a buyer who is willing to pay for it. And even for the same water right, it might not be as attractive to us because of our location. No, we're not obligated to buy every water right at this particular rate.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to just, if I'm on the council in a year, maybe we'll talk about doing a study in a year or so in 2026. So that will be 3 years. That's it.
Okay, I think we have some direction then. So, do we have anybody in the audience that would like to comment on water rights? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. So let's jump to F. I know we have somebody online on this, but what's the resolution number 20 or for 2026 Community Development Block Grant, the CDBG program allocation and annual work plan? And again, we're going to go with this time. We'll go with Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight before you is a workshop item related to the Community Development Block Grant Program that the City of Pasco is eligible for. And this is the annual process for determining how the federal CDBG funds will be allocated in Pasco. Some background information here. The CDBG program is established at the federal level and is administered by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, also referred to as HUD. And these funds are given to cities eligible for this program on an annual basis. And the purpose of this program is to provide housing, a suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities to the community. And the emphasis here for the primary beneficiaries is that these folks receiving the funds are required to be helping low to moderate income households in the community. And Pasco has had a long history of using these funds throughout the program and doing great things with these allocations. The process is listed here on your screen for where we are today. We received applications for the CDBG funds in May, and the application window closed on May 31st, and staff had reviewed the applications for completeness, and in July the Planning Commission held a public hearing where the applicants are present. And then in August, staff presented a recommendation to the Planning Commission. And this year we provided 3 different options with a mix of options for the group to consider. Planning Commission did select option 1 and has recommended that the council consider approving that option. And that recommendation is forwarded in the materials. When staff reviews the applications to receive these funds, we look at our local policies and council's goals, and also with the consolidated plan for the Tri-Cities home group, and then also the CDBG and HUD regulations. And here on the screen are the allocations that are proposed under option 1, and the city is receiving just over $650,000 for this year's plan, and the different organizations are listed there in the amount that is recommended for funding. So I'll leave that slide up on the screen. Tonight's a workshop, so happy to answer any questions. I'm also joined by Kristen Webb, our CDBG administrator. She is online tonight too, so she may be helping with questions depending on what they are. So happy to answer any questions at this point.
All right, do we have any questions by the council? Let's start off with Councilman Harpster.
Just 2 questions. One of my concerns is that this is dependent on the federal government and them passing a budget. They've got to October 1st. Last I checked, obviously the president's proposal removes both of these programs. Senate wants to keep both. House wants to remove home program but keep CDBG. And so I just want to ensure that if we approve this list as presented, there's no chance that we start on any of these programs until that funding is for sure. For example, the playground equipment, I'd hate to get started on thinking that the appropriate budget's going to pass and then it doesn't, and then we're halfway through.
Yes, we'd absolutely wait until it was funded through this program before starting any of these projects.
Okay. And then the second point or question rather is the second line there, code enforcement officer, $70,000. I think we've discussed this before. I don't think it's prudent to spend grant funding on employees. And so the question is that a full-time employee or a part-time employee, and maybe an employee that already exists or a new position that's being created?
Sure. Kristen, do you know exactly how this is allocated to the code enforcement officers by any chance?
Yes, so that actually is, it is for a current employee, and it is for the employees that goes into the low to moderate income areas in the city, and code enforcement actually is an eligible expense. So I believe for budget reasons, which I could be overspeaking there, this is what they've always done.
Let me just make sure I heard that right. This is what they've always done. There is...
Yes, if I may, historically there's been actually more programs than just the code enforcement, like in the recreation realm as well.
That.
And we've removed and revised that to give more funding to other efforts. Code enforcement is one that is remaining. It is not an additional position that the grant is funding. We have one code enforcement officer, I believe, right now, and essentially their salary is supplemented by this grant funding, very much like in the past, the recreation staff that were funded via this program. It was not that it was above and beyond that we were hiring additional recreational staff because of the grant. We're just supplementing their income, and now general fund is paying for that part of the income.
Okay, so we just to make sure I understand, the general fund, we've already counted for the cost of that employee. This just helps kind of offset some of that.
Exactly.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Any other council discussion? I know, looking at the list, it looks like, if I'm reading this right, you had requests for 1.29 million, and again, there's only allocated 650,000. So obviously, we got a comment from Upwards wanting to reconsider, but at this time looks like there's only so much, so you're actually getting less than half of the request. Would that be pretty much
yes.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yep.
Just want to make sure, so we're not trying to take anybody out, or obviously daycare and other things are very important to us. On the other hand, it's hard when you only have so much money. Do you want me to comment on that?
I just wanted to clarify, we have 2 code enforcement officers currently, but the explanation that Richa gave was accurate.
Okay. let's go back to Councilman Harpster.
Yeah, I forgot in my notes. I wanted to thank the Planning Commission for their time spent on this. Appreciate that the meeting minutes were included in our report. They did, I think I watched about half that meeting live, and they did spend quite a bit of time on this discussion. Helpful for us, then we only have to spend 5 minutes on it this evening. So, thanks.
Good point. Good point. All right. So first I'll go with anybody in the audience that have a question on this. Going once, going twice, going three times. Let's, do we know if she's this Melanie Farr? Is she still online? I know she did send us comments, which I think we all have. We're not seeing her online. Okay. Do we have any of the council that would like to chime in? I'm trying to move along quickly, but if you'd like to make a comment or have a suggestion, please do so now.
No, Mayor, thank you.
All right. Okay. Well, with that, do you need direction, or are we good, or sticking with option one?
We plan to bring it back for a formal decision, I believe, at the next meeting or the one after if there's a noticing requirement.
Okay. Just want to know if you need like shaking of heads or something like that, but I guess we'll keep moving right on then. So we're going to move on to G, which is resolution for the 2026 Home Investment Program Allocation Work Plan, and also by Director Haley Matson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, Council again. Tonight before you is the annual work plan for the Home Consortium program, and the city has been a participant of this program along with Kennewick and Richland since 1996, and this makes the city eligible for federal home investment partnership program funds. And this agreement was recently renewed through December 2028, and for the city of Richland is serving as the lead agency. So the estimated amount for Pasco this year is $263,000, and these funds are regulated by HUD. I mentioned that during the last presentation. And for Pasco, staff is recommending that the funds be allocated across the three eligible activities listed in your packet. That would be for the Down Payment Assistance Program, also referred to as CHIP, the First Time Homebuyer Program. And this helps low to moderate income households purchase homes. The second option, or the second allocation that's being recommended, is to the Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program. And this is rental subsidies that help households afford rent and utilities. And the third is owner-occupied rehabilitation. So it's important to clarify here that council is not approving the funding itself. This is a part of the program, and the amount allocated to the city is determined through that. So tonight's purpose of tonight is to determine which activities the home funds can be used for in Pasco, as outlined in the packet. So staff is recommending the distribution as proposed within the packet, and we believe it meets all the federal regulations and our local stance as well. So happy to answer any questions if you have them.
All right. Do we have any members of the dais that would like to comment on this or have questions? Let's start off with Councilman Kata.
How does one apply for these benefits?
Kristen, would you like to help answer that question?
Yeah, so we actually have online applications as well as paper applications, and most of this is just advertised on our website, or we do advertise also on our Facebook social media.
How is eligibility determined?
It is determined by income, so we have a formula that we have to calculate per HUD, and it's all based on income basis.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Scott, do you have anything else to say? You have your lights still on? Okay. Just making sure. All right. I'm not seeing anything else. So anybody, do we have anybody, Melissa or Leo, do you have any comments on this or questions?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for that. Do we have anybody in the audience that would like to make a comment on this? Going once, going twice, going three times. All right. So we'll move on to item H, which is Resolution Ordinance Section 108 HUD Loan Refinance and Budget Adjustment. And we got Interim Director Garcia.
Good evening, Council. So before you, we have a proposal for a interfund loan and a corresponding budget amendment related to a loan that the city received back in 2021 from HUD, and it was for the Peanuts Park project. It was for a little over 3.7 million, and at the time, it's a variable loan rate. And as you just saw with the CDBG allocations, there is an annually allocations that are supposed to cover the debt service for that loan. However, over the past few years, because of the variable interest rate, that allocation hasn't been sufficient to cover the interest and the principal payments. So general fund has had to subsidize that and cover the excess on interest. And over the past 3 years, that subsidy from general fund has been around $299,000. So we have worked with HUD for a few months last year to try to fix that interest and restructure the loan. However, that effort was paused early this year. So we are now at the point where we've been kind of waiting because it was, expected that it was going to resume. However, that hasn't happened yet. So we feel it's in the best interest that we essentially refinance that loan internally and pay off the loan with HUD, and we are able to fix the loan here internally and have reduce the subsidy that's coming out of general fund. So our recommendation is that we move forward at the next meeting with the resolution to establish the interfund loan and the corresponding budget amendment. And the alternative would be to stay as is and pay that variable rate.
All right. Well, I know saving money is definitely what we want to see. So, anybody? I'm not seeing any lights chiming in. Not seeing anything from our online council. So, do we have any members of the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. I'll look forward to seeing you on the next council meeting. So let's go with Section I, Resolution Ordinance Officer Wellness Program, and amending to 2025-2026 operating budget. So we are going to go, I guess it was Ken Roski, but I guess we'll go with you as well.
Captain Harpster.
Captain Harpster. I know who you are, but thank you.
You bet. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So before you, we've brought you a resolution and ordinance for an officer wellness program. The resolution would be to accept the grant funding that we were awarded, and then the ordinance to amend our operating budget. So the Pasco Police Department was awarded a grant funding to enhance our current officer wellness program. The funding opportunity we applied for was for $37,500. This is a no match grant, and so the funds that we would spend, we would be reimbursed by the state from the Criminal Justice Training Commission. So I'm here for any questions. If you have any questions about this, I can answer those for you.
All right. Well, let's start off with Mayor Pro Tem Charles Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks for looking out for your officers first and foremost. We appreciate, finding grant money and everything too, but always, officer safety and officer well-being is at the forefront of our minds also, obviously along with the public too, but appreciate you looking out for your crew there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for those kind words. I think, everybody on the council thinks the same thing. So thank you. Do we have any from the online council that would like to comment on this?
Yeah, great. No, Mayor.
Okay. All right. Thanks for the presentation. Anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right.
Thank you.
Looks like you're off the hook there. All right. So we are moving right along. So we're on item J, Resolution Award Bid Number 23467 for Schlegel Park Storm Water Main Replacement to Big D's Construction of Tri-Cities. We got Public Works Director Maria Serra.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are presenting to you a bid award, and this is for action next week should you concur with this recommendation. The bid award would be to Big D's construction of Tri-Cities, and that is for the replacement of a stormwater main. It's a 42-inch water main that exists within the Schlegel Park area, and it sits in an easement from the Corps of Engineers. The renewal of the easement with the Corps of Engineers requires us to do analysis on the condition of that pipeline, and it was found that there were root intrusion and some of the prior linings of that main had failed. This main serves an area that is shown in your packet. Actually is one of our basins which eventually discharges into the river. So it is important that we perform the repairs and replacements to be in compliance with the Corps of Engineers, but also to avoid further damage of that pipe with potential for sinkholes, for example. So the bid was published and it was publicly open. There were 6 valid bids. The lowest one was from Big D's Construction for an amount of $506,233.08. That is lower than our engineer's estimate, and there were a total of 6 valid bids and 1 non-responsive additional. So 7 in total, 1 was not responsive. Again, our engineer's estimate was just over $552,000. And this project is fully funded with local funds. It is through stormwater rates, and there is a bond that has been issued to allow for this work to occur and then be repaid through rates. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right. Anybody on the dais have any questions on this? Well, I know we've used Big D's before, and they seem to do a good job. Great name, by the way. It is a pretty good name, Big D's. But anyway, so do we have anybody from the audience that would like to comment on this? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. All right. Look forward to seeing that on the agenda. Let's go with number K. So ordinance and resolution amending the PMC sections to modify start dates of certain city boards and commissions and updating recruitment process for city boards and commissions. And we are going to go with our city clerk, Deborah.
Thank you, Council. As you know, I don't usually talk to you, but I'm going to be carrying this baby for Ms. Pashon tonight to hopefully get it over the threshold so we can have it some action done on October 6th, which is the next council meeting. So as you recall, Ms. Pashon brought this topic before council on mid-August and discussed possibilities of making some changes to the recruitment process for our boards, for your boards and commissions, city boards and commissions. So when you discussed that, you said to go forward, and council did, the staff did, and they identified some opportunities to provide some streamlining of the recruitment process and to help emphasize predictable timeliness, reduce administrative burden, and also improve the onboarding process for new members. So as you can see, the result was we're supporting and wanting council to consider transitioning to a semi-annual recruitment cycle, and that would be in the spring and the fall. And also, prior to advertising the upcoming terms, have the mayor and his selected subcommittee for the boards and commissions determine if eligible incumbents require an interview, and if they don't require an interview, then we would contact the incumbent to see if they're willing and wanting to continue on, and then that incumbent would just go on for approval without having posting that position. Because as you know, some people are interested in applying, and then the incumbent takes that position, so that would help alleviate that. And then of course, we're also considering, or having you consider, modifying the start dates of some city boards and commissions, so that would align with that semi-annual recruitment process. So Some boards and commissions would have a start date of January 1st, and others, the other half would be July 1st. So you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Oh, we already talked about that, so the next slide. Okay, so we talked, nope, let's go back one. Where's the slide with all the boards and commissions? There we go. So those are the boards and commissions that we're considering an adjustment to their start dates. Thank you, Jesse. So if you want an example of what a recruitment cycle would look like, we would take like the September cycle where we're looking for filling vacancies for the following January. So at that point, we would confirm the subcommittee from the mayor, propose interview dates and onboarding, and then in October, we'd actually advertise for the vacancies with the marketing campaign, which would provide a better outreach, we believe. And then in November, this council subcommittee would conduct the interviews, and the mayor would make the appointment, and we would place those on the council agendas for the full council confirming those appointments. And then what's really nice is in December, we'd have a group of people from a variety of different backgrounds, and we would meet with the staff liaisons of those new board or council commission members and the city clerk to do onboarding, which would be a nice enhancement. So the impact for these would create efficiency. It reduces recruitment cycles from a multiple of times throughout the year of recruiting to 2 planned cycles. And that helps free the council because you would know the dates or the approximate month when you would be doing your interviewing and such. It provides consistency, creates that predictable process. And then preparedness aligns recruitment with a structured onboarding schedule and ensures new members are ready to contribute effectively. And then as we go on this process, of course, we will continue to look for improvements if improvements are needed. So the staff is recommending that we do both items, a resolution adjusting the recruitment process to semi-annually, and then also an ordinance changing the PMC to align those those boards and commissions start dates to a January and July item. However, council, it's at your discretion. Alternatives, you could leave the start dates as is and approve the resolution for the semi-annual recruitment. You could also do the opposite. You could approve the ordinance and modifying the dates and then keeping the recruitment as is. Or you could do nothing. You could keep it status quo. So I'm just looking for your guidance, and we'll bring this back on October 6th if everything's been A-okay.
All right. Well, I like the improvements. I think it worked really good for us. I mean, it's a lot more simple. It makes sense. Efficiency. That's the number one thing is city government should strive for. So, or one of the things we should strive for. So, I'd definitely be all for of changing that. I would say, like, a lot of times in November, we got a lot on our agenda. Do you think that there would still be problems to get all this done when we're trying to wrap up at the end of the year?
Well, we'll try that this first year. I mean, we're already if this moves forward, we'll be a few weeks behind the 8 ball, but I think we can do that. That's our goal.
Okay.
And working with you. And so the first thing we'll need to do is find out who you'd want on your subcommittee this time. So that would be 2 council members or a mayor pro tem.
Okay. Well, let's see who has the questions or comments. So let's start off with Councilman Jokata.
Do you know why the staggering was done to begin with? Are there maybe some justifications that are now obsolete, or what was the justifications there?
To the best of my knowledge, it was, many of these boards and commissions have been around for many, many years. The Planning Commission, and that's just one example. And so I think it's just when they actually started their jobs on that commission or that board. So over the years, they've just started at different times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, got Mayor Pro Tem Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Barham, it was not lost on me that you said you were carrying the baby for Ms. Pashon. Everybody else may have missed that,
Nah,
but
we
I
missed
see you over there. On a more serious note, though, ma'am, I would definitely before all of these changes, and this has honestly been one of my favorite parts of council, like the mayor was alluding to, just how many of these process changes, efficiencies, and staff time we've been able to save, partnering with staff, us giving recommendations, you guys bringing us ideas, and really over the last 2 years, that's been one of my favorite things, just streamlining processes, like you said, Mr. Mayor, and us just getting more efficient as a city. So thank you for bringing this one to us, and thanks again for the humor.
Thank you. And as you know, next Monday is a fifth Monday, so I don't think there's any council meetings planned for next week, so yay.
Correct. Yeah, we like that. Especially since I'll be out of town, so that's good. Are you asking to have, like, if we get some volunteers on council for a subcommittee, or?
If you'd like to go ahead and set your subcommittee tonight, you can.
Okay. I was hoping we could get the newest member, Joe Cotta, and our Mayor Pro Tem Grimm, if they could be on that committee. That would be great. Or
That would be fine. I'm going to be out of country on October 6th, leaving the 8th, coming back the 17th. That's my only conflict.
So when would this meeting?
Well, I think the very first thing would be looking at those incumbents for the subcommittee to see if you want to go ahead and reappoint them if they're eligible to be reappointed. That would probably need to take place right away so that then we can move forward on the recruitment process for the other positions that don't have somebody coming in.
Okay. So, like, within the next week, you would like them to?
Well, we'd need to come back on the 6th, and you guys approve this process, and then probably the 7th is when we could meet. And with the subcommittee, since you're not a quorum, you can meet virtually, so that wouldn't be an issue.
Okay. Are you good for that, or?
I'm happy to serve at your disposal, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Don't hear that often, so thank you on that. All right. So we got 2 members that are willing to serve, so thank you. And do we have any other comments? I'm not seeing any. Anybody from the council chambers that would like to make a comment on this issue? Once, twice, 3 times. All right. So that rolls us through that. So we're going to move on to number 6, miscellaneous council discussion. I'm not seeing anything. So let's start off with our city manager, Harold Stewart.
Just one item this evening. I believe our Parks Director has some data and statistics from our Fiery Foods Festival. So I'd like to have him share that, and then I don't have anything further after he's completed.
Okay.
I'm going to surprise you at 2 items since he gave me control. So, thanks. So good evening, Mayor and Council again. I wanted a brief update about our Fiery Foods event, which was held in the previous week. We were able to get our metrics to determine our attendees and also share some other additional information with you. So approximately 2,400 people attended Fiery Foods, which was comparable to the previous year. We had about 40 vendors signed up through a range of food and informational and retail sales. We featured 4 food eating contests this year, 2 rounds of hot pepper eating, one for our community VIPs, which Councilman Perales participated on and made it pretty far, and then one open to the community. Both of those, we had first place winners that went all the way through the end of the Carolina Reaper, plus a couple more to help do a tie break. So those individuals have heavily punished themselves for the wonderful medal we provided and other gifts. So very entertaining in that. We also added a hot wing eating contest this year, which was solely sponsored by Wingstop. So we appreciate their contribution. They provided several hundred wings and several rounds of competition for that. As well as added a taquito speed eating contest at the very end of the festival. All those seemed very well received by the community, so we hope to expand that next year into maybe a commercial salsa contest. We're hoping to recruit about 10 different restaurant vendors to contribute salsa to have a salsa tasting contest. So staff are already working for next year's event. So In addition, we had, of course, several musical entertainers as well as a kids zone. So I think it was a very good event. We hit the perfect day of the week for the weather, unlike some of our other events we've had this year. So appreciate all of you that came out in attendance. Appreciate all of our sponsors and all the staff time that made it in there. And for those of you that have been here for a while, you know I always track my steps. I had a little over 28,000 that day, so about 13 miles. And no scootering. I didn't have time to scooter anywhere, so those are all real steps. So appreciate that, provide that update. And then also this Saturday at Tri-Cities Animal Shelter, we have our Felines and Firefighters adoption events. You can come on down and see some of our local firefighting heroes. I believe we have City of Kennewick and City of Pasco planning on be there. Plenty of pets in stock. Come on down. They're only $50. Take 2 for $100. Whatever I can do to help clear out that shelter. I appreciate the community's help in adopting some wonderful pets. So thank you for that.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for all of your work in trying to adopt these cute little pets. Yes, we need people to step up and adopt little dogs and cats that don't want to. It's pretty difficult being at an animal shelter and with all the barking and stuff. So again, thank you for putting these things together, and thank you for your work on these issues. With no other lights, I guess we got one light by Councilman Harpster.
Just a quick comment. I believe Councilman Blaisdell is our representative on the Visit Tri-Cities board, but one of the sort of bummers of the Ironman being here in town is that it doesn't come into Pasco at all. And but it goes through Richland, Kennewick, and West Richland. They revised the course compared to last year and this year. And so I wonder if it wouldn't be helpful for Ms. Blaisdell, maybe others from the city, to contact Kevin Lewis at Visit Tri-Cities and just petition to maybe alter the course again so that it comes into Pasco, at some point. And like I said, Pasco agencies there assisting, but it'd be really nice to get some of that traffic in here and be more of a full-on Tri-Cities event. So it felt more like a Richland event. So just some food for thought.
No, it's a great idea. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm not seeing any other lights. And anything else from Paralis or Blaisdell?
No, Mayor, have a good night.
All right. Well, thank you for that. At least we know they stayed to the end. So we got an exec session. I'm not seeing nothing. So jumps us to number 8, which is adjournment. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At workshop meetings, the council discusses issues, but no formal action is taken. Agenda packets are available on the City of Pasco's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. This meeting is also being televised live on PSC-TV. Channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and it is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments and or questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. And before we go any further, I just want to make a reference here. This gavel I chose to use tonight was actually my grandfather's. He was given as he was the international director of the Lions from 67-69, and it is made from the first apple tree in all of Wenatchee. So with that, let's do a roll call if we can.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas? I believe she was going to be remote. Okay. Blaisdell? Here. Cotta?
Present.
Oh, thank you. Cotta?
Here.
Paralis?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Grimm?
Here.
And Mayor Milne, I understand, is excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, moving right along in this workshop, we are on number 4. It is verbal reports from council members, if we have any. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's move on to items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. The public may comment on each topic scheduled for discussion up to 2 minutes per person with a total of 8 minutes per item. If opposing sides wish to speak, then both sides receive an equal amount of time to speak, or up to 4 minutes each side. The first one is 5A. It is the ambulance utility rate study. And Ms. Garcia?
Good evening.
Thank you.
So yes, we have, so this study is actually in partnership with the fire department and FCS Consulting, who is online. So I will actually hand it off to Chief Crowley.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thanks for your time tonight. Appreciate it. So we're just going to go into the ambulance utility rate study, and I'm just here to kick it off and give a little history, quick history, and a little introduction. So the city of Pasco established the ambulance utility in 2003. The reason for the utility is pretty much just to help recover costs for delivering EMS, or emergency services, emergency medical services to our community. The big thing about this too, it also allows for a very efficient and effective way of delivering EMS, and that's through what we call a fire-based EMS system. In a nutshell, it means the fire department delivering EMS. The importance of that is because it's pretty much dual role. All our firefighters are EMTs, and about a third of our line staff are paramedics. And so critical calls usually take more than just an ambulance. So if you had a private ambulance service, they usually rely on the fire department to help out. So this is just a joint venture. It just kind of reduces the redundancies, and it's a very efficient model having fire provide all the EMS. With the ambulance utility, it's broken down into two different categories. The availability and demand. The availability is pretty much just the reliability of our service, making sure we have the right stations, the right equipment, right staff to respond to a call when the call comes out in a reasonable time. And then the demand is the cost associated with the call itself. And so that's just showing any of the medical supplies, the medic unit, and the ongoing cost for that. So the reason for the ambulance utility study. So there's a few. But the main reason is to actually assess the actual cost of delivery of the service. So as here, we show that when we get a rate coming in, it does decrease some of the stress on the general fund to supply the funds to maintain the fire department itself. Also, it's a legislative requirement for council. So as far as before you make a vote or decide, we want to make sure you have the right information so you can make a decision. And as you'll see through this presentation, you'll have a few options, and then you'll see a staff recommendation with that. And also, lastly, probably the most important too, is it provides transparency to our community. It shows exactly where we're going, the cost of our EMS service, and we try to not hide anything and be very open with the public and also with council so you guys can make the right decision. So with that, we'll go into the agenda, and I'll be passing this over to Savani. She's online. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you. And can somebody confirm that you guys are able to hear me? Okay.
Yes, we could hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, council members, mayor. Thank you this evening. We had the great pleasure of working with the city team with this study. We have a comprehensive technical analysis. So we have a packed agenda. We'll start with looking at our study approach. FCS has done prior studies for the city as well as pretty much all Washington state. We look at ambulance utility overview, background, offer the technical analysis, existing level of services with their current forecast. We're exploring 4 different scenarios presented to you this evening. With that, one scenario is identified as a staff recommendation. While keeping all this information up front, we also want to look at what the comparable jurisdictions rates look like, so you're making an informed decision, and then what the next steps would be after this study is completed. Next slide, please. So looking at the study approach, the ambulance utility study is a comprehensive study. We look at 3 to 4 years worth of call history. So we start with data collection on the far left. We look at city's financial data, billings data and incident data. Chief mentioned demand and availability. All calls are looked at individual calls. We've identified the number of times staff are available, EMS staff are available, they're actually in action and providing the services to build up our model. And then we also look at and develop the financial forecast. We look at the baseline of current cost. We look at cost in detail. We allocate costs between fire and EMS based on the city's actual incident data. And then we look at forecasting ambulance utility rates. So one of the components is looking at the customer base. So we look at the utility customer that the city currently has and divide the cost with that customer base. And looking on the technical side, we have a 5-step approach. First 3-step is really deep dive into technical analysis. Again, this study has been almost a year in making. So we really want to thank the city staff and team for getting us the data, validating the data, and moving this and making sure we're making a right and informed decision in the findings for our technical analysis. And then we're here today on step 4 of informing the council and public of what our findings are, what the scenarios are presented to you. And then step 5 would give you some information, and then a decision can be made, informed decision can be made in the future. Next slide, please. So looking at ambulance utility by Revised Code of Washington 35.31.766, it allows cities to form ambulance utility. So one thing to point out is providing guidance on establishing the rate. The rate that we're discussing today only looks at the operating cost. Does not include capital costs. So capital costs are excluded from today's discussion, and the rate does not cover for that. With Pasco Municipal Code, Code 3.85.020, city has established a utility, so it's authorized to set rate and to provide the service. So that's our general overview. Looking on the graph on the right, this is a graph that is very important and is critical with our analysis. Look at the total cost. The total cost of utility is funded through general fund expenses and then the EMS funds. And then from there, we separate our costs between fire and EMS. So the discussion we'll be focusing would be the EMS cost. Next slide, please. I'm looking at kind of giving ourselves of orienting where the last study was done in 2019 and how the city has sort of changed in the last, say, 6 years or so. So the population has grown about 6.5%. Billable units, so this is new construction, developments, about 15.6%. Population per 1,000 has gone about 43%. And a big outlier we're seeing, and we're seeing this regionally, is EMS calls. So calls for service has grown up 61.5%. So tracking that, the cost has gone up, and looking at where the city was in 2019 and what currently is the data for the city. And then looking at the EMS call, I think the next slide will share more about potential increases in the call. So like I said, we're seeing this post-pandemic of 2019, more calls are being placed. We're also seeing a increase in behavioral health calls. So the call volumes are increased, more resources are needed. And then with the city here, we're also seeing a community growth. So there is a proportional increase in population that's impacting the call increases as well. Next slide, please. So now looking at all overarching, we will look into the technical analysis, looking at the city's financial health, looking at the calls, the incidents, and then mapping out what the 4 scenarios are that it will be presented in front of you. Chase?
All right, and I'll just validate that everybody can hear me as well.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, so here we want to look at some of our assumptions and key definitions. And so there's a lot of data that went into this analysis. Just kind of give you the highlights here. For our forecast basis, we looked at the city's 2025 budget, as well as the 2026 budget and the collective bargaining agreement budget increase for both the firefighter and EMS costs. We've also been looking at various inflation factors. So beyond the 2026 timeframe, we're wanting to forecast costs through 2030. Based on the work that FCS has been doing for the long-range planning effort, we align these with our general costs increasing at about 3.5% per year, labor and benefits at 5%, and then our customer growth at just over 1.1%. When we're talking through this presentation, we have some definitions that we'll just want to bring back. We have billable units that Shivani mentioned, and so this is a standardized unit where one single-family household equals one billable unit. Your commercial and non-residential customers are kind of scaled based on the number of occupancy and various other factors, but we'll be looking to kind of standardize that for today's discussion. We also have a percentage of rate recovery, and so this is the percentage of the rate charged compared to the maximum allowable rate that we calculate under the EMS analysis tonight. And then we have a total EMS cost recovery, and so this is a percentage of all EMS revenues compared to the total cost to provide all of the EMS services. Next slide. Bringing back this graphic that Shivani mentioned, we have our two different types of costs. And so we have our general fund budget for 2025, that's $11.3 million. And then we have our EMS fund budget that's just under $14 million, which looks at a total fire and EMS service cost in 2025 for about $25.2 million. We then go ahead and look at that using various allocation factors line by line within those two budgets to come up with the fire costs and the EMS costs. And some of the allocation factors we use allocate them completely to fire based on if it's a fire specific cost, completely to EMS, or something like dispatch services would be allocated based on the number of fire calls versus the number of EMS calls. And then your labor and kind of cost timing there is based on the amount of time spent on your fire and EMS calls. And those are based on 21 through 24 city incident data. At the end of all of this, we have about 30% of our cost, about $7.6 million related to fire, and the remaining $17.6 million are about 70% related to EMS costs. And we'll be looking at recovering that EMS cost through various means through the next couple slides. Next slide, please. Taking that $17.6 million in 2025 that we had from the last slide, we're doing the same allocation in 2026 using the 2026 budget, plus that collective bargaining agreement adjustment. And then in 2027 through 2030, we're looking at allocating or inflating those costs at about 4.7% annually based on our various escalation factors. So from 2025 to 2030, we have EMS costs of $17.6 million up to $22.5 million forecasted. Next slide. When we're looking at our operating revenues, we're looking at ways that we can offset those expenses for the EMS utility. And we have two different ongoing revenue sources. We have our transport revenues, which is denoted in kind of that black box of the stacked bar chart here. That's about $4 million in 2025, and that increases with your customer growth. And we also have a very small amount of miscellaneous revenue. It's about $80,000. I'm not sure if you can actually see it. It's so small. But we do have those forecasted ongoing through the forecast period. We also, as part of 2025, have an assumption of grants at just about $1 million. And then our ground emergency medical transport revenue that we also have forecasted in 2025. These two revenue sources we are not forecasting moving forward due to the uncertainty of these revenues. So for 2026 through 2030, they have fallen off the forecast. Looking at the remaining costs, kind of in that icy blue, that's the cost to be recovered through rates. And so in 2025, that's about $10.2 million, and by 2030 increases to just under $18 million. Next slide. When we're looking at allocating those costs to our customer base, we have our equivalent billable units. And so based on 2025 customer billing stats, we're at about 31,000 billable units, Applying our 1.1% growth rate by 2030, that increases to about 32,800 billable units. Next slide. Taking our total cost and dividing it by our billable units, we come up with a calculated full cost recovery basis. And for 2025, we calculate that at $27.44. Because of the removal of the ground emergency medical transport revenues as well as the grant revenues, in 2026, that's calculated to be $38.11, increasing to $45.55 by 2030. One thing to note is that the 2025 rate for the city currently is $18.61. So the city is assessing approximately 68% of the maximum allowable rate. And then looking at your other revenues to cover your EMS costs, we're looking at about 81% cost recovery for 2025. Meaning that currently in 2025, we're forecasting that about 19% of the EMS costs are covered through general fund support. Next slide, please. As we look at some scenarios and how we could look at different rates and different general fund subsidies, we're going to look at 4 different scenarios tonight. The first one is to continue that rate recovery metric of 68% that we saw in 2025, and assuming that the general fund supports the remaining 32% of the rate. Scenario 2, we're going to look at the current budget operating practice, and so looking at that general fund budget portion to cover the fire costs as well as a portion of the EMS costs. Scenario 3, we're looking at an 80% overall EMS cost recovery metric. And then scenario 4 is looking at that 100%, so the maximum allowable with no general fund support for EMS services. Go to the next slide, please. So we have a series of graphics here for each of these scenarios, and so we'll kind of walk through this first one in detail. Over on the left here, we have our monthly rate in kind of that green color, and this represents your 68% of the maximum allowable rate, which is scenario 1. In 2026, that new rate would be $25.85, an increase at $30.90 by 2030. The gray bar on top represents the amount that would be subsidized to the customers through the general fund at $12.26 in 2026, up to $14.66 in 2030. What this means for a general fund subsidy to the EMS fund in 2026 would be about $4.6 million, up to about $5.8 million in 2030. This does include a one-time large rate increase to the customers due to the removal of those GEMT and grant revenues from the forecast. So your customers would essentially be making up that lost revenue source. Scenario 2, next slide, please. This scenario looks at your current operating practice, and so we brought back our graphic from before looking at that 2026 allocation. And this is where we have our general fund budget of just about $12 million in the upper left in that blue, and then our fire costs of about $8.1 million in that orange. And that difference there between the budget and the fire costs would be the amount subsidized through the general fund. It's about $3.9 million in 2026 and would increase to $4.7 in 2030. Looking back at the graphic on the left, that would be about $10.33 subsidized for each customer on their monthly bill in 2026, up to $12 in 2030, resulting in a rate of $27.78 in 2026, up to $33.55 in 2030. Next slide, please. Scenario 3 looks at setting the monthly rate to recover 80% of the overall EMS costs, either through your transport rates, your miscellaneous revenues, or your monthly rates. And that rate would be $28.17 in 2026, up to $34.12 in 2030, and ranging from that general fund subsidy of those rates from $9.94 up to $11.43 in 2030. That annual general fund subsidy that would be required for the EMS fund would be $3.75 million up to $4.1 million by 2030. And this would once again recover 80% of the total EMS costs, either through your transport rates, your miscellaneous fees, or your monthly rates from customers. And next slide, please. The final scenario would be charging the maximum allowable rate under the RCW, and so this would get to 100% EMS cost recovery. And this would be what we saw in kind of that baseline forecast of the $38.11 in 2026 up to $45.55 in 2030. Under this scenario, there would be no general fund subsidy in any of the years, and so the general fund would just be paying for the fire allocation of those costs, but nothing to subsidize the EMS fund. This represents the maximum allowable that could be charged under the RCW. Next slide, please. Every jurisdiction that we work with likes to see kind of how they compare to their peers, and so this is a 2025 monthly comparison of ambulance utilities within the area. A lot of assumptions and a lot of things go into building all of these rates, and so this is always an apples to orange comparison. There's a lot of different unique things going on with each jurisdiction, but everybody does like to see this comparison. And so this is a 2025. Many of these other jurisdictions may have an increase in 2026 planned or even adopted at this point. Next slide, please. So just in summary, we have our cost recovery options. All of these scenarios address additional costs in 2026 due to that collective bargaining agreement budget increase, and also assume no grant or GEMT revenue. 2027 through 2030 rate increases under these four scenarios are assumed to address inflationary pressures and kind of be in that inflationary ballpark level. We have a table that looks at the 2026 rate, the rate recovery, so the percent of the maximum allowable rate that is billed, as well as the total EMS cost recovery, so the total amount of the EMS cost that is recovered through your various revenue sources. We've also highlighted scenario 3 as the staff recommendation. And with that, I think it's the next slide and we can pass it back to the city.
I believe there might be a question.
Thank you for the presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Okay, so yes, we, as staff, recommend scenario 3, which is the most balanced approach to reduce the impact into the general fund over time, and with the goal of having the ambulance utility be self-sustaining. So we're here to answer any questions and incorporate any feedback into the scenarios, and come back at the next meeting with a formal proposal.
Councilmember Cotter.
The calls for service going way up, 61.5%. And then there were some justifications supplied there. Mental health. Is there anything left to peel back there? I mean, is there a potential to reduce that number of calls? It just seems like, the population's going up 6%, but the calls are going up 60%. What's happening?
Like we were saying, and great question, by the way. Since the pandemic, we've seen a big shift in the types of calls we go on. A lot of it is we see with the opioid issues, we see some of the pandemic issues, and are kind of falling into, they're still moving forward in today. But they use 911 as a system to really get their medical needs met. So it's almost like their primary care physician. One of the things we're doing as we see a lot of success is our Pasco Resource Navigator program. So that's a contract service that we do. We have 2 individuals. And so when we go to patients, or see people out in the field that might not need to go to the hospital, we contact our resource navigators who go out and make contact. That's one of the ways we look at reducing the impact or the burden on the 911 system and the hospital system as well. So that is one of the things we're looking at and trying to maybe even expand with that and even regionalize with the other cities.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I don't know, maybe not.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any questions or anything. I just had a comment. I guess I came here with the intention of proposing that we do the full 100% cost recovery. I just don't understand why we would go with 80% if we're subsidizing to the tunes of millions of dollars every year. I think we need to align our services with our charges. So, I mean, we're facing a budget deficit. That money can be used for other things in our budget. Sure, it's going to be a sharp increase, but I think it should be self-sustaining. And we're not going to get 100% cost recovery. I know that, but at least it'll be higher than if we go ahead and choose 80%. So that's going to be my motion. Would be I would like for us to approve the 100% cost recovery scenario. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas, do you want to add to the conversation?
Yes, actually I do. Can you please explain how much is getting reimbursed from Medicaid or Medicare?
Yeah, so it's a little over 2 million that's being reimbursed. And on the GMT side, it's about 2.3.
Okay. And that still won't help with the 80% recovery.
Right. And we are taking out the GMT for now just to be very conservative. So if it doesn't, at the federal level, if that doesn't change and we end up continuing to have that revenue source, then we would likely come back and adjust if needed. But at this time, we're just being conservative with the information we have at this time and excluding that revenue source.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else to add. Thank you.
Councilwoman Brast, is there some direction you were hoping to give staff or a way you think we should go with this?
Sure. I'm going with the recommended scenario 3.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Cotta?
Leo's suggestion, I understand the logic behind it. Are there criticisms behind scenario 4 with the exception of a large rate increase?
Criticism? Not that I know of, except it is a large rate increase. And so looking at the what our community can tolerate, and with such a drastic increase, we see most of it's because we're removing that GEMT funding, which is a pretty big source. So we just wanted to look at if there's a phased-in approach, or if we can go in all at once, that'd be very good. But again, we want to be very cognizant of the impact it has on our community.
Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate that. I guess.
Can I add to that, please?
Oh, what was that?
I'd like to add a little comment.
Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
So this is in support of, again, what Chief Crowley just said. If we were to raise 100% the rates, again, we need to take into consideration the high users. The majority of the calls are individuals that are on a fixed income. You give them 100% of the cost, we're putting people out. They're going to have to decide whether they're paying for their low-income housing, food, or medication. We're talking senior citizens most of the time. So hopefully people take that into consideration.
And just to clarify, if I can clarify, this is just the monthly rate, not the actual cost for service, though, correct?
Right, that's the rate that residents would receive on their monthly utility bill, and it comes along with their water, sewer, and irrigation. It's all.
Oh, so yeah, it's spread across
Right.
what everybody's paying, not somebody that uses the service more often isn't necessarily paying more like that, unless they're actually taking rides in the ambulance.
Right, and that's
like.
in the transport fees.
Okay. And I guess maybe my question's best for, Ms. Shivani. I appreciate some of the comparisons and everything that were added to the scenarios. especially to our neighboring jurisdictions. The number that stood out to me, besides the 61.5% increase for calls of service that Councilmember Cotta brought up, and to me, that just came across as another unfunded mandate from the state, the way they are doing business there in Olympia, and, you know, those costs being passed on to us here in the city of Pasco. But I was wondering, the 68% recoverable rate that we are doing, does anybody have any information? How does that compare to neighboring municipalities? How much, I mean, I see the different rates in dollar amount, but as far as that 68% recoverable rate, I'm curious how that compares to our neighboring jurisdictions.
Thank you. That's an excellent question. I'm going to have Chase help us because we are doing a couple of studies, and Sunnyside is another city that we're supporting. And I think Chase on Sunnyside, where we are in cost recovery for them.
Yeah, I'd say it's very rare to see 100% cost recovery. There's always some level of subsidy. It very much depends. You know, some of these utilities also have an EMS levy. I would say 100% is very rare. I would say somewhere in that 55 to 85% range is probably fairly typical, but we could get back to you with some better numbers on that.
Okay, appreciate that. Councilwoman Blaisdell, anything to add? I guess, go ahead, Councilmember Cotta.
Is there any accountability on the person making the call? Do they pay anything at all when they call for an ambulance or for an EMT or for the fire department to come help them out in some way?
So if I'm hearing you right, if someone picks up the phone and calls 911 and we respond and we make contact with them, do we bill them directly from that aspect?
Yeah.
Or just services rendered? Usually if it's a transport.
Mm-hmm.
So we, if we go and provide a service and we take them to the hospital, then we would charge them.
Mm-hmm. So this is just funding you to get to them and then provide a service there.
Right. So part of that, when we talked about that rate, the reliability and availability, that's part of that. And so make sure we have the staff. And then the other part is actually providing the service. So the medications and the supplies.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I think that's really helpful, the way you put it there, Councilman Cotta, that it is kind of the cost to get there and render the service, not to take them away if needed. And so I guess just if you would help clarify, just for myself a little and for the public too, Ms. Garcia, as far as these different funds, if really it's either the general fund supporting this through property taxes and sales tax or this utility fee, correct? And so we're just kind of choosing which one we're doing, correct?
Yeah, and we do get, we do have some Medicare and Medicaid payments that come in, but typically it's discounted, right? We bill the full amount and then it gets discounted quite a bit. So we don't always get the full amount that we bill when it's a Medicaid.
Awesome, yeah, and I see those write-offs every month. Well, I agree with Councilmember Perales that, we are in a budget crisis and everything, but at the same time, I know a lot of our constituents are also struggling with their budgets right now, so I would probably be more prone to go towards the 80% recovery rate is kind of where I'd be on it. And
I don't need to think about it. Excuse me. Yeah, I think it's a huge increase when you go, you're already getting a $10 increase, and a $20 increase on top of that is difficult. But I like the transparency of people knowing exactly what their dollars are going to when it comes from a general fund. Yeah, it just gets pulled in from some other tax revenue. And this is very direct, and people know what they're paying for when they do it. So I don't know. I'll be considering one of those two options.
Ms. Sigdell?
Mayor Pro Tem, if I can add a few things just from
Yes, please.
My history with this fund. There's really three sources of revenue. One is when you transport someone, so somebody calls, you transport them to the hospital. One is the utility fee that goes in, which is essentially called an availability cost. So you're paying for the fire station, for the ambulance to be there when you call. And so it gets charged on your bill, on your utility bill every month. The other thing that we try to do is really connect the demand for the system. So, for example, with some of the high foot traffic businesses, we charge ambulance fee based on the number of employees that they have within that business, because that's, so if they have 6 or 7 employees within the business, that's equal to about 2 households. So we try to spread the cost in a way that feels equal. But the other part that is a little bit difficult is this is essentially a medical service. And so you have patients who we bill Medicare and Medicaid for, and what might cost around $3,800, $4,200 per visit, that is what it costs for us to go to a call. You might get $350 from Medicaid and $550 from Medicare. And so when you see those bills that you approve on a every other week basis, and you see the write-off and there's large amounts there, majority of that is from the ambulance fund as a write-off for those Medicare and Medicaid. And so there's some components there that essentially we have to subsidize or allocate overall. So those are the challenges that you're dealing with as well. Just want to add that in.
And that's probably the biggest thing that you see that jump, like we talk about that GMT. So if you're not familiar, that's that bridge. So as we talk about with Medicaid, if you're only getting $300 and some dollars per billable that you can bill out, we know no system can sustain this billing that service. And so that's where GMT came and made that offset and made that bridge. As we in here we're being very conservative, is we're pulling that out because that's federally funded, and that really through the state is only supposed to last a couple of years. We're on year, I forget what it is, 5 or 6. And with the current climate with our government, we will want to make sure that we're not relying on that as a means of being sustainable. And so that's why we're pulling that out. So it's almost like worst case scenario, just to ensure that we can provide the service to our community.
All right, thank you. Anybody have anything else before we invite the public? Oh, sorry, go ahead,
Yeah, I was
Councilmember Perales.
just to make a note, if we would have implemented perhaps 100% operating cost recovery, we're not going to pay $3.75 million in 2026, 3.9, and it goes up. We're burning $6 million this past year. $3 million, we cut that in half. So just I think we need to be a little bit fiscally responsible. Like Mr. Cotta said, people need to understand when they call for service, what they're going to pay. Obviously, we're not going to get the full 100%, but we need to stop the bleeding. So that would be my only. Obviously, it's only going to be between the 80%, 100%. So whatever the council decides, I'll go with that. But I think the 100% operating cost scenario is the best one.
There was a graph about how much the citizens, the households, are paying for this service compared to other cities. What about the cost of the service compared to other cities as opposed to what we're paying? I mean, are they fielding much less calls? Is there anything going on there that justifies paying less in these other cities compared to what we're paying here?
I can speak to, so for the city of Kennewick, they run more calls than us, and we're real close to Richland with those calls. So I can do some research and see what their cost per call is and what they do with that, if that's what you're asking. But the city of Kennewick runs quite a few more calls than we do.
Okay. No, that's good. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, thank you, Chief.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it. This time, members of the public are invited to come up if they would like to speak on this issue for 2 minutes. Anybody like to speak on ambulance utility rates? Thank you.
I have a question that I probably can't answer right now, but I get charged for an ambulance fee through my mobile home park of.
Oh, your microphone.
Oh, thank you. So I get charged an ambulance fee of $16.79 a month, along with billing fees of $6 and then $1 for mailing fees. How do we how do I verify that the money that I'm giving my landlord and mobile home park going to these fees? Because when I pay for my ambulance, it comes out of Medicare because I'm on state assistance. So are we regulating what is happening on billing in our community with charges like ambulance fees and so forth, where why is my mobile home park charging me that? Is that money going towards the city and the community for those charges? And that's, we have the billings all over the place, but I don't understand why we're getting the ambulance fee along with. I would like to see if the city holds the mobile home parks or whatever accountable if they are charging us for that. Where is that money going? And is it really going to Pasco City? That's kind of my comment or concern on the situation of what we're just talking about with the ambulance fees, because it's being charged to us. So I'm wondering if the city has a way to see if you guys are getting that money that we're getting charged for.
I appreciate that. No, and that is a good question. Just, I would invite you to if you think there is a discrepancy between what you're paying and the services you receive and what might be passed on to the city, I just encourage you to talk to staff and work through that, and they would have the information to do that. Anybody else like to speak on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Okay, we are going to move on. Thank you, everybody. Mr. Stewart, Ms. Sigdell, do you guys have enough to go forward with this information?
What I'm hearing from at least most of the council is moving forward with option 3, the 80%. Or do you want us to prepare both the 80% and the 100% and bring that, and the council can decide then?
That would probably be best, especially since Mayor Milne isn't here tonight, and let him have an opportunity to have that option, I think would be really good.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, number B, adjustment of utility tax rate, letter B that is, adjustment of utility tax rate for city-owned utilities, and this is Ms. Sigdell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. Cities can apply taxes on utilities like electric, water, sewer, telephone, cable, solid waste, currently our rate for the city of Pasco for all of these services is 8.5%. The maximum tax rate for some of these very particular services like electric, gas, steam, and telephone are capped at 6% unless the voters vote for it. So there was a time when City of Pasco voters voted an additional 2.5% in utility taxes. However, any of the other services or utilities that I did not specifically mention there, the council has the authority to apply as much of the utility tax as you see fit, the need of the city. The city relies on these revenues to essentially it goes to the general fund, and it is the third major revenue after property taxes and sales taxes. So it's a pretty critical revenue source for the city. And it funds critical government services like public safety, parks, street overlay programs, long-term city planning, many, many things alongside property tax and sales taxes. The cities have been relying on these revenues. Some, like telephone and cable services, like we discussed last time, have been declining because of advent of cellular phones, which do not get utility taxes, as well as streaming services. So you'll kind of see those areas decline on a pretty steady clip in the last decade. To maintain the level of service for our government services, like I mentioned before, we're recommending that we increase our utility taxes by about 1.5% for city-provided utilities like water, sewer, stormwater, irrigation, and processed water reuse facility. And this 1.5% increase will provide about $900,000 increase in revenue to general fund in an annual basis. I will show you some these are some options. Every 1% provides you with about $600,000 more in revenue. And there's cities across the state. We picked some equivalent ones. And what you'll see here is that Kennewick and Pasco, for example, have 8.5% all across the board. But you'll see in Richland, water and irrigation is at a little bit more than 12%. Solid waste is at 10.5%. So there's variation. Similarly, in Vancouver, you're looking at rates almost as high as 20% there. And West Richland is also 13.5%, 8%, 6%. So you'll see a lot of varying tax rates for varying services or utilities. And this is because council has the authority to apply the rate as it fits the need of the city. What we're recommending at this time is an increase from 8.5% to 10% for city-owned utilities only. So it would exclude utilities like electric, solid waste, gas, and cable television and telephone. And there might be a few others. It's not an exhaustive list, but that is the proposal in front of you today. Council can direct staff to bring this back for action in the next regular meeting. You can recommend that we revise the percentage, and we can come back with that if we have a council direction on that. Or you can decline to implement this increase and direct staff to present reduction in services in the future budget years. So those are the choices that we would have to make at this time.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Sigdell. Does anybody have any questions, comments?
Yeah, I have a comment.
Sorry, Mr. Prowlis, please go ahead.
I guess I would say I'm a soft no on this right now because my only issue with increasing it and only getting a little under $1 million is what exactly this money's going to be used for. If we're going to do this, I would like to there to be a stipulation where we dictate where the money's going to be used for, whether it's police and fire, parks and rec, and we direct it in the next budget cycle. But other than that, I don't see the reason to even bring this up. It's honestly a very small amount of money. Thank you.
Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
I'm still processing, but from what I'm reading, this would be a 1.5 increase. Yeah, no, I'm processing. No comment just yet.
Okay, thank you. Staff is looking for direction. Councilmember Cotta.
Comprehensively, I mean, we're talking about some of these recommendations that we're making, even back to the ambulance fee and other things that we're doing just to try to get to solvency and get back to a balanced budget. If we say yes to all the recommended options, that's what's going to get us, that's what puts us on track for that?
That would be the goal, yes. You're not going to make one sweep that will balance the budget magically. So there has to be a reduction in cost, there has to be increases in revenue, and where we find those areas of opportunity is going to be the challenge that we have to look for every time.
Thank you.
No, and yeah, I appreciate it. I mean, it's hard. I mean, like just kind of the last discussion, I see we're not done talking about these things. I mean, it is, it affects ratepayers, it affects taxpayers. But as Councilmember Cotta was saying, I think we do have a fiduciary responsibility to obviously bring us back to solvency and not live on our reserves over a long period of time for the city. Do you remember by chance, Ms. Sigdell, what was going on, why the voters voted to raise it at 2.5%? Was there some circumstances, or were there some circumstances going on that led people that way?
I will have to confirm this, but if my memory serves me right, it was for street overlay. And so we moved those funds to the street overlay fund to maintain our city streets.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Mr. Stewart. Thank you.
No, that's right. I just wanted to follow up on Councilmember Cotta's statement as well as what Rich has said. So, and to some degree to what Councilmember Prowlis was talking about on the last agenda item with ambulance fees and whether we should go to 100% or 80%. You know, you're balancing your budget right now with $6.5 million, and that's assuming that stays flat, which it won't. You have to close that gap, but that gap's actually getting bigger year after year. You know, a couple council meetings ago, we approved a $1.2 million increase in wages for the fire department, which we addressed a little bit here in our presentation with regards to ambulance fees. We're limited by state statute that we can't be reliant on property tax. That isn't an option to go to raise to bring in revenue because we're capped at 1%. So the only other alternative we have is these other fees, or like Ms. Sigdell said, is we have to begin reducing services and cutting back costs because you cannot continue to sustain using reserves at a clip of $6 to $7 million a year. Eventually you're going to run out of reserves. You're going to hit minimum levels and you're not going to be able to rely on it anymore. And so I think the council is correct in deliberating. This isn't fun conversations to have. I don't think anyone in this room wants to increase fees on taxpayers. We understand the financial pressures everyone's going through, including those on fixed incomes. But at the end of the day, there's a cost to us providing these services. And, you know, a lot of these are things that we're talking about that are critical services. And so, but we have to be able to balance that financially and sustainably going forward in the future. And our cost of operation and everything is going up for everybody. You know, so, you know, even as simple as purchasing, you know, water pumps or a new fire truck for the fire department or squad cars for the police department, those costs are all up significantly and our revenues just aren't keeping up. So these aren't popular conversations, but they are necessary, and I appreciate the council's due diligence on considering these.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I guess I would, you know, reluctantly, I go in the direction of, I think our responsibility as a council, though, is that fiduciary responsibility to balance our budget. And with a $6 million shortfall, I mean, we aren't going to get it all from one bucket of money, whether it be, you know, the big ones like sales tax or property tax that I'm pretty fundamentally opposed to in most situations. So, you know, with that reason, I know that we've had lots of discussions with staff in the past about, you know, one thing that wasn't mentioned was efficiency changes. And I know our police and fire specifically have done their best to cut back on overtime and other expenses that add that. But I would be reluctantly in favor of the 1.5% increase.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead, Councilmember Barajas.
Sorry, I've had my hand raised. I do have a question in regards to the alternative. That 1%, how much closer does it bring us to meeting or closing that gap if we did a 1%?
That would be $600,000 per year.
Right. So we wouldn't gain anything really, right? You know, listening and reading the agenda, listening to the conversation, I'm in support of the recommended 1.5, but again, it's to me, it's the bringing it back to the taxpayers, where I feel it's a burden, but I also understand that we need to keep up the services that we're offering. And the only way we're going to be able to keep up with the demand is by distributing the cost. So I'm reluctant, but I'm in support of the 1.5 increase.
Thank you, Councilwoman Blaisdell. Or sorry, I was looking at you. That's my problem. Do you have anything to add?
I mean, I don't want no more taxes at all, period, but I'm kind of in the same boat with you guys, so.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to invite members of the public if you would like to speak in this. If our clerk would restart the counter, would anybody like to speak on the subject as a member of the public? Yes, sir. Come right on up. Just state your name and city of residence, if you would, please.
John Clayton, Pasco, Washington. I'm just curious, looking at these numbers, you're talking about a 1.5% increase across the board, so that's going to put everything at 10%? Am I hearing that right?
No, what staff had recommended was just the city-owned services. So that wouldn't include gas, that wouldn't include electric.
Just water, sewer, storm drains?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Anybody else from the public like to make a comment on this issue? Going once? Going twice? Thank you, members of the public. Mr. Seward, Ms. Sigdell, do you have what you need?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're going to go forward. This is letter C, adjustment to utility rate and connection fee, water and sewer. And this again is Ms. Sigdell.
Mayor Pro Tem, Director Sarah will be leading this conversation. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. We have seen this presentation speaking about rates and connection fees related to water and sewer utilities. This item was discussed on October 6th, and for that reason, I will not go through the presentation again, although we have it available if you would want to review any of the components. Generally speaking, what the discussion is tonight is to review the discussion on October 6th related to the need to increase water rates and sewer rates, and the consideration of connection fees to be increased as well for those utilities. Connection fees are a one-time fee that new users pay when they connect to the system. Rates are the continuous payments that are made by those connected to the utility. The rates, generally speaking, pay for the operation and maintenance of our systems, as well as the replacement of aging infrastructure, while connection fees pay a buy-in cost into the existing infrastructure they're utilizing at the time they connect, plus all improvements that are needed to serve that additional capacity that is needed. And again, this revenue requirement analysis, which is the rate study, is done such that our utilities continue to be solvent and we can continue to provide the services. With that, I will advance to the scenarios where for water, and you've seen this presentation before, so I'm again not stopping here. We've talked about what the systems look like and the assumptions on our revenue needs. And then here, when we get to the scenarios, there were two scenarios presented to you all on the water utility. A scenario one, where there was an accelerated delivery of the Butterfield water treatment plant replacement. And that scenario is presented with two options. One that would be based on bonding for those improvements, and that renders an increase, as shown at the very top of the screen, of 20.75% in the first 4 years, so each year. If that same scenario were to be conducted through low interest loans for a total of $80 million of low interest loans. That rate increase is reduced, and so the number you're seeing there is 17.5% per year in the first 3 years, and a third year that is smaller. Then the second scenario, similarly, is a 3-phase replacement of Butterfield, which actually results in a proposed rate increase of 25.25% each year for the first 2 years, and then 10% the 2 next years. But again, if that same scenario 2 were to be accomplished with low interest loans, that rate would be slightly lower. These rate scenarios are accounting for a maximum connection charge being paid for new users, meaning connection charge for new users come to pay for that expansion cost of the system. And if the maximum calculated connection fee were to, it's a policy decision whether the maximum connection charge calculated is applied or not. So if it were to be applied maximum, this is what the rate for water would look like, either one of these scenarios, whatever scenario you choose. If the connection fee were to be anything lower than that, this rate would have to be adjusted. So I'll try to recap that because it was very wordy. So you have these rates, which are the monthly rates for different scenarios, and this corresponds to a maximum connection charge if you were to choose to do so. Now, if you choose to not have a connection charge, these rates could increase to make up that difference in revenue, because overall there is a certain amount of revenue the utility needs to continue to operate and to be prepared to serve the new users. All right, so this is water. Sewer is a little bit simpler, and we'll go there. We only have one scenario, and that scenario shows us with an 8% rate increase in the first 4 years, which is what the rate would be set for. And this again corresponds to a full connection charge applied. If the connection charge were to be chosen at a lower level, these rates could increase to make up the difference. Your packet included a scenario where rates could be increased 1.5% from any of these presented scenarios for a connection charge that was half the maximum calculated. And quickly, to go over the maximum calculated connection fee, it would be for water, and it would change based on, yes, it's further along, I'm so sorry. Got ahead of myself. Yep, a little more. Yes, right there. Okay, so the connection charges as maximum allowable calculated changes for water based on the size of the meter. So for a single family residential home, typically the meter is a 3/4 inch, and that connection fee, the maximum allowable, is $6,148. And for sewer, the same residential unit is $4,354 as proposed. Again, you have the ability to choose lower connection fees. And with that, tonight is just a discussion, and we would be bringing back the options that you prefer for action. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Director Sarah. Do any members of council have anything to add to, or any questions to ask or comments? Oh, sorry, Councilmember Prowse. Lost my spot there.
I was looking at something, but did you go over the last page with the rate forecast comparison with half the connection charges? On our packet, there's a page with.
Yes, it is in the packet. It's not in my screen, but I'm happy to read that out loud. So, should half the connection charges were to be applied, the single family residential standard meter, the 3/4 inch, would be $3,074, And again, all the other ones would be half the number you're seeing on the screen. And then the rates, instead of the scenarios presented, each scenario would be increased by 1.5% in that case, which effectively for scenario 1, it would put the 20.75% increase to 22.25% increase. So it's 1.5% more than what was in the slide where I have all the scenarios for water. And similarly for sewer, the connection fee for a single residential unit could be $2,177, which is half of what is shown in the screen in green at the bottom. And the rate increase would be 9.5% for the first 4 years as proposed for the rate setting.
Does that suffice for you, Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, and then just my comments would just be that I know we're trying to be more affordable in regards to housing. I just don't see where this helps out that endeavor. Not to mention, I wanted to know if we did get a memo from someone today, if that could be into the record. He brought up a lot of good points. But one of them was tied to the LID 152, and I mean that's essentially going to be developed, and I don't know if they penciled out these costs when they went into that LID. So I'm wondering if that's just going to pause housing in that area. I mean, these are substantial. I mean, you're talking $10,000 to $15,000 more on each lot, essentially. I remember a year ago we did a presentation where it showed all our fees and stuff. I would love to see that table now with some of the things that are coming across our dais in regards to how much it costs to build a single family home. I think by now we have to be the highest in the Tri-Cities. There's a couple of things I have to think about with this, but I'm not a hard no, but I think I'll ask some questions offline in regards to that memo and then some of the calculations for how we got to those connection charges. But I don't know if this is the best time to do this right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Okay. I guess I just have one question, Director Sarah, and perhaps this is even better for Ms. Garcia, but just for the sake of the public, what would, because those are, significant connection fees. And if you could just give a summary, where would that money be going?
I'm happy to begin that answer, and if others want to add, I will pass it on. So the connection charges specifically pay for infrastructure that is increasing capacity. For example, the West Pasco plant that is being expanded and will allow to serve new users. There's a component there where there's also paying for existing infrastructure that is in the ground now and is allowing for that new user to be served. And that is mains and pump stations and so on. So it's a combination of the buy-in plus the new infrastructure that is being built in order to be ready to serve new users. So expansion of capacity is really the trigger for considering what can be legally charged for connection charges.
Okay, thank you. And if I can just ask a follow-up question, how does this relate to the low-interest loan we just, voted for the replacement of Butterfield? Is that mixed into the batter here somehow, or?
It does not mix with the Butterfield one, since Butterfield is a replacement of infrastructure. And so in that case, it has no bearing on the connection charges, but it does help in the rate. Which actually is working towards achieving that $80 million of low-interest loans that will allow for those rates to be lower. It's effectively the A version of each of those scenarios that you saw. There was S1 and S1A, so that helps with that. I think where you can correlate connection fee to other infrastructure and low-interest loans is West Pasco. West Pasco has also received low-interest loans from DOH. And that is helping with the repayment. Now, anything that is a grant is not accounted for in that connection charge, so it's discounted from the charge, meaning the dollar amount included in the connection charge calculation is lower because a portion of that cost is not being borne by the developers or the ratepayers. It's money being given to the city. So we did take into account anything that would be forgivable and reduce that connection charge accordingly.
Okay, thank you. If no one has anybody else, we'll turn it over to the public and invite members of the public to come up and comment on this. Thank you, Mr. Padvork. And we did receive your email, and just so you know, yes, or at least I read through it, this afternoon, the time that allowed. Most of my research for these meetings is over the weekend, but yes, I did take the time to at least skim real quick, but thank you. If you'd state your name and city of residence for the record, sir.
Yeah, John Padvork, Kennewick, Washington. I'll probably start this off just by saying if people had read the memo that I sent and had any questions, I can field those. If people also want me to do just a high-level overview, I can do that, but you've got about 2 minutes to get from me what you need to make.
It's up to you, sir. What would you like us to know?
So a couple things. There's a question of why am I here, and I represent developers, which there's sometimes developers' interests and city interests are at odds, but in this case they're fairly aligned. If you look at page 4, page 9, you'll see that, at least according to the numbers I ran, which the city didn't publish a full rate study, so I had to kind of do my own research and try to piece it together. Had to make some assumptions that might not be the same assumptions staff made. But if you look at the green and yellow, that's the money that would be coming in from new construction over the next 2024 to, or 2025 to 2044. And so what you'll see there is that existing residents, the income that can come from them will pay for O&M, and it will pay for some of the new CIP projects that you have in your budget, but it won't pay for anywhere near all of it. There's a blessing and a curse to growth. You really need to have growth to be able to pay for those projects, and you need to balance it. And so right now it doesn't feel very balanced. A couple things, there was discussion of including the existing infrastructure. The logic busts with that. If you look at page 4, it's a concept of an old junky car that's got almost nothing left on it. And if someone said, hey, I'll charge you the original price plus interest, and it'll die really soon, then you have to pay to replace it, that wouldn't seem fair. And that's basically how this connection fee is structured. The law allows for charging existing infrastructure for things like when there's a fresh loan with interest, the city still has a burden. But it's questionable if it's legal to go back and charge for a plant built in the 1940s that's already paid for and it's about to be replaced.
Very good.
I had a lot of other notes, but
I'm sure you do. No, thank you for those, and I can speak for myself. I will go back and read that a little more thoroughly as time allows in the days to come. And I do believe that the city is in a partnership with developers to develop the city. I mean, we provide infrastructure. You guys want to develop the city, and so as much as we can work together on everything, I'm
and
always
developers
for.
are also definitely interested in avoiding the expensive cost of an appeal. Because that ultimately gets paid by the prevailing party probably. So if the city makes a decision that's incorrect, not only would there be damages that would possibly be recoverable, but also the cost of that whole mess would also be something that would be best avoided.
Okay, appreciate your thoughts, sir. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on the issue? Any other members of the public? Going once? Going twice? 3 times? Thank you. So is this something you guys were going to bring back again as staff with Mr. Milne here? Or were you looking for more detailed direction this evening?
I think what I'm summarizing from your discussion is very likely bringing those 2 options that are included in your packet. We're hearing a lot of do the project all at once, with the lower interest rate. Maybe we can do a little bit more of a creative rate structure where if we receive the low interest rates, then we have the lower rates, and if not, then we have the higher level of rates. We can kind of work with that. The other part would be just half of the connection fee than what is the maximum allowed.
I appreciate that. I definitely love options, Mr. Stewart.
Yes, if I can just make a few comments, and first I want to clarify maybe a question to Councilmember Perales on wanting to see the comparison of total connection fees to the other communities. Does this slide not provide you the information that you're asking for?
No, I was talking about, there's just the cost in general to develop. We did
Talk about all permit fees?
All the fees together.
Okay.
So,
Because on this slide, what we see is at the far right is our existing, we're the lowest of all comparables, right? And while I agree that we don't want to impede growth, at the same time, it doesn't behoove us to do it at the cheapest, because ultimately someone has to pay for it. So the balance we're trying to reach is kind of like was just stated here in the public comment was, how much does growth pay for growth versus how much of that cost is spread out amongst not only the new people, but all the existing residents of Pasco, right? And that's the balance we're trying to hit. And so I think this is important. And I do just want to clarify that as Maria stated earlier, the cost of the Butterfield replacement is not calculated into the connection fees. We're only calculating in new expansion of capacity. Replacing Butterfield is replacement of existing infrastructure. That's built into your water and sewer rates that everybody pays, that already benefits from that. These connection fees are based off of assumptions of what infrastructure has to be built in, whether it's expanding facilities at the wastewater treatment plant to add more capacity, purchasing more water rights, adding in more sewer mains, water mains, manholes, all those other kinds of things that the new development is driving the cost of. And so, and then one final point here, coming in as the new city manager, one of the things that I'm concerned about is that none of these include any assumptions of converting to radio read meters. Okay, we're doing this in an archaic way where we physically send somebody to every meter to read it, versus a system that automatically reads instantaneously across the community. And that one, there's going to be a significant cost to installing those meters, but it'll result in some cost savings over time in manpower and those kinds of things of reading that, and it also increase your accuracy. So in communities that I've been in that we've been able to implement this type of technology is we can find out probably within 24 hours whether or not you have a water leak on your toilet. And we can call you and say your meter is out of norm. You might want to go check and see because we think you have a leak somewhere, which saves the resident hundreds of dollars a month if we can catch that sooner instead of getting slapped with an $800, $900 water bill because they didn't find out that their toilet was leaking, right? And so there's some advantages, but none of these radio reads are calculated into the system. Now, we are installing meters in new homes and those kinds of things that can be upgraded to that. But at some point, I think we as a community need to look at making that transition because there's a lot of positive benefits to going to that point.
No, thank you. And if I can just add a little patch, Councilmember Perales, are you talking about, because I see that as the combined for water and sewer, but were you speaking more of a graph that has just all of the impact fees and really what it costs, kind of more all encompassing even beyond just utilities? Is that where you're?
Yeah, it was in June of last year. Former Director Gonzalez came up here and he did a presentation on all the fees, essentially the single family dwelling home pays. I mean, this just needs to be added to that. That's what I'm saying. We're adding costs onto development, and someone's going to pay the costs. It could be the developers, but I can see this impacting developers not wanting to develop, in Pasco. So that's my only biggest.
And that's kind of where I was following you, because I think I remember that, just more of an all-encompassing graph of what it costs to build a house, kind of almost in the entirety, at least just from, obviously not paying for the lumber and everything, but just what it costs from the municipalities, correct? Okay, cool. Awesome. Well, thank you. Let's go on then. Letter D, resolution award bid number 23465 for process water reuse facility phase 4 irrigation systems farm upgrades project to Rochchi Incorporated, sorry if I butchered that, I apologize, of Pasco, Washington. And I think we're going to hear from Director Sarah for a while.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This is, as you said, PWRF had an expansion plan, which the treatment facility we talked repeatedly about, but recently we discussed the expansion of the land treatment system, and that is the field irrigation system where we dispose of the pre-treated wastewater. This project will accomplish exactly that. We will be adding 2 new areas to that land treatment system. And the project will actually build pipelines that will reach those 2 new locations and prepare for the installation of circle pivots for the irrigation itself, which is an item that is coming next in the agenda. So the 2 areas added are shown in orange in the map, and they are adjacent to existing land treatment system for the city of Pasco. For this project, which complies with our facility plan for that facility, we requested bids. We received 10 bids, which was incredibly competitive, probably one of the biggest bid openings since the last decade I've been here. And the lowest one was from Rochchi, and it was in the amount of $5,423,613.74. This is below the engineer's estimate by quite a bit, actually. Our engineer's estimate was at $7.2 million, but as you can see, actually in your packet, all the bids were tabulated, and you can see that there was quite a spread between all of them. This project will allow for compliance with ecology permitting of that facility for the land disposal system, so the waste discharge permit into those fields. And the project is currently planned to be funded through a bond that is already issued and some additional funds that would require a budget amendment for this project to allow for full cost to be paid. Originally, the project was planned to be paid with bond revenue plus a low-interest loan from the Department of Ecology, but the award of that loan award fell through. So once we knew we didn't have that funding, we rescoped the project to make the minimum improvements that would allow us to include these 2 new locations in our system and continue moving forward so that we can have full compliance in 2026 with our permit. And that is in coordination with the facility now being able to handle more flow. We need more area to land apply. So with that, I am happy to answer any questions you may have on this.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Any questions from council? Councilmember Cotta?
Just a comment. This seems pretty straightforward. This is good.
Awesome. Thank you. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Members of the public, would anybody like to speak on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. Let's move on to letter E. This is a resolution, sole source purchase of 3 valley pivots for design services for the process water reuse facility, irrigation system, farm grade upgrades project. And again, this is Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I realized that our title had a mistake in it. So this is a sole source for the purchase of this farm pivot. So we will get that corrected for next week. This item actually ties to the previous item we just discussed. You are seeing on the screen the orange rectangles that will host the new land treatment system, the expanded land treatment system. Those 2 locations will be served with 3 circles, and that is because the square in the bottom of the screen is actually divided by an easement from BPA, which does not allow us to have a single circle there. We need to have that split into 2 half circles, allowing for that easement to remain untouched. This sole source is to be able to continue to have the same type of circles that we have in the rest of the circles the city operates. We currently manage another 16 circles in adjacent to the ones proposed. And in 2020, there was a request for proposals when the selected one from that competitive process was the valley type. And so we want to continue to have that same type of equipment so that it's easy for our crews to repair and replace components and have things on the shelf to be able to do that expeditiously. The total cost for these 3 pieces of equipment pre-tax is $466,206.44. That is not to exceed that amount. And with your approval, we would move forward with the purchase. And this is part accounted for budgetarily within the cost of the project that you saw in the prior item. So it's included in that overall $7 million project cost. And I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from council? Councilwoman Barajas?
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Members of the public, anybody like to speak on this issue? Going once, going twice, 3 times. Let's move on to letter F, Resolution U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Easement Sewer Main Upsizing Professional Services Agreement Acceptance. Director Sarah.
Good evening again. There's just a lot of items for me tonight. This item actually pertains to a sewer project that will replace and upsize existing trunk line along the river. And there are 3 segments to this project proposed to be designed all at once to gain some efficiencies. There was a request for qualifications. We had 1 consultant submit qualifications for it. It was RH2 Engineering. The committee review their submittal and deem them qualified to do this work. And a scope for work for these 3 sets of improvements, which are all the same type of improvement, was negotiated. And a total cost of $942,491 was negotiated as a not to exceed cost for the design of these 3 phases. The 3 projects combined are estimated to cost just under $9 million. So this cost for design seems reasonable. The professional services agreement or this contract with RH2 would include services for the design, the permitting, and support during bidding process. And this project is actually fully funded in the design phase at this point through a low interest loan from the Department of Ecology in a total amount of almost $3 million. So 1.3, just under that. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Questions, comments from council? Seeing none, Councilwoman Barajas?
Nothing to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public, would you like to comment on this? Here's your opportunity. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you, Director Sarah. Moving on to letter G, Resolution Professional Services Agreement with Transpo Group USA Incorporated for the Santa Fe Parkway and Road 76 intersection and pedestrian safety enhancements project. Director Sarah.
Good evening again. This is another professional services agreement. In this case, it is with Transpo Group USA, and this is for the design of improvements at the Road 76 and Santa Fe intersection, which the title is slightly misleading because it also includes some interconnect activities along Road 68 and some improvements fulfilling the gaps in sidewalk along Road 76. Just south of that intersection. So this project is funded through a Highway Safety Improvement Program grant with a local match. And at this point, our request is to be able to enter the agreement with Transpo Group for them to begin design. The design should be completed by the end of 2026, allowing us to begin construction in 2027. And this total amount for this contract, I will find it. Oh, here. This design contract is for a total of $369,116.05. And again, it's not to exceed, which means that the consultant will perform the activities and they'll be charging us monthly for the activities performed, but only those hours that had been used. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions. There's lots of explanation here on the funding sources for the match and so on, but the important part is that 86.5% is being paid by the grant, and the 13.5% remaining is the local match. So that's the ratio at which the city pays for these improvements. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. Questions, comments from council? Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nope, thank you. Well, actually, yes, I lied. Please correct me with the amount. You said 369 million?
Yes, the dollar amount is $369,116.
And 13% is local match, and the rest is
federal grant. Yes.
Federal grants. Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Sarah. You know you're not going to get out of this without a comment from me, though. It takes them a whole year to put up a plan for this. I mean, I want to get going. I'm just got ants in my pants over here. It's going to take them through the end of next year to really complete just the plan for this.
Yes, the contract supports the design plus the permitting to be able to do it. And then the project goes through a review through DOT, through local programs that ensures that the design is being done in compliance with the regulations of the grant, and that our specifications in the project are compliant with DOT standards, which is important for the use of those dollars to be valid, right? So FHWA has some rules on how we spend their dollars, and that process can take several months. And then what occurs afterwards is once we have approval from DOT for implementing the design, we go through the process of contracting the funds to be able to have that construction phase readily available for us to be reimbursed. And that process occurs through the TAC, BFCOG, and then it goes to the board, and then it goes to DOT at the local level, and then at headquarters. So the overall process takes some time. It's not just the design, it's the design plus getting all the other things lined up so that when we put it out to bid and we award the bid, those dollars are readily available for us to start reimbursing our expenses.
Okay, well, I really appreciate you are a whiz at finding sources of funding outside of city revenue, so I really appreciate that. And I know with some of those other funding sources comes oversight, and that is a good thing. And again, it does help reduce the cost for local taxpayers. But at the same time, man, there are just so many intersections, so many infrastructure projects around the city, really just that are in desperate need of funding. I have driven up on a accident there where EMS hadn't even responded yet. And it's just right around the corner of the fire station. I called 911. And it was funny, kind of right when they pulled the fire truck around, they just kind of looked over and I waved at them. So yes, like so many others, that one is just in desperate need, and I just appreciate you working on this, and I know myself and so many other people will be excited to get this done, so thank you. Okay, moving on, letter H, Capital Improvement Plan 2026 to 2031, and this is back to Ms. Garcia. Oh, thank you, real quick, would anybody like to speak on this? Sorry. Thank you, members of the public. Going once? Going twice, 3 times. Thank you, Councilwoman Blaisdell. Now to the Capital Improvement Plan, letter H, 2026 to 2031. And again, we're back to you, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening again. Yeah, so we will be going over the 6-year capital improvement plan, and we are going to focus today on transportation and what we're calling general government. So that's buildings and facilities and parks and rec. And on the following meeting, we will focus on the utilities. So we're just kind of splitting those up for you today. So overall, the plan is developed using council goals and various plans and studies, as well as assessment of the systems and any critical needs. So here we have just the general categories of the different funding sources. So as Director Sarah mentioned, she is very successful, the city is very successful at securing some grants, and that is usually the internal funds are the match for those grants, and as well as there's various types of low interest loans and then external bonding that takes place for these projects. And then there is a category that is for unsecured, and usually that's in the outer years, which is typical since grants are usually not secured that far in advance. Okay, so here we have a trend of the past CIPs. So you can see it's kind of slowly decreasing. So the current plan is at 498 million. Okay, and overall for all project types, it's a total of 133 projects, and that's in all the different categories that we'll go over in the next slides. And as I mentioned, 498 million over the 6 years, and 29% of that is currently secured. And for the coming year, 91% of it is secured. So here we have a chart showing all the different categories of the project types. Transportation, it makes up 34%, which is one of the categories that we will be focusing on today. So we have a few just updates from the prior CIP, some projects that have been either completed or are at near completion, which the majority of these have come to council with project acceptance. So just a highlight, a kind of recapping of the progress from the last CIPs. Okay, so here we have just as a whole, big picture, the different categories and totals by year. Again, the ones that are grayed out are the ones that we will be focusing on the next meeting. So today we will be going over building facilities, parks and recreation, and transportation. So for that focus group, I guess, for those projects, it's total of 85 projects and totaling 268 million over the next 6 years, with 78% of that being secured within the next year. So this is a lot of kind of the same information, just specific to the projects that or the project types that we'll be going over. So for these three categories, this graph shows how much is unsecured by year. And as you can see, starting in year 3 of the plan is where there's quite a bit that's unfunded. And again, that's mainly due to timing of grant awards and the amount of time that it takes for bonding. Okay, so we will be kind of highlighting some of the internal funding sources and just going over what the total impact is for each fund. And on the slide here, we have just a list of the projects that are being funded by this, and most of them are most of them are matched to grants or have a bigger impact. And your packets did have a little more detail on each project. This is more high level by fund. Oops, sorry. Okay. So same idea on the majority of them are transportation, as these are funded through, for example, this is one of the ones that we were discussing earlier with the utility tax rate, that 1% that was voted for in the past, 80% of that goes to this fund. So for the economic development, the first 2 years are in the plan are budgeted, or 26 is budgeted for, and then the outer years there's not a lot of impact there. So for the REIT fund, again, this is mainly used for to fund capital projects. So that is pretty much the sole source for this funding source. Okay, and this is existing bonding that was secured in the past couple years, and we are kind of at that point where we are spending down the remaining amounts of the bonds. So just a couple projects that are being highlighted today are just the ones for Parks and Recreation, a couple that are going into 2026 and are either fully secured or partially secured. And we have here the amounts that are the total cost and the year that they are starting. And same idea for transportation, just highlighting a few of the upcoming projects and the funding source or the phase that it's in. Okay. And we have a map here that has the different projects, which kind of ties into what we were just discussing. And as I mentioned, the city has been very successful in securing grants. So this table here shows all the different projects that and the different funding sources that have been secured. Okay. Actually, do you want to touch on this?
And this is Maria again. But in this slide, really, we want to highlight the dependency of both types of projects, transportation and parks and recreation or facilities projects, really reliant on grant funding and external funding and support from external sources, where we anticipate that the landscape for grants is somewhat drying up, and we've talked about this several times already. We anticipate that while we've been very successful until now, likely we will be less successful in the future because the dollar amount available and the number of programs available to us will be reduced. Just understanding where our state government and budget is, and then the federal prospect of grant funding just being reduced as well. So we want to call attention to the prioritization and ensuring that the plan as proposed aligns with the priorities the council has, because prioritization will be even more critical than ever to ensure that our grants are coming to fund, and our own dollars, all resources are coming to fund those things that are the priority for the council and the community.
Yeah, so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, but overall, this plan is, it's not a budget, it's more of a plan, a roadmap for the next 6 years, and to focus our priorities on infrastructure and investment into the community.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Questions, comments from council? $500 million capital improvement?
I'll go ahead. No, I like a lot of the products on there. I saw a couple that are going to be in my district, and some of those high crash site areas. So no, just very appreciative and glad some of those projects are going to be kicking off here soon. Thank you.
Thank you. My sentiments exactly. Councilwoman Barajas, do you have anything to add?
Nope, great job. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. No, I agree. Both you ladies, Ms. Sarah and Ms. Garcia. it's difficult. We are a growing city, and I wish we had money, and I know staff does, just to build the Burns Road extension, or to improve intersections, or to add some of these overpasses. But yet we have a $6 million budget shortfall. Here we do have constraints, and we are very reliant upon these outside funding sources. And I appreciate the good job you guys have done, not only now but in the past. And as it's been well said, we just have to understand with those shekels come shackles sometimes, and that's just kind of our way, but appreciate it. Members of the public, would you like to comment on the capital improvement plan for 2026 to 2031? Going once, going twice, 3 times, thank you. All right, letter I, a letter of support, City of West Richland's consideration of aerial fireworks ban, and we're gonna go to Mr. Stewart.
Yes, so I attended a meeting last week actually, where the mayor of West Richland requested that the city council consider a letter of support of West Richland potentially banning aerial fireworks in their community. My understanding is that they're the only ones, I don't know if I want to call it the Tri-Cities, that's what it's traditionally called, but if you could count in West Richland, it's the Quad Cities now. They're the only ones that allow it, which has created some consistency issues throughout the Tri-Cities. And the mayor is currently making efforts. He's on his way out. New mayor has been elected, and one of the things that he wants to wrap up is potentially getting this ban in place. And so he did request council consideration of a letter of support from the city of Pasco with regards to that. This city council in Kennewick approved this exact letter of support at their meeting last week. And so the only way for me to have a conversation with council about it was to put it on an agenda. So I figured I'd put it on a work session. I understand this has gotten some media coverage here over the weekend. I want to be clear, this is not us trying to meddle in West Richland and their rules and regulations. We were requested by their mayor to consider this, and this is why it's on the agenda this evening. And that's the only reason. And I didn't speak for the council about whether or not you'd be supportive of this or not. I just said I would talk about it with you guys. And so this is on the agenda tonight for your discussion and to provide me direction if you want to consider a letter going forward or not, or whether you don't. If you don't, then this is the end of the conversation. If you do, then I can prepare that letter for official action for council at next week's meeting.
Thank you, City Manager Stewart. Questions, comments from council?
I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Councilwoman Barajas.
Harold or City Manager, can you please clarify this evening around 6 p.m. on the Keeper News, they were already announcing that Mayor Milne had already signed the letter in support. So I'm not sure if there was a conversation already, but that's what Keeper was announcing, that this was already signed in support.
In response, I don't know the truth of the accuracy of that statement. I have not received a signed copy from Mayor Milne, and I hadn't even discussed it with him. It was put on the agenda at the last minute late last week. So as far as I know, no, the mayor has not signed this. He's not even in town right now.
It's in the packet signed here. So, I mean, I think that's what they're going off of. So that's what I thought too. I texted them, well, you already signed this? Okay. I guess we'll talk about it tomorrow.
I don't know how that signed copy got in there because I did not ask the mayor to sign it.
He said it was his auto pen. Not to make a joke about that, but yeah. Either way, I think I'll go ahead and make my comments. I'll support this, but I think at the end of the day, we need to figure out a way to really enforce what we have on the books, which is not possible from my understanding of talking with the Washington State Patrol. There's like a board that overlooks firework safety and policies and laws, and they pretty much said that it really comes down to that misdemeanor and how the investigation goes. And so I don't know. I almost think I was going to throw this on Brianna's plate to see what she could figure out at the state level to go into how police officers can essentially use some type of other evidence, video and stuff like that to enforce it. On these nights, the calls are just through the roof, but it's not really stopping anything. They're just going from fire to fire, and no one's really. It's not decreasing, and I can understand why West Richland is going towards this because that kid fell through the roof and all that stuff on that one property. It was kind of West Richland, and a lot of properties were just lost. So that is something over there, especially over there with the high winds, something they have to really maintain and change something over there. So I'd be in support of this, but I don't know. I think really it comes down to getting law enforcement, getting our state together to figure out ways to combat this with the wildfires, fireworks, and all that stuff.
Thank you, Councilman Cotta.
Has there been any quantifiable data presented, amount of damage done to properties, houses, injuries, assessments? I mean, what is the primary justification?
I would have to work with staff to see if we have any actual data of what is actually attributed to fireworks during these times of the season. But in my career in multiple states, what I would say is the common arguments against this is, aside from the potential injury or damage to property, the predominant arguments have to do with any member of your public that suffers from PTSD, that this is very triggering for them. And then we're becoming more and more of an animal supportive culture and society. And a lot of people's animals this is very traumatic for them during this period. And so most of the arguments usually revolve around those two things. You also have the issue of the trash that's left behind after that needs to be cleaned up. Because a lot of times people don't clean up this mess after they're done. And so those are the primary arguments I hear about, but the biggest ones are triggering of PTSD for veterans and those kinds of things, as well as the impact on people's pets and animals. Those are the main arguments that I hear on it. A little bit to the enforcement issue, yes, it's extremely difficult to enforce, but if you don't have the laws in the books, there is nothing to enforce, even if you want to try. So the first step is having it on the books that it's not allowed, and then you can enforce it. Although this is difficult, I also hesitate to put our law enforcement officers in the middle of this. I mean, the last thing you want to do is show up to a neighborhood and tell them they have to not shoot these fireworks after they spent a lot of money on it. That's not a popular scenario to be in. But this is a balance between those that want to celebrate the history of America. I mean, we've been talking about with this upcoming 4th of July being semi-quintennial celebration. And so a lot of people are going to want to celebrate that. One of the ways we do that in America on 4th of July is through fireworks. But that's becoming more and more unappreciated in our society. So anyway, that would be my answer to your question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager Stewart. And I appreciate the couple of clarifications you made, because when I did read through this over the weekend, meddling was one of the exact words and phrases that came to my mind, and something I absolutely did not want to do. But that means a lot that they actually reached out and welcomed that input and everything, and that does make a big difference in my mind. And of course, I respect Mayor Crawford and her letter of strong support given to her by her fellow council members also. I think is important, but at the same time, I agree with Councilmember Perales. It is, kind of frustrating that, our law enforcement, they don't have the manpower to go out there. And then, as they've told us before, they prioritize, these life and safety issues And by the time there's just so much going on that night that it is hard to get tied up on, what is a misdemeanor at that point. So, yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Perales, that, some other solutions are also in need. Councilwoman Blaisdell?
I just have a really quick question. Walla Walla County, do they allow aerials in Burbank? Because I guess if people want to shoot off aerials, like it's restricted here, but they still do it. So whether they're buying them from West Richland, whether they're buying them from Burbank or Toppenish, or they're still accessible. So.
Yeah, and the challenge you also have is just the state of Oregon as well. I mean, you go 30 minutes south and buy them, and then you have your tribal nations. I understand that you can buy some pretty major fireworks on the tribal nation's property, which they're a sovereign nation, so
Right.
the rules don't apply. So yes, it's easily accessible, which adds to the complexity of trying to enforce. But again, if it's not on the books, there is no enforcement at all.
Well, okay, so I guess my point is we don't allow it here. We kind of have to police our own backyard type thing, but doing a ride along on 4th of July, they just can't keep up. There's just, people don't respect the ordinances that we put in place. So, I mean, it's a challenge no matter if we support West Richland or not. People just don't respect the speed limits. They don't respect the ordinances for fireworks. They don't, and I think when it comes down to it, that's the issue.
Right. I would agree. We don't have the resources or the manpower to fully enforce this. And typically ordinances like this are typically, it gives the law enforcement or the enforcing agency the ability to come and remind people that, hey, this